So 1 head ante ee 3 cases maatrame, which is nothing but totally 3. Correct. Now probability of getting only one head, P of E మీరు చూసినట్లయితే it is going to be N of E by N of S. So in such case it is going to be 3 by 8. So favorable outcomes by total outcomes, which is nothing but 3 by 8. Now if you see the next question, getting one tail ante, now it is going to be same heads and tails. ఇప్పుడు మీరు చూసినట్లయితే సేమ్ క్వశ్చన్, బట్ మీ రిక్వైర్మెంట్ అనేది చేంజ్ అవుతుంది. ఈ రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఎక్కడ మీరు చేంజ్ అవుతుందంటే మీ ఫేవరబుల్ అవుట్కమ్స్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఇక్కడ నేను TTH అనేది మెన్షన్ చేశాను, బట్ యూ నీడ్ ఓన్లీ వన్ టైల్. సో ప్రాబబ్లీ ఆన్సర్ ఇస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి ద సేమ్ థింగ్. మీ అండర్స్టాండింగ్ కోసం నేను ఈ పర్టికులర్ ఫేవరబుల్ అవుట్కమ్స్ని మళ్ళీ అరెస్ట్ చేసి నోట్ చేస్తున్నాను. ఎనీవే the event is same. We are going to toss 3 coins. In such case final outcomes అనేది అంటే 3 coins toss చేస్తే ఎనీ డిఫరెంట్ అవుట్కమ్స్ వస్తాయి అంటే 8 అవుట్కమ్స్. దర్ ఇస్ నో చేంజ్ ఇన్ దట్. బట్ నా రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఏంటంటే నాకు ఒక టైల్ మాత్రమే కావాలి. ఐ మీన్ ద రెస్ట్ 2 హెడ్స్ ఉండాలి. ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ ఒక టైల్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే HHT అంటే ఫస్ట్ కాయిన్లో హెడ్, సెకండ్ కాయిన్లో హెడ్, థర్డ్ కాయిన్లో T, అండ్ దెన్ నెక్స్ట్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఫస్ట్ కాయిన్ హెడ్ అండ్ దెన్ T అండ్ దెన్ H అండ్ దెన్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే THH. Correct. So once again 3 here. If you ask me what is the probability, once again P of E is equal to 3 by 8. It's like favorable outcomes by total outcomes, which is 3 by 8. Now if you see the next one, getting at least one head and shepherd. So third point, understand, getting at least one head. So na requirement entante naku minimum, in the sense na outcomes lo నాకు వచ్చే అవుట్కమ్స్ నా రిక్వైర్మెంట్ అంటే నాకు మినిమం 1 హెడ్ కావాలి అంటున్నాను. సో మినిమం 1 హెడ్ అన్నప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది నా రిక్వైర్మెంట్, ఐ మీన్ నా N of E, నా ఫేవరబుల్ అవుట్కమ్స్ ఎలా చేంజ్ అవుతుందంటే మినిమం 1 హెడ్. సో ఐల్ స్టార్ట్ విత్ మినిమం which is here minimum 1 head in the sense. So let's see, for example I'm going to start with TH, ఒక హెడ్ ఉంది, అండ్ దెన్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే THT అండ్ దెన్ HTT. సో ఇవన్నీ చూసారు అంటే ఈ పర్టికులర్ పార్ట్ మొత్తం 1 హెడ్, ఎగ్జాక్ట్లీ 1 హెడ్ అనమాట. నెక్స్ట్ నేను చూసినట్లయితే ఐమ్ గోయింగ్ టు కన్సిడర్ 2H యాజ్ వెల్. సో ఐమ్ గోయింగ్ టు కన్సిడర్ ద అవుట్కమ్ విచ్ హ్యాస్ 2H. ఎందుకు 2H అంటే ఐ నీడ్ అట్లీస్ట్ 1 హెడ్ అన్నాను. అట్లీస్ట్ 1 హెడ్ అంటే మినిమం 1 హెడ్ ఉండొచ్చు, మ్యాక్సిమం ఎన్ని హెడ్స్ అన్నా ఉండొచ్చు. సో 2 హెచ్ఎస్ ఉండేవి కన్సిడర్ తీసుకున్నాను. అండ్ దెన్ ఫైనలీ నేను చూసినట్లయితే HH కూడా కన్సిడర్ చేసుకుంటాను, విచ్ మీన్స్ ఇట్ హ్యాస్ 3H. సో వెన్ ఐ సే మినిమం 1, ఇట్ మీన్స్ మ్యాక్సిమం ఎన్నన్నా ఉండొచ్చు, మినిమం అయితే 1 ఉండాలి. సో ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ ఆల్ టుగెదర్ ఎక్సెప్ట్ దిస్ TTT, అవునా, టైల్ ఈ పర్టికులర్ అవుట్కమ్ తప్ప నాకు అన్ని డిఫరెంట్, ఐ మీన్ ఈ 7 డిఫరెంట్ అవుట్కమ్స్లోనూ ఐ హ్యావ్ 1 హెడ్. ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ ప్రాబబిలిటీ ఆఫ్ గెటింగ్ అట్లీస్ట్ 1 హెడ్ ఇస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 7 by 8. సో ఆ ఒక అవుట్కమ్లో మాత్రమే వీ డోంట్ హ్యావ్ ఎనీ హెచ్, విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ TTT. అంటే దాంట్లో చూసారంటే ఫస్ట్ కాయిన్ టాస్ చేసినప్పుడు వీఆర్ గెటింగ్ టైల్, అండ్ సెకండ్ కాయిన్ టాస్ చేసినప్పుడు వీఆర్ స్టిల్ గెటింగ్ ద టైల్, అండ్ థర్డ్ కాయిన్ టాస్ చేసినప్పుడు కూడా టైల్. ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ దాన్ని మనం ఒమిట్ చేసి వీఆర్ లెఫ్ట్ విత్ 7 అదర్ outcomes, 7 by total probability, I mean total outcomes is once again 8, so which is obviously 7 by 8. I hope you understand this. Now next question we choose getting 2 heads. Okay, find the probability of getting 2 heads. So probability నాకు heads 2 heads అనేది నేను చెక్ చేసే ముందు నా ఫేవరెట్ ఇక్కడ చేంజ్ అయింది. ఇన్ ద సెన్స్ now when I toss 3 coins I'm expecting at least 2 heads. సో నా రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఏంటి అంటే ఇక్కడ చేంజ్ అయింది. సో ఇనిషియల్లీ ఇట్ వాస్ జస్ట్ ఓన్లీ 1 head. సో నా రిక్వైర్మెంట్ చేంజ్ అయిందంటే డెఫినెట్లీ ఇట్ ఇస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి N of E ఈజ్ ఈక్వల్ టు, నా రిక్వైర్మెంట్ ఏమైంది అట్లీస్ట్, ఐ మీన్ గెటింగ్ 2 హెడ్స్, ఎగ్జాక్ట్లీ 2 హెడ్స్ అని చెప్పాను. ఎగ్జాక్ట్లీ 2 హెడ్స్ అన్నప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది, సో వీ డోంట్ కన్సిడర్ హెచ్ హెన్స్ జస్ట్ బికాస్ ఇట్ హ్యాస్ 3 హెడ్స్, బట్ నాకు ఎగ్జాక్ట్గా 2 హెడ్స్ ఉన్న కండిషన్ అయితే సరిపోతుంది. 2 హెడ్స్ అంటే అఫ్ కోర్స్ దిస్ HT నేను తీసుకుంటాను, అండ్ దెన్ HTH నేను కన్సిడర్ చేసుకుంటాను, అండ్ దెన్ THH. కరెక్ట్, 3HH, which is once again it's like 3 by 8. Correct, 2 heads. And now at least 2 heads అని చెప్తున్నాను. So at least, so it's once again 3 by 8. I mean here it is 3 and total probability P of E is equal to 3 by 8. సో అట్లీస్ట్ 2 హెడ్స్ అన్నప్పుడు ఎగ్జాక్ట్గా 2 హెడ్స్ ఉన్న కేసెస్ అవుట్కమ్స్ మాత్రం మీరు కన్సిడర్ చేసుకుంటే వీఆర్ గెటింగ్ 3 by 8. నా లుక్ అట్ ద లాస్ట్ వన్ విచ్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ గెటింగ్ అట్లీస్ట్ 2 హెడ్స్ అని చెప్తున్నాను. సో అట్లీస్ట్ 2 హెడ్స్ అంటే 2 మినిమం ఉండాలి, మ్యాక్సిమం ఎన్ని హెడ్స్ అన్నా ఉండొచ్చు, బట్ యూ కెనాట్ గో ఫర్ 4 heads and 5 heads just because the tossing itself happening only for the 3 coins. మనం 3 coins మాత్రమే టాస్ చేస్తాం ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్. సో హియర్ ద టోటల్ outcomes is obviously 8. Now నా రిక్వైర్మెంట్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే n of e, నా ఫేవరబుల్ అవుట్కమ్స్ మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఐ నీడ్ అట్లీస్ట్ 2 heads. ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ HHT నేను కన్సిడర్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. ఫస్ట్ హెచ్, సెకండ్ హెచ్, థర్డ్ టీ, అండ్ దెన్ HTH నేను కన్సిడర్ చేసుకుంటున్నాను, అండ్ దెన్ THH నేను కన్సిడర్ చేసుకుంటాను, అండ్ దెన్ అట్లీస్ట్ 2 కాబట్టి ఐఎమ్ డన్ విత్ 2 outcomes. See, I have considered the outcomes which are having 2H, correct, 2 H's, and now I'm going to consider the option, outcome which has 3 H's as well, just because see నా ఫేవరెట్ ఏంటి, మినిమం 2 H's రావాలి. 3 H's వచ్చినా I don't have any issues. In such case, see, the favorable outcomes here are 4. Hence the probability here it is going to be P of E is equal to N of E by N of S, correct, which is 4 by 8, which is 1 by 2.
Hello students, welcome to the C language training program. Today I want to start with some graphical programs in C programming language, which are the graphical function programs. Now the last session I discussed with graphics introduction I give. Actually every C program first it is started with a command user interface. Previously whatever all C programs, if I compile the program, if I run the program, execution time you are getting only command user interface. What is mean by command user interface? You can enter the alphabets, numbers and symbols, and your run screen editor also, background screen is black color, the text color is white color. Command user interface means it's a black and white editor. The background color is black and the text color is white. And command user interface, you can enter only alphabets, numbers and symbols. Suppose you want to convert command user interface into graphical user interface. Your C program editor, you want to convert command user interface into graphical user interface with the help of graphics programs. What is the reason of graphics? Your C program editor converted command user to graphics editor. Whenever you create the graphics editor, graphical user interface, if I execute the C program, you are getting some auto shapes, drawings. If I want to get the ellipse, if I want to get the circle or rectangle or line, arc, polygon, different type of auto shapes can be created with the help of graphics. Now the graphics functions already predefined by C language author with the help of which header file, graphics.h. C language author created some library, graphical functions execution purpose, one library created, the library called as graphics.h. Hash include graphics.h. Inside of graphics.h you have many built-in functions. Every graphics program which is the first function to be run, init graph. If I want to work with any graphics, first function to be run init graph. What is meant by init graph? Initialize the graph, graphic mode to be converted. By default your editor is command user mode, but you want to convert to the graphics mode. Graphics mode means you want to draw the shapes based on the pixels. That means x axis, y axis, top side, left side, right side, bottom side. Around the shape you want to apply some pixels. That is possible with the help of graphical user interface. The first function is init graph. What is the syntax of init graph? Address of the graphics driver, address of the graphics mode, and path of BGI file. How to convert your character user mode to graphics mode? Display adapters are required. Your screen to be converted to the display adapters. Which are the display adapters are there? EGA, embedded graphical adapter, VGA, visualize graphical adapter, CGI, color graphical adapter. Like that you have many adapters. Whenever you install the C software, in that C programming software, along with installation, which folder is automatically getting? BGI folder getting. By default C drive, TC, bin location. Daily I executed C programs under TC location, bin location. But the graphics required a driver available on which location? TC folder, bin folder, instead of bin folder, BGI folder. In that BGI folder, which file is available? EGA VGA.BGI. EGA VGA.BGI. Whenever that file is available, then only you can run the graphics. The first function syntax, address of graphics driver, address of the graphics mode, path, wherever BGA. What is one more function you have? Detect graph. What is meant by detect graph? That is also address of the graphics driver, address of the graphics mode. But that BGI file available on the same path. Wherever you compile the program, same location BGI file available. What is one more function you have? One more function you have close graph. INIT graph indicates initialize the graph, graphics to be converted. Close graph means whatever graph already created, you want to close the graph. Again, the graphics mode convert to the which mode? Command user interface mode. INIT graph indicates CUI to GUI. Close graph indicates the graph will be closed. Graphical editor convert to the command user editor. You have some built-in functions are there. You see the syntaxes of that built-in function already I discussed. You see the syntaxes INIT graph, detect graph, close graph, set color function. What is meant by set color function? If I want to apply the color of the screen. If you want to apply the color of the screen, set color function. How many colors can be run? 16 colors. 0 to 15, 16 colors, totally 16 colors. And the color can be mentioned as integer data type. You can mention as integer code. Set a color of 4. 4 indicates red color. If I indicate 0, black color. If I indicate 1, white color. Like that color code. If you don't know the color code, instead of that color code, color name also enter. Instead of that color code, color name also enter, but the color name should be uppercase letters. Your applied color name should be uppercase. What is one more function you have? Set BK color, background screen color. By default, the background screen color is black. But if I want to apply the color of the background, you can go for this set BK color 15, yellow, color code. One more function you have put pixel function, put pixel. What is meant by put pixel function? If I run the C program graphics mode, X coordinate to Y coordinate, you want to apply the color. Some X coordinate to Y coordinate to apply the color. Put pixel, X coordinate, comma Y coordinate, color. What is one more function you have? Line function. What is meant by line function? To display the line between the given coordinates. To display the line between the coordinates x1, y1, x2, y2. When I mention the line 4 coordinates, you see that for the graphics mode, actually you have that pixel points are there. You have the pixel points. In that location you have some pixel points. Suppose this is vertically indicates, and one more I have, this is horizontally indicates, and here you can mention with some pixel areas, like suppose I created 100, the next one is 200, and next one is 300, next one is 400, like this. You have some pixel points to be entered. 100, next one is 200, next one is 300, next one is 400, like this. Pixel points. Suppose this is actually pixel area. In that pixel area, if I want to draw the line, suppose here I want to draw the line. This is my line I want to draw. Whenever I want to draw the line in this graphical area, what to be mentioned now? X coordinate. Now this is called as left side. Left side indicates pixel value, x coordinate, and the top side indicate pixel value, y1 coordinates, and right side pixel value, and that is for x2 coordinate, bottom side pixel value, that is y2 coordinates. What is the mean that here this is x1, now this is y1, now this is x2, this is y2, x1 for left side, y1 for top, and x2 for right, y2 for bottom. Around that you want to draw some line with the help of line function. Similarly, you have one more function, line 2. What is meant by line 2 function? Which function already display the line? You want to extend the coordinates, which is already line is there, you want to extend the coordinates. That is possible line 2 function. The current coordinates will be extended. What is the meaning of line 2 function? I have already one line will be draw here, x1, y1, x2, y2, but I want to extend this coordinate, this line to be extend, x2 and y2 to be extend. What is one more function I have? One more function is that it is called as circle. For the circle function display given center coordinates and radius. You want to mention the coordinates, x coordinate, y coordinate, and the radius. 3 arguments. This is 3 arguments. Ellipse function you have. It is also draw the elliptical shape, x, y, starting angle to be mentioned, ending angle to be mentioned, x radius should be mentioned, y radius should be mentioned. Totally how many arguments? 6 arguments. This is 6 arguments. One more you have arc function is there. Arc function. Arc means half circle. X coordinate, y coordinate, starting angle, ending angle, only one radius. Only one radius. 5 arguments. One more function I have, rectangle function. Rectangle. Now the square rectangle. Rectangle function x1, y1, x2, y2, 4 coordinates. Rectangle, it's a square rectangle, 4 coordinates. One more function I have, set text style. What is meant by set text style? When I run the C program, your output text font to be changed. Your output text font can be changed, and your output text direction can be changed, and your output text size also change. 3 arguments. Text style 3 arguments, font, direction, and size. Horizontal underscore direction, vertical underscore direction, font, size. 3 for some fonts, Arial, Times New Roman, Comic Sans, 0 for direction, 5 for size. Out text xy. What is meant by out text xy? I want to display the given text in the given coordinates. I want to display the given text within the given coordinates. It's out text y. Out text y x comma y coordinates text. Now these are the major functions available under graphics.h. Now I want to see one example program. Actually, how to get the help information? If I want to get the help information about graphics, under Turbo C editor, it's a IDE editor, blue color editor. In that editor only, you can work with Control F1. Control F1 indicates help about your commands, help about your functions, help about your keywords. I want to get the help about graphics, graphics.h. In that graphics.h header file, some list of functions like arc function, circle function, close graph, ellipse, get bk color, background color, bar, clear device, like that many functions. You can page down many functions. Suppose I want to see the circle syntax. Under graphics.h header file, library, I have many functions. But I want to see the circle function syntax. You click off that circle. You want to draw the circle, arc draws a circle, circle draws a circle. You can mention the here far pointer is there. That is not required actually. Arc, circle, and a pie slice will be there. Pie slice will be there. If I want to create with circular, which are the arguments? X, Y coordinates and radius. X, Y coordinates and radius. You see that this is left side degree value, this is top side degree value, this is right side degree value, this is bottom side. You want to affect this, you can go for this. This is circle function syntax. You can go for circle example. You see the circle example program also giving built-in code. Int G driver, graphics driver equal to detect. What is meant by detect? It's a macro, detection of driver, your graphics driver. Graphics mode, error code. If any error is there, error code will be displayed. Automatically path will be setting and you want to see the graphics, circle or anything. If any programmer to get the helper, control F1, in that control F1 graphics.h, control F1 graphics.h, within the graphics.h, you can see the list of functions, which function syntax you require, you select off that function, you press enter, you can see the description and syntax. How to draw the graphics. Now I want to take with one example. I want to explain one example program. Graphics only, I want to take one example program. You see that one example program? Very simple example. How to create the graphics, one simple example. Now I want to draw the line. My request is, what is my program? Example program on the line. To draw the line. Hash include stdio.h, hash include conio.h, which header file to be work for graphics, graphics.h. If any function I want to run the graphics, graphics.h header file to be open. In that header file, you see that stdlib.h, that is optional, maybe or may not be as your request. Int main function, here I used int main. Under main function, int G driver, it's a variable, integer variable. The G driver equal to detect. It is a predefined macro, automatically detected your graphics driver. Now this is variable detection of graphics driver, G mode. What is the syntax of INIT graph? Already I discussed. INIT graph, address of the graphics driver, ampersand. Address of the graphics driver, ampersand graphics mode, address of the graphics mode, path. But here I am not mentioned any path. By default, this BGA file path, wherever it is there, C:/TC/ by default BGI location, that file is there, EGA VGI.BGA. But instead of that BGI file you can paste under bin location also you can place. Wherever your program is saved, in that location only that file is available. In that location, bin location to copy, EGA VGA.BGI file should be copy in that location. First I want to use with INIT graph. What is the usage of that? Your command user interface convert to the graphics mode. Once the graphic is initialized, line, I want to draw the line function, line to be drawn. 0, it's x1, I mean left side x pixel, and the top also x pixel, x1, y1, this is y1, and this is x2, I mean right side pixel. Now this is 400, y2, bottom pixel. 4 coordinates. Get ch to get the output screen. I want to close the graph. Whenever my graph is completely displayed on the monitor, again I want to close the graph. Come back to the command user. Return 0 because int main. Return 0, successfully written. Now I want to save this program, then I want to run the program. You see the program, now I want to run this. Under Turbo C editor only I want to run gra1.c, graphics.c, where it is there, you verify that. Under Turbo C3 location, under bin location, my graphics program I want to use here, which is the name I have, that the same name I want to save. Here I used with see that what is the name I giving, some name I want to change here. File, save as. Where I want to save this? Under C drive. Under C drive I want to save. Under C drive, now Turbo C++ folder, disk folder I have, Turbo C3 bin location. I want to save this. What is my program name? Graph1.c. Now I want to use with graph1.c. Graph1.c. I want to compile this. Under Turbo IDE editor, I want to run this graph1.c. This is my program. Now, when I run this program, you are getting the screen converted to the graphics mode. You are getting the one line. One line is coming. You see the line. When I run this program, you are getting line. Now, for the x coordinate, left side 0 I giving, and the top also 0 I giving. Right side coordinate 300 I giving, and bottom coordinate also I giving something 200 or something. Based on that, it will be draw the line. Now that means what? If I run the program, your command user editor convert to the graphics mode, again that is closer to the command user. In this program, which functions I used? init graph, initialize graph, line function also there, and a close graph also there. 3 function available on which header file? graphics.h. In that header I used. Now I want to discuss with one more program how to draw another graphical shape. Just now I discussed how to draw the lines. Now I want to discuss with one more graphics program. Now you see which is my another graphics program. I want to draw another shape. Now you see which I want to graph I want to create now. Check it this. I want to print the rectangle shape. Now I want to print the rectangle shape to be print. What is my program to print the rectangle under graphics? Hash include stdio.h, hash include conio.h. Every graphics which is the library to open, graphics.h. Under graphics.h you have many function, init graph, close graph, rectangle, line, stdlib.h, standard library, int main. Now int g driver, graphics driver, equal to detect. Now this detect indicates macro, it is automatically detecting your machine graphics driver. Which driver is installed in your Turbo C, the driver will be detected. Automatically detected, graphics mode. Now I want to give with the init graph, initialize graph, address of the graphics driver, address of the graphics mode. Address of the graphics driver is detection of graphics mode, graphics driver. Address of the graphics mode, path of your BGA. Wherever program is saved, same location BGA. Now see, I want to give with the left, right, top, bottom. These are my pixels. What is my pixel I want to use? Left, get max x, divide it by 2 minus 50, and get maximum size, x coordinate maximum size divided by 2 minus 50, half. Again get max y coordinate divided by 2, I mean half pixel screen minus 50. Right also same, get max of x right side plus 50 it is adding. Here bottom get max of y coordinate plus 50. How to draw the rectangle here? Rectangle function, left, top, right, bottom, these are actually left, first left, then top. You see the previous diagram, every graph drawing the same way. This is left, here left, now this is top, and this is right, this is bottom. Left, top, right, and bottom. 4 coordinates will be required, left, right, top, bottom. Here I given the rectangle 200 is left pixels, and top is 50 pixel, right is 160 pixel, bottom is 230. Any coordinate points, any coordinates. Get CH to end of the program and close graph. What is meant by close graph? It is convert to the command user interface. Finally, in this program, just I used which function? INIT graph, initialization graph. It is commonly. What is one more function I used? Rectangle function. This is for 4 coordinates, left pixels, top pixels, right side pixels, and bottom pixels. Finally close the graph. Now see, I want to save this program. Save as. Under which location? C drive, turbo C disk, turbo C3, under bin location. What is my program name? I want to change graph2.c or graphic2.c. My program name is graphic2.c. When I compile and run this program under IDE, graphic2.c, I want to print the rectangle graphic2.c. See that when I compile it, when I run it, it's a rectangle shape is coming. If I run the program, rectangle shape is getting, this is rectangle. Now this rectangle left side, first left side pixel is 100 I giving, and a top pixel I giving, a right side pixel I giving, and bottom 4 pixels. Left side pixel 200 I giving, top side 50 pixel, right side 160, and bottom side 230. You can change the coordinates and you can verify also. Suppose if I go for here, here I used 300 I used, here 300 I used, here 200 I used. You can change the coordinates also. Here 260 I used, and here 330 I used. If I save and I compile and I run this, based on your pixels only it is coming the drawings. That is called as, which function I used here? Rectangle. In this program, how to work the rectangle for the graphics, that I discussed. Now I want to create with one more example program. For the graphics only, one more example program I have. Previously I discussed a line and one more is rectangle. Now I want to work with a 3D bar. In this program I want to explain the 3D bar, 3-dimensional bar. How to work with the 3-dimensional bar. Hash include graphics.h. Here also graphics header file. stdio.h, conio.h, stdlib.h, standard library. After that, int g driver, graphics driver equal to detect. Every graphics program detect is a macro. Automatically system detect the graphics driver location, G mode graphics mode. Here I declared with the mid x value, mid y value, and I. What is one more function? INIT graph, address of graphics driver, it is common syntax, address of the graphics mode, and empty path. I mean this is wherever your program saved and compiled same location you are working with this graphics, same location, BGI file available, this location BGI file. Mid x value, get max of x value divided by 2, I mean total x coordinate value divided by 2, half. mid y get max of y divided by 2. Now I want to use with for I for index, I equal to empty underscore fill. What is mean by empty underscore fill? It's one of the macro, it's a predefined fill empty. I less than user underscore fill, based on our user fill, I plus plus. How to fill of that? You have one function is there, set a fill style. I want to fill the color, fill the style. How to fill the style? Which style? I initially empty fill. After that I value increments. How it is increment? 0, 1 like this. Get a max color. Max color will be displayed. Now here I want to go for bar 3D, 3 dimension bar syntax. Mid x minus 50, actually whatever mid x is there minus 50, mid y minus 50, and half value mid x plus 50, mid y plus 50, 10 comma 1, it's a starting x radius, y radius. This is for starting angle, ending angle, again for that radius. Now this is for x radius, y radius, totally 6 arguments, 3D bar. Finally get ch function, close the graph. My graph should be closed. Return 0. Return 0. It's successfully returned the value. You check that. Save. Which location I want to save this graphic program? Under C drive, Turbo C++ editor, disk folder I have. Turbo C3 bin location I want to save. What is my program name? Graphic3.c. Graphic3.c. I want to draw the bar. Bar I want to draw here. It's a bar shape, 3D bar, 3 dimension bar with filling. Graphic3.c. 3D bar I want to place here, 3D bar. Now here I is a small letter, 3D bar I want to place. When I compile and when I run this, you have 3D bar. You see that it's a 3-dimensional bar. X, Y and Z axis you have, it's a 3-dimensional bar. This set max x, set max y and radius, x radius, y radius. Based on that you can get the, you see that if I press enter button, fill the color. If I fill a style, styles will be changes, different fill styles will be changes. Based on our entered point, the different type of styles will be changes. That is called as here empty underscore fill is started. After that user underscore fill, both are the macros. If I want to verify this, what is the syntax of that? Go to the here, when I want to use of that, you want to see the different patterns. If I want to open with the control F1, you see that which I want to verify, empty fill, it's a keyword. Go to the index, go to the index. Here you go for empty underscore fill. Empty underscore fill you have, empty underscore fill. Now I want to go here, F1 button, graphics.h. First I want to go for control F1, graphics.h. Now here graphics.h only you want to enter, graphics.h. You see that, 1 minute, graphics.h. Within the graphics.h only you have different styles, fill patterns, get fill pattern is there, fill ellipse will be there. Here different type of fill patterns. You want to adjust of the different type of fills, you can use. Empty underscore fill is there. You see that get fill patterns. If I enter these, you have get fill patterns are there. User defined patterns, our entered patterns, many patterns. Set fill patterns, different type of patterns you have. Based on our request, you want to get off that patterns. Max color also you can apply. Get max color. Color also you can fill. Now you see, now I want to go for one more graphics program. You see that one more graphics program I want to discuss. I discussed already rectangle, line and 3D bar. Now I want to pick one more graphic program I want to discuss. I want to print the arc shape. Arc shape I want to print. It's a half circle. Generally what is meant by arc shape? you want to make it as half circle, like this is arc shape you want to print, either top or bottom you want to print that arc shape to be print. How to print off that value here, arc shape to be print, how it is working of that arc, graphics.h, stdio.h, conio.h, std library.h. Now here there is no void main, int main return type. G driver is a variable, detect is a macro, automatically detect your graphics driver, mid x point, mid y, it's a integer, starting angle value 45 directly giving, ending angle value 135 directly giving, radius value 100. Actually arc means 5 arguments required, starting angle, ending angle, radius. INIT graph, address of graphics driver, address of the graphics mod, and it's a BGI file path. Your program is saved which location? Same location BGI file available, egavgi.bgi. Mid x equal to get maximum x divided by 2. Similarly, mid y equal to get maximum y divided by 2. I want to set the color function to be used. What is the reason of color function? To apply the color, screen color to be applied, get max color, which is the maximum color that I want to run. Arc, mid x, mid y, mid x is get max x divided by 2 mid y, starting angle 45, ending angle 135, 100 I have, after that radius, totally 5 arguments. Mid x value, mid y value, x coordinate, y coordinate, starting angle, ending angle, radius. Finally, get ch to end of the graph, to end of the monitor. Now close graph. Close graph means your graph will be released, it is converted to the command user interface. Return 0, successfully return. If I want to save this program, if I run this program now, check it. If I run this program, arc shape will be getting. Where I want to save? C drive, turbo C++ editor, disk turbo C3. Under bin location, I want to save the program. Graphic, here I want to use graphic4.c. I want to save the program graphic4.c. If I run this program now, arc shape will be getting. You want to get the arc. Arc is nothing but half circle, 5 coordinates required. Every arc of 5 coordinates. That is also arc is a predefined function. You see that when I compile, when I run this, you are getting arc shape. This is arc shape you are getting. Based on your points only, graphical points only, you are getting the arc. Now see, if suppose you see the function here, arc, mid x, mid y, starting angle, ending angle, and radius. 5 coordinates are there. Here actually 5 coordinates. Instead of these, directly I can use direct values. Actually here I giving the variables. With variables only I define. Without variable also I can define that. Directly I can define the value. How to work off that directly? Arc. Here I used with the arc mid x value. Here I used a mid x value 200, mid y value 250, and starting angle value 60, ending angle value 150, and radius value 100. 5 coordinates. Directly you can mention the 5 coordinates: x coordinate, y coordinate, starting angle, ending angle, and radius. If I compile it, here G driver, here I want to work off this I want to run, here INIT graph should be run. INIT graph is not as a comment line, that should be run, because I want to work with INIT graph. The remaining things I can make comment, directly I can enter the values. INIT graph should be there, initialize the graph. Now I want to end off this. You see that when I work off this now, when I compile and run this, you are getting arc. Previous arc is different coordinate position, this arc is different coordinate position. Based on our pixel points only, you can define the arc. Arc will be defined. Arc function 5 coordinates require, 5 coordinates. Now see that which are the different type of the auto shapes I created here. Arc I created, and previous program I discussed 3D bar, 3-dimensional bar. Now for the 3D bar, how many arguments require? 6 arguments. Bar 3D, 6 arguments. One is for x1 coordinate, y1 coordinate, starting angle, ending value, ending angle, starting x radius, y radius. Now this is for x point, x coordinate. This is y coordinate. This is starting angle value. This is ending angle value. Now this is for x coordinate point. This is x radius. This is y radius. 6 arguments required. If I go for another function, I have check it. I want to print the rectangle. Rectangle means which is the rectangle function you have. Now for the rectangle function, 4 arguments I have. Which are the 4 arguments I have? Left side, left x coordinate value x1, this is y1, and this is right side x2, this is y2. It's a rectangle shape coordinates. What is one more I discussed? Line. If I want to draw the line x1, y1, this is left, this is top, this is right, this is bottom, 4 coordinate for draw the line. If I want to go for a normal graph, generally graph means we can go for init graph function should be there, address of driver, address of mode, and every graph after execution of graph, close the graph. That means release the graph, and it is converted to command user interface. Finally, what is my conclusion? Here I used different type of graphical programs. See that in this graphics header file, different type of graphical function how to use, that I discussed. But every graphical programs which is the header file to be used, graphics.h, author defined library. You have many different type of functions are there, but every graphics program to run, compulsory graphics driver should be installed. Automatically under TC BGI folder you have the driver, graphical adapter you have, EGA VGA.BGI adapter is there. Then only your screen will be converted to the which mode? Graphics mode. Every graphics program compulsory 3 function you have. init graph, initialization of graph, and one more is close graph, one more is detect, it's a macro detection of graph. I discussed a many list of graphical function, arc and line, how to draw the bar, how to draw the 3D bar, how to draw the rectangle shape, how to draw the circle, how to draw the one more is you have that curve also there, arc also there. Okay, and the next session I can continue some more graphical programs. Today I want to stop that. In the next session I can continue some more graphical function. Thank you for this video. Hello students, welcome to the C language training program. Today I want to discuss with in C programming language which are the different naming notations you have. Which are the naming notations are there in C programming language. What is meant by naming notations? Which are the different type of definitions you have in the C programming language. While working of C programming language, which is the first naming notation you have? Variable. What is meant by variable? Every programming, if I want to store the value, variable to be created. Every variable is user defined. The variable is called as which can store the value in the memory, which can store the value in the memory, which is user defined, which can variate the value. That is called as variable. What is one more type of naming notation you have? Array will be there. In C programming language you have the array. What is meant by array? Array called as one variable can store many type of elements. One variable can store many elements, but all elements should be similar type of elements. Array is nothing but collection of homogeneous elements or similar type of elements. What is the importance of array? One variable can keep many values. Instead of one variable, instead of many variables, you can create array and you keep the values. And one more advantage of array, all elements are stored continuous memory allocations. All elements are stored into continuous memory addresses. What is one more type of naming notation you have? That is called as function you have. Function. What is meant by function? Function called as, it's a named block. Function is a named block. A self-contained block. Using one name, set of code can be compiled. Function called as named block. Using one name, set of code can be compiled. A function is a predefined process. Set of statements can be compiled with a single name, the name called as function. Every function you have three steps are there. Like already I discussed the user defined function, function declaration, function calling, function definition. Function declaration before main function to announce the function. Declare the function before main. If I want to call the function, inside main to call the function. Once you are called the function now, to make a body of the function. What actually function does? That should be explained on function definition. Function definition after the main. Declaration part is before main, calling part is inside main, definition is after the main. What is one more type of naming notation you have? Structure is there. Structure also one more type of naming notation. What is meant by structure? Structure called as a collection of different type of elements. Array is nothing but collection of similar type of elements. Structure is nothing but collection of different type of elements. Structure also called as collection of heterogeneous elements. Heterogeneous called as different type. Homogeneous called as same type. What is one more type of naming notation you have? One more type of naming notation, union will be there. Union also called as collection of different type of elements. Union also indicates collection of different type of elements but with a single address. Structure collection of elements stored at a different address. Union collection of elements stored at a single address. Only one address you can store. Structure is a user defined data type. Union also user defined data type. What is one more type of naming notation you have? Pointer will be there. Pointer, it is also called as naming notation. What is meant by pointer? Pointer called as to find address of the variable or address of the value. In your compiler memory which can store the value address can be found out with the help of pointers. Using pointers only you can point out the address, value address or variable address. These are the most important naming notations in the C programming language. If you want to understand of the C programming data structures, if you want to learn the C programming data structures, before learning of data structure, the complete C language naming notations is very important. When you perfect of these naming notations, then only you can understand C language applications. Using C programming, which are the applications can be developed, those are developed based on the data structures. Now in the market, C programming projects related to the data structures. If you want to develop any C language projects, must and should you have to learn about data structures. The data structures are related these naming notations. Whenever you perfect of these naming notations, then you can understand data structure very easily, you can understand, and you can develop the apps with the help of C program. Now I want to discuss about briefly about these naming notations in the C programming language, which is already you learn, that I want to review of these notations. Now see that the first one is called as variable. Variable is nothing but which can store the value and which you can maintain the value. What is the definition of variable? It is a user defined word. Variable called as, it's a user defined word. Keyword is nothing but author defined. Variable is nothing but user defined, which can store the value, in memory. If I want to store the value in the memory, that is called as variable. It is a user defined word which can store the value in memory. That name is called as variable. Where you can store the value, that memory hole is called as variable. Every variable, when I define the variable, every variable to make some rules. If I want to make a variable, some rules to be followed. Variable naming rules. Variable name to make some rules. What are the rules you have for the variable name? Every variable name, what is the rule number 1? Every variable name minimum first letter starts with the alphabet. The variable name first letter starts with the alphabet or underscore. Either alphabet can start or underscore can start. Like you see some example. How to define the variable? Data type, integer, character, float, string. Variable name is x. Suppose my name is x. In this statement, x is a variable, int is a data type. X is our defined name, variable, int is a data type. Every variable name first letter starts with the, alphabet or underscore. What is my variable name? I used x, SNO. In this name, first letter is alphabet. That rule to be followed. First letter cannot start the digits. First letter cannot start the special symbols. First letter must and should start the alphabet. Either underscore also allowed. What is the one more rule? Every variable name minimum. One character length. Every variable name maximum 127 characters length. Minimum 1 character should be there, maximum 127 characters. Suppose example, int I want to create marks. Now this variable name length 5 letters. This length of variable name 5 letters. Single letter also allowed. Minimum 1 letter, maximum 127. What is one more rule of you have? Every variable name in between special symbols not allowed. What is mean by special symbol? Hash, @ space, dot, like that you have many special symbols, except underscore symbol. Underscore symbol is allowed, hyphen symbol also allowed. Underscore symbol is allowed, hyphen symbol also allowed. You see, suppose one example I used, int s underscore no, it is valid. Suppose if I used int s dot no, it is invalid because of its special symbol. Dot is a special symbol. Special symbol which are allowed, underscore is allowed, hyphen also allowed. Dot, space, hash, @ those are not allowed. That is a rule of one more variable rule. What is one more rule you have? Every variable name must be unique name, in declaration. While declaration of variable, the name should be unique name. You see some example, int x comma y. Now this is valid. X is a variable, y is a variable, both are integers types, both are different names. If I define int x comma x, it is invalid. It is shown the error because of both are same names. Every variable name must be unique name. There is no duplicate variables. Same variable again and again you can't declare in the declaration type. What is one more rule? Every variable name must be user defined word. Every variable name must be user defined word. Keywords as a variable name not allowed. Keywords as variable name not allowed. That is also error. Keyword as a variable. You see some example, int, what is my variable name? Variable name is if. If is a keyword. Under C programming dictionary, if is a keyword. Keyword is nothing but author defined word. Author defined word cannot make as a variable. Author defined word. That should be our defined, any name. If I use F, it is valid. If I use I, that is valid. If I use if is a keyword, it is invalid. These are the rules to be followed for variable making rules. What is the definition of variable? Variable called as which can store the value in the memory. You can store the value in the compiler memory. Wherever store the value, the name called as variables. Variable names are user defined words. Every variable name to make a rule, what are the rules to be followed? Every variable name first letter starts with alphabet or underscore. Every variable name minimum 1 character length should be followed. Maximum 127 characters should be followed. Every variable name in between special symbols not allowed. Hash, @ underscore is allowed, hyphen is allowed. Every variable name must unique name in the declaration type. There is no duplicates. Every variable name must be user defined word. Keywords as a variable names not allowed. Keyword as a variables. This is a one naming discussion in the C programming language. That means what? Just now I discussed with variable discussion. Variable I completed. Mostly every C programming I used the variables. If I want to store any value, compulsory variable to be declared. If I want to store the student marks, integer variable. If I want to store the student names, character array, string to be stored. If you want to store the attendance, attendance is a variable, float type. If I want to store the double, long float. Every C programming variable compulsory to use, which can store the value. What is the reason of variables? In compiler memory where you store the value, the name is called as variables. But variables are user defined or author defined? User defined. Variables are strictly user defined, that is not author defined. Which words are author defined? Those are called as keywords. Those are not variables. Variables are user defined, keywords are author defined. Every variable, how many values can store? Single value. Once you declare the variable, you can store only single value. If I want to store the variable multiple values, one naming declaration, multiple values to be allowed. What is one more type of process you have? Array. Array is a naming notation. What is meant by array? One variable can store many values. If I created integer array, all elements are integers. If I created character array, all elements are characters. It's a string. If I store the float array, all elements are decimals. What makes a difference of variable and array? Variable can store single value, array can be store multiple values. What are the types of array you have? Single dimensional array, two dimensional array. Single dimensional array called as one row or one column. Two dimensional array called as multiple rows, multiple columns. Two dimensional array also called as array of arrays. What is the drawback of array here? Once I define the size, you can't increase the size of array, you can't decrease the size of array. Array advantage, one variable can store many elements. But what is the drawback of array? Once I define the array size, you can't increase the size, you can't decrease the size. Array is a static memory data type. What is meant by static memory data type? Once I fix the size, design type, you can't allocate the memory at execution time, you can't allocate. That is the reason array is a static memory data type. The drawback of array, fixed size. One more drawback of array, one variable can store same type of elements. It cannot be store different type of elements, same type of elements. Array, how to recognize? Square bracket. Which variable you have square bracket? The variable treated as arrays. If you have one square bracket, single dimensional array. If you have two square brackets, two dimensional array or multi-dimensional array. Single square bracket indicates single dimensional array. Two square brackets indicates two or multi-dimensional array. You see that now already I discussed and what is the definition for arrays. Just array definition and syntax. You see that what is next one more type of naming notation you have, array. Array is a collection of similar type of elements or homogeneous elements. Similar type of elements or homogeneous elements store multiple values. Store multiple values. Every array index value starts from 0 to size minus 1. If you want to read the array elements, how to read that array elements? First element started with 0 index, last element end with the size minus 1. Array is a fixed type of memory. Array is a fixed type of memory process. It's a fixed type. User cannot increase or decrease the size. And how to make, what are the array process? Array process is similar to matrices. Similar to matrices, you have to make of that arrays. Single dimensional matrix, two dimensional matrix. You see the syntax of array, data type, array name, square bracket. It indicates a single dimensional array, one square bracket, and you can enter the elements also. You can enter the elements. Within that you can mention the size. This is for size. What is one more type of array? Data type, array name, that is also array. Data type, array name, RS. RS for row size, CS for column size. RS for row size, CS for column size. Open the flower braces and mention the first row elements, comma. Again open the flower braces and you can mention the second row elements like this. Many rows. Based on our sizes, many rows. Based on our sizes. You see that one example, how it is working of that array. One simple example. What is a syntax and example? Enter. I want to define marks. Marks is a array 4. In this statement, marks is a array name, 4 is a size. But these all marks are which type of marks? Integer marks, integers. I want to store the integer marks 100, 20, 50, 40. How to read off the first mark? Marks of 0. If I want to read the first mark in the array, marks of 0 index. If I want to read the last mark, marks of 3. Marks of 3. It's called as last mark, it will be read. If I want to go for two-dimensional array, enter I used marks. Here I used 2 students, each student 3 marks. Now this is two-dimensional array. What is the meaning of that? 2 arrays or 2 rows. 2 arrays or 2 rows. Each array 3 elements, 3 marks. 2 students, 3 marks. Totally how many elements? 2 into 3, 6 elements. Now I want to enter the first student mark 45, 55, 65. Next I want to read the second student mark 35, 67, 89. Totally 6 elements. If I want to read the first student first mark, how to refer? I mean first row, first element 0, 0. First row, first element, how to read of that? 0, 0. First row, first element. If I want to read the first row, second element, how to read that? 0, 1. First row, second element. If I want to read the first student, third mark, 0, 2. If I want to read the second student, first mark, marks of 1, 0. Marks of 1, 0. Similarly, remaining also based on the index. This is now here this is single dimensional array, this is two dimensional array. But whenever I mention the size, if I mention the 4 elements only you can enter, 5th element cannot be entered because my size is fixed. If I enter 2 by 3 size, 6 elements only you can enter, you can't enter more than that, it is shown there. And one more is suppose if I mention enter marks of 100, my array size is marks, integer type, 100 size. If I mention 100 size, if I mention the 100 size, you can enter 0 to 99 index. Suppose I enter 10, 20, 30, only 3 elements I enter. Actual size 100, but I enter only 3 elements. What is the problem at that time? Memory wastages. Every mark integer 2 bytes memory allocated. Each integer 2 bytes. 100 means 100 into 2. 200 bytes. 200 bytes memory allocated. Within the 200 bytes, 6 bytes used. 6 bytes of memory used. Remaining bytes memory wastage. Remaining bytes allocation memory will be wastage. That is the problem of array. Now these are integer arrays. If I want to create character array, char, what is my name of array? Grades. Name of array grades. 4 grades. I want to enter for 4 grades. A grade, B grade, C grade, D grade. 4 student grades. This is character array or string. How to read the first grade value? Grades of 0. If I want to read for the second grade value, how to read that? Grades of 1. Similarly, to read of that, how to read the last value? Grades of 3. But every character array, one more extra character filled by compiler. Every character array. Grades of 4. I mean 5th letter, which will be filled \0. It is called as null, \0. Finally, what is my conclusion? Every character array index started from 0 ends with size -1 plus extra character, which is extra character \0. Null indicates it is termination of your character array. This is also called as string. Character array or string, both are same. How to define that string? Char grades of 4 equal to double quotes A, B, C, D. Now this can be mentioned character array elements also, character array also, or you can mention as string also. Both are same. string mentioned on double quotes, character array single quotes. Every string terminated by which character? Extra character \0. It's extra character you have, null. That is a completely discussion about array process, array to be naming notation. Finally, what is the meaning of array? Array called as one variable can store different type of elements or same type of elements. Array is nothing but one name can store the similar type of elements, many elements. Every array index value started from 0 to size -1. Array types are there. Single dimensional array indicates one row or one column. Two dimensional array indicates multiple rows, multiple columns. Array, how to recognize? Square brackets. Using square bracket you can denote the arrays. Whenever you go for arrays, what are the drawback of array? Array is a static memory data type. What is meant by static memory data type? Once you fix the size, you can't increase the size, you can't decrease the size. One more problem of array, same type of elements only you can store. One variable can store same type of elements. It is not stored for different type of elements. What is the advantage of array? Easy to access the many elements, list of elements. Integer arrays you have, character arrays you have, float elements you have. What is one more type of naming notation in C programming language? Function to be discussed. Function. What is meant by function? Function called as, it's a named block. Function is a named block. Using one name, set of code can be compiled, which is already compiled code that can be stored with a single name, the name called as function. Function called as named block or self-contained block. Self-contained block. In single name, set of code can be compiled. Every C program, which function is compulsory? Main function. Every C program, the last all programs I discussed, started header files, after that main function, void main. Every C program main function is a mandatory function, compilation begins. Your C program compilation started at main. User defined function may be create, may not be create. What is the reason of function? Why you have to create the functions? What is the reason of functions? Suppose same set of code, many areas to call. I am calculated addition of two numbers. I am calculated addition of two numbers. My input is two numbers, my answer is one answer. But the same formula I want to run off many times. I want to input many numbers and many additions. Many numbers I want to input and I am expecting many results. Reusability purpose. What is the major advantage of function? Reusability. Same set of code, many areas you want to run. Then you can prefer the functions. And the functions, one more advantage, secured. Function can be secured. Code can be secured. Generally, whenever you create the function, calling inside the main. Through the main you can call the function, the body is somewhere. The function can be called multiple times. One function can be accessed multiple times. Definition should be once, but the calling is many times. And the user defined functions are three types are there. No return, no arguments. No return with arguments, with return with arguments. Functions are classified into two types, predefined, user defined. Predefined function means which function already defined by author. With the help of header files, with the help of library files, those are already created. Printf function, scanf function. Mostly every C program printf and scanf. Scanf is a input the data, read the data from the keyboard. Printf is to get the output or to get the information through monitor. Scanf is a input function, printf is a output function. Both are already predefined by C language author. With the help of which header file? stdio.h. Clear screen function, getch function, those are available on conio.h. Console input and out. Some more function you have: square root, power, seal, math.h. String length, string upper, string lower, string.h. malloc, calloc, free, alloc.h. Exit function, stdlib.h. Now, which are the important file handling functions, file handling libraries? stdio.h, conio.h, math.h, stdlib.h, alloc.h, ctype.h, ms.h, graphics.h, many headers. But mostly frequently used headers stdio, conio. Because of stdio reason of printf, scanf. Conio header reason is clear screen, getch. How to create a user defined function? 3 steps are there: declaration of function, calling of the function, definition of the function. Why you have to create the user defined function? What is the need of functions? Anyway, author already defined some function, you can use of that functions, but why you have to create that functions? Sometimes same code, same formula, same expression, many areas to be run. Repetition of code can be avoided. Either same formula or same function or same expression, many areas no need to write. Just one time you create the formula, that can be called many areas. Possible with function. Reusability. Security also there. Security. I mean, inside function variables are separate, outside function variables are separate. Inside function variables are local variables, outside function variables are global variables. Local variable can access only local. Global variable can access on entire program anywhere. Which variable created inside the block? Local. Which variable created outside the block? Global. Local variable means inside the function, inside the block. Global variable outside the block, outside the function to be used. And one more is, one more advantage of functions, easier maintenance. The code can be easy. And functions also called as subprograms. Subprograms. Every program main is a function, but separately you created a function that is calling through main. Separate functions you created that is calling to main. Easy to maintain the code. And functions are modularity. What is meant by modularity? Heavy lines of code. Suppose my program 100 lines program. 100 lines program at a time to be compiled, it's very difficult. In my program 1000 lines. 1000 lines maintenance very difficult. You can write the program, you can compile it, you can run it, you can get the answer. But what is the problem of this? The readability is very difficult. 1000 lines readability very difficult. 1000 lines compilation very difficult. At that time, that can be splitting into a small piece of coding. You can divide into small piece of coding. It is called as functions. If I have 1000 lines, first 100 lines one function, next 100 lines another function, next 100 lines another function, like that you want to split. You want to split off that functions. Subprograms, or you can that is also called as modules. One more advantage, portability. What is meant by portability? Easy to move one program function to another program. In one program you created one function, same function I want to access to another program. Easy to move on. These are the major advantages of functions in C programming language. Which are the advantages? You have reusability and code clarity, easier maintenance, the code is easy to maintain, modularity, heavy lines of code splitting into small piece of code, portability, easy to move one machine to another machine, and one more advantage, extendability. One day you make a function code, you can extend any day, you can add the lines, modify the lines. That is the reason go for functions. What are the user defined function types? No return, no arguments. No return means void. No argument means you are not pass any values. Second one is no return with arguments. Void with argument means some value to pass, integer, character. Third type of function is no with return with arguments. With the return type. Suppose you are adding two numbers. Once you are add the two number, your result is which data type? Integer. You are passed the inputs, after processing you are expected some answer, output, return back. After processing of value, you want to return back the value. That is called as return type. But these all function created with three steps: declaration, calling, definition. Declaration before main, calling is inside main, execution is after main. That is also one more naming notation. You see that I want to create with a naming notation function. The third one is function. What is meant by function? Indicates here function is a predefined program. Function is a predefined program or named block. Named block which is evaluated specific expression, which is evaluated specific expression or list of expressions. List of expressions. Every function identifies with which symbol? Brackets. Every function recognized with brackets. Wherever you have the brackets, those are functions. Wherever you identify these brackets, those are functions. Wherever you identify the square brackets, those are arrays. Wherever you identify this bracket, functions. It's a naming of function. Every function identified this. Which are the user defined function? User defined function types you have. No return, no arguments. User defined function types. No return, no arguments, no values. No return means void. No return with arguments. You want to pass some values. One more is with return with arguments. You want to pass some values. With return type and arguments. Suppose if I want to create no return, no arguments. What is the syntax of no return, no arguments? Void. Void called as no return. And function name. Function name is our defined. Function name. No arguments. You are not passing any values. This step is declaration step. This step is called as declaration of function. This is called as function declaration you have. Next I want to use with inside of main call the function. Inside of main you want to call the function name of the function to be invite. This step is called as which step you can call? Calling the function. Calling of the function. After main to be explain whatever function you are already declared. After main to be explain the function whatever already declared. This step is called as what? Definition. Function definition. Inside of that some set of statements, the body of the statements. The body of the statements block. Now this is called as function declaration step before main. Before main to be declare the function. Inside of main to invite the function, it is calling. After main to be explain the function, the body of the function, definition. Many times you can call it of this. Like you see if I use void, If I use void, display is my function, display no arguments. Now inside of this is declaration step. Now I want to create with main, void main. Inside of main I want to call the display function, our defined function. Many times I want to call the function. Finally get ch to end of the main. Now this display function is our defined, user defined. Which I want to display, void display. I want to display no arguments. I want to display something, any symbols. Something, any symbols I want to display, or something, any pattern I want to display. This function is no arguments, no return, no arguments. While creation of this program, first started for main, compilation begins at main. In that main, display function is calling. It is directly jumping to their subprogram and body will be executes. After that it will be called to back again main. Again display function is coming to here and body will be execute, come back to main. Get ch means to end of the main, to end of the main program. Finally here display function how many times calling? 2 times, and the body of statement will be executed. But this is no return, no arguments function. No return with argument function also run, with return with argument function also run. Already I discussed that syntaxes. Now today I want to stop these, the naming notations I discussed. Which are the naming notations in C programming language? Which are the names used in the C program, like variables, variable name, arrays, how to define the array, and how to define the function, it is also named notation. Structure, how to create user defined data types, that is structure. How to define one more user defined type? Unions. What is the last one naming notation? Pointers, how to keep the value based on the address. These are very important entire C program. Whenever you finish off these naming notations, then I start for data structure programs. How to create your data with the help of different structures. In the next session, I can continue different type of naming conventions or naming notations. Thank you for this video.
Hello, welcome all to this session of Mana TV program. I am Mrs. Dorka Vijay Kumari. I am working as a lecturer in Biochemistry, Government College for Women, Guntur. Today I am going to explain about the PCR technique. So here, before we enter into the details, so let us learn what is the definition of PCR and what is the P stands for and CR stands for. So here the P is nothing but, PCR is nothing but polymerase chain reaction. So this polymerase chain reaction, who developed this technique? This technique, it was first developed by Carey Mullis, and he was working as a scientist in Cetus Corporation, North California, USA. He was working on some of the techniques like synthesizing short oligonucleotides. Along with Fred Faluna and Ehrlich and Psyche, he worked out this PCR technique in 1983, for which he was awarded Nobel Prize in the year 1993 along with Michael Smith. So here he is the inventor, Carey Mullis. When he was working in Cetus Corporation, he discovered this one, and he summarized this procedure as: beginning with a single molecule of genetic material DNA, the PCR can generate 100 billion molecules in an afternoon. This reaction is easy to execute. It requires no more than a test tube, a few sample reagents, and a source of heat. It is in his words he explained this PCR method. So he told the significance and accuracy of this method of synthesizing the molecules over billions of times. And this PCR, in this one, P stands for polymerase, and you might be knowing about what is called as the ending with the suffix ase. Whenever there is suffix ase, it is the meaning that it is the enzyme. So here the polymerase is an enzyme. So these enzymes are the molecules which make a polymer. For example, the DNA polymerases, RNA polymerases, these are the example for the polymerases. This technique uses DNA polymerase. This PCR technique, it uses DNA polymerases, and here the PCR is there. CR stands for the chain reaction. As you know that the chain reaction is the repeated reaction. So it is the products of one reaction will be the reactants for the next reaction. So that will be the PCR meaning. And coming to the definition of PCR, it is the technique which results in an exponential amplification of desired DNA fragment in vitro. So it is performed in a small vial called PCR tubes, and this technique, it is nothing but amplification. The DNA molecules are amplified or multiplied a number of times to obtain the multiple copies of the desired DNA fragment. See here, this is the amplification of DNA exponentially by the PCR method, and this is the target DNA, and this red one is the original one which we need to amplify. So at the end of this diagram, you can see this is the target DNA which is amplified many a times, and this is the first cycle, second cycle, third cycle. So it is the cycle reaction, it is going on like this. So at the end of 30 cycles, you can see the large number of DNA molecules which are produced. So if you count, it would be about 100 crores of the DNA molecule, which will be billions of DNA molecules which are produced by this PCR technique. Let us see the principle of PCR. So here it is an inverted technique, as I told before, and is based on the principle of DNA polymerization reaction. Here the DNA polymerization is the main requirement to perform the PCR technique. It relies on the thermal cycling consisting of repeated cycles. So as I told you, it is nothing but the chain reaction. Repeated cycles will be there, and it is consisting of heating and cooling of the reaction. So some of the time the reaction is getting heated, and in the next stage it will be cooled. The reaction will be proceeding like this. For what it is done? It is done for the melting the DNA. Melting is nothing but denaturating the DNA, and for the enzymatic replication process. So that heating and cooling process is done for the DNA melting and for the enzymatic replication. So here the DNA is cooled, and at the end we are using this DNTPs, primers and DNA polymerases all together are the part of the PCR. So this technique can amplify a specific DNA sequence by as many as billion times in a short time. The significance of this technique is working in a very short time and production of billions of copies, crores of DNA are produced by this technique. Let us see the requirements for the reaction, PCR reaction. First requirement is the target DNA. The target DNA is nothing but it is also called as a template DNA. That DNA has to be amplified many number of times, and also required a thermostable DNA polymerases. So in the principle we have seen that the DNA polymerization is the main principle, and here see the thermostable, the use of the thermostable DNA polymerases. Apart from that, we also need primers and DNTPs. DNTPs are nothing but deoxyribonucleotide triphosphate, and proper concentration of the magnesium ions and buffer solution. So these are the requirements to perform the PCR technique in vitro. We need a template DNA and a thermostable DNA polymerase, primers are needed, DNTPs are needed, proper concentration of the magnesium ions are needed, and the buffer solution. So let us see them one by one. First of all, the target DNA. It is the DNA fragment which has to be amplified many number of times. So this target DNA, so this is the DNA fragment which is required to be amplified, and it is also called as target DNA as you are watching. The length of the DNA fragments, usually a length of approximately 10 kilobase pairs is chosen to perform the PCR technique, and some techniques they allow the amplification of the DNA fragments up to 40 kb in length. You know that the kb is nothing but 1000 base pairs, and 40 kb is nothing but 40,000 bases. The DNA would be 40,000 bases in size. So usually 10 kb DNA would be sufficient for almost all the PCR techniques, and if a lengthier DNA is needed, it would be up to 40 kb and not more than that. Usually the DNA is about 1 picogram, 1 nanogram of plasmid of DNA template, or it may be 1 nanogram to 1 microgram of genomic DNA template are sufficient for amplification of the target DNA, which is required for 25 to 30 PCR cycles. So here a very small amount of the plasmid DNA or the genomic DNA, whatever the DNA source may be, it is needed. So here 1 picogram is nothing but 1 into 10 power minus 12 grams. So very minute quantities of the DNA is required. 1 nanogram, as you know, that it is nothing but 1 into 10 power minus 9 grams. A very meager amount of the DNA, very small amount of the DNA is sufficient to perform the PCR reaction. The reaction will be going for about 20 to 40 cycles, and we also need a thermostable DNA polymerase. Thermostable DNA polymerase, why it is needed means the polymerization, in the PCR technique, polymerization means forming the new DNA strand is performed at a very high temperature. So at that temperature the DNA polymerases should be active. That is why the thermostable DNA polymerases are used. These are also called as heat stable DNA polymerases. So here these are the examples of the DNA polymerases which are thermostable. The first one is tag DNA polymerase. It is another popular one is PFU DNA polymerase. Vent polymerase can also be used. So using these tag DNA polymerases, the PCR reaction is performed. Let us see the organisms from which these enzymes are isolated. The first one is tag DNA polymerase, and it is isolated from the Thermus aquaticus. It is a bacterium and it usually grows in hot springs which can tolerate a temperature of 80 degrees Celsius. So 80 degrees Celsius means it is growing in usually very hot springs, and it is isolated from the Yellowstone National Park, USA, which has volcanic hotspots. So there are volcanic hotspots and there are the hot springs. From those hot springs, this bacterium, unusual bacterium, was isolated. Its name is Thermus aquaticus, and this is the structure or morphology of the Thermus aquaticus bacterium. Coming to the classification, it belongs to the main domain is bacterium belonging to the phylum Deinococcus thermus, and it belongs to the Deinococcus class, Thermales order, and the family is Thermaceae. So it is a bacterium which is under the order of Thermales. Thermales usually the order which contains most of the bacteria which are living in at a very high temperature. So Thermus aquaticus is the bacterium from which the tag DNA polymerase is isolated, and usually they are packed, after the synthesis of the tag DNA polymerase, commercially these are available in these vials like this, and this is the protein which is nothing but the tag DNA polymerase. Let us see another the source organism from which the DNA polymerase, heat stable DNA polymerase, is isolated. It is nothing but the Pyrococcus furiosus. This Pyrococcus furiosus It is isolated. It was isolated from geothermally heated marine sediments from one of the beaches known as Volcano Island from Italy. So these sediments from those beaches, the sand is taken, the mud is taken, which is heated to a very high temperature, 90 to 100 degrees centigrade. When they are studying at that high temperature, and they could able to find out this organism. So this is nothing but Pyrococcus furiosus, and its optimum temperature, it usually grows at 100 degrees centigrade. So what is our optimum temperature? We are living at 37 degrees centigrade. So at the normal body temperature for almost all the organisms is 37 degrees centigrade. So above that temperature, the enzymes they become denatured, and at about above 50 degrees centigrade, all the enzymes, above 60 degrees centigrade, all the enzymes become denatured, and the organism usually dies. And this organism, it is very special. Its optimum temperature is 100 degrees centigrade, which is nothing but the boiling temperature of the water. And at this temperature, usually all the organism dies, but this organism could able to grow very efficiently, multiplying. And this organism, it belongs to the domain Archaea, which is nothing but a prokaryote. Let's see the classification. It belongs to the domain Archaea, and it belongs to the kingdom Euryarchaeota, phylum Euryarchaeota, and it belongs to the class Thermococci. And this is the organism from which the DNA polymerase is isolated. The name of the DNA polymerase is PFU DNA polymerase. After completing the thermostable DNA polymerases, let's see the primers. What are the primers? Primers, as we have seen in the process of replication, we have seen the primers, definition of the primers. Primers are nothing but short oligonucleotide fragments of DNA which contain free 3' hydroxyl group. So that free 3' hydroxyl group is very much important to act as the primers, and this is important for the DNA polymerase. Any DNA polymerase, not only tag DNA polymerase, even the bacterial DNA polymerase, they require the primers. They are at most important because they provide the 3' hydroxyl group which is required, which is very much essential for the DNA polymerases to elongate the chain. Elongation is nothing but for the addition of the nucleotides. This primers are required. So here, these are the oligonucleotide, as I said, that define the sequence to be amplified. So here they are the primers which attach to the DNA template. Wherever they are attached, the sequence after that is amplified. And two types of primers are used here. One is the forward primer, another one is the reverse primer. So two types of primers are used in the PCR technique. These two primers are complementary to the 3' ends of the sense strand and anti-sense strand of the DNA target. You know that the DNA has two strands. One is called as sense strand, another strand is called as anti-sense strand. And one of the primer, if the forward primer attaches to the sense strand, the reverse primer attaches to the anti-sense strand. The primers with melting temperature of about 52 to 58 degrees centigrade are preferred. So those primers who have the melting temperature of 52 to 58 degrees. What is melting temperature? This is the temperature where the two strands of the DNA get separated. So, and the GC content of this primer should be 40 to 60 degrees centigrade. So these are the primers which are essential. Two types of primers are used, forward primer as well as the reverse primer. So let us see the another requirement, which is nothing but the DNTPs. DNTPs are nothing but deoxyribonucleotide triphosphate. What are these deoxyribonucleotide triphosphates? These are nothing but the nitrogen bases along with the phosphate molecule which are required, which act as the precursor molecule for the synthesis of the DNA molecule. These DNTPs, there are four types of DNTPs, as you all know. They are deoxyadenine triphosphate and DGTP, DCTP, thymine triphosphate, thymidine triphosphate. These are required for the addition during the process of polymerization. So all these 4 types of DNTPs should be present in adequate amounts. These are nothing but the DNA building blocks. As I already told that these are the DNTPs which are acting as a precursor molecules which are needed to elongate the chain. By the addition of the DNTPs, the DNA chain will be elongating. The DNTP solutions are usually neutralized to a pH of 7, and a concentration of 10 millimolar solutions are prepared which are stored at -20 degrees centigrade before using them. A working stock, when we are using them, we have to take the concentration of working stock which contains about 1 millimolar of each DNTP which is required for the process of PCR. DNTP concentration should be between 20 to 200 micromoles, which is best suited for the reaction. And all these, as I already told, all these 4 DNTP should be present in equivalent concentration to process the PCR efficiently. Another requirement is magnesium ions. So it is supplied in the form of magnesium chloride. Why these magnesium ions are required? As you know that in the process of replication, we know that the DNA polymerases are metalloenzymes. What are these metalloenzymes? Metalloenzymes are those which require metals which act as a cofactor. Likewise, here for the heat stable DNA polymerases also, the cofactors are required. The cofactor for the DNA polymerase is magnesium ion. At very low concentration of this magnesium ion, the tag DNA polymerase is usually inactive. To make it active, appropriate concentration, that is optimum concentration of magnesium ion concentration is very much essential. That concentration would be usually 1 to 5 millimolar concentration. So how it is important in the PCR technique? How the magnesium ions play an important role means they play an important role in the primer annealing process, strand dissociation temperatures of the template, and they also affect the PCR product, the product specificity, the specificity of the product, the quality of the product, and the enzyme activity. They regulate the enzyme activity. And also fidelity. Fidelity means faithfulness of the replication. How correctly the strands get amplified is nothing but the fidelity. Here the tag DNA polymerase requires free magnesium ions that binds to the DNA template, primers as well as DNTPs. That is why to maintain proper magnesium ion concentration is very much essential for the PCR technique. Also this PCR technique requires a buffer solution. That buffer is usually tris HCl buffer whose pH is about 8.3 to 8.8, and that buffer solution concentration would be usually 10 to 50 millimolar and usually stored at -20 degrees centigrade, and this is commercially available buffer solution. See here the buffer solution we can prepare well alone, as well as we can buy the commercial samples. The commercial samples nowadays we are getting like PCR master mix. So this vial contains PCR master mix. It contains all the requirements as I told, like tag DNA polymerase is present in this one, proper appropriate concentration of DNTPs are present, and also buffer along with the magnesium ions. All of them are commercially prepared and they are sold to us. Addition of this template and primers would be sufficient for this PCR mix. When we buy a PCR mix, just we need to add the template as well as the primers. All the others like tag DNA polymerases, DNTPs and buffer solutions, they are present in the master mix. See here, this is the PCR tube and this is the template, and all these are requirements as I previously mentioned. Template, DNA, oligonucleotides, primers are required, DNA polymerases, DNTPs, 4 types of DNTPs, buffer, tris HCl buffer to maintain the pH and to provide the magnesium ions. All of them are taken in a reaction vial that is called as a PCR tube. See, this is the template which should be amplified target DNA to be amplified. These are the primers. The green one and the orange one are the primers. One is the forward primer, another one is the reverse primer. Many copies of these primers are present in the solution. We also are watching here TAC. TAC is nothing but TAC DNA polymerase, thermostable or heat stable DNA polymerase. Many copies are present here, and you can see these molecules. They are nothing but DNTPs. Large number of DNTPs, appropriate concentration of DNTPs are required for the process. So these are the requirements. What are all we covered here? Template DNA, oligonucleotide primers, DNA heat stable DNA polymerases like TAC DNA polymerase or PFU DNA polymerase, or DNTPs, and buffer to maintain. Let us see. So now we have completed all the requirements which are necessary to set up the PCR technique, and let us see the procedure, how the PCR is performed. This PCR, it is in the form of cycles, many cycles. As I told you before that it can operate from 20 cycles to it can go to around 40 cycles. So each cycle of PCR is divided into 3 stages. These are the main stages which are required for the PCR. Denaturation of the target DNA, first stage. Another step is the annealing of the primers. The third one is the extension or polymerization. There are only 3 main stages in the DNA. To set up the PCR. One is the denaturation, the second one is annealing and extension. First of all, let us see the denaturation of the target DNA. So denaturation, what is here the double stranded DNA template is heated to about 92 to 95 degrees Celsius. So it is that reaction tube which is we are taking in a PCR tube will be very small, of the size would be just an inch like that. So that in those PCR tubes the reaction mixture is added, master mix is added, TAC DNA polymerase is added, as well as the templates which are required, all of them they are added, and this is heated. First of all, it is heated to about 92 to 95 degrees centigrade. Why it is heated and what happens when the DNA is heated? Here, when the double stranded DNA, we have taken the template DNA in the double stranded form. Imagine this is the template DNA which is taken. When it is heated to a very high temperature, what happens is, you know that the 2 strands of the DNA are bound with the help of the hydrogen bonds, and here the hydrogen bonds are broken down when the DNA is heated. When the DNA is heated to a high temperature, the hydrogen bonds between them are broken down, releasing the single strands. Here, as I already told, the hydrogen bonds between the 2 strands of the DNA are broken down. The double stranded DNA is converted into single stranded DNA. These single strands will act as a template for the production of the new DNA. And at this stage, it is important to ensure that the temperature is maintained long enough to separate all the double stranded DNAs. Here, these double stranded DNAs, previously we may add only one double stranded DNA, but later when we are proceeding through the cycles, many double stranded DNAs would be formed. All of them should be denatured. So we have to ensure that the denaturation temperature should be long enough to denature, to separate all the strands into single strands. This step usually takes from about 15 to 30 seconds. The same is represented. The double stranded DNA has now become 2 single strands. These colored molecules are nothing but DNTPs. This is one polynucleotide strand, another polynucleotide strand. Usually in double stranded DNA there would be hydrogen bonds in between, but when it is heated to a high temperature of 95 degrees centigrade, all these hydrogen bonds are broken down, separating the 2 strands. That is called as denaturation, which is the first step in the PCR cycle. The second one is nothing but the annealing. What is meant by annealing? Annealing usually is nothing but the slow cooling. Slow cooling is called as annealing. What happens during slow cooling means it enables the joining of the primers. So when the separated during the denaturation process, the two strands got separated, and to those two strands now it is the primers has to bind to those two strands. Here when they are cooled slowly, the primers are joined to the DNA strand. What are these primers? As I already mentioned, these are the short oligonucleotide fragments which contain free 3' hydroxyl group, which is very much essential for the DNA polymerases. So these are nothing but short single strands of DNA or RNA molecules which are complementary to the DNA template. They are required for the DNA polymerase to add the nucleotides. So annealing is nothing but cooling slowly, and thereby what happens is the primers got joined to the single strands. These primers are nothing but short oligonucleotide fragments which are required for the DNA polymerases. After denaturation, the reaction is cooled to about 50 to 65 degrees centigrade. So this is the annealing temperature. The two primers, namely the forward as well as the reverse primers, joined to the denatured DNA. At this annealing temperature, there are two primers are there, forward and reverse primers, they will join to the denatured DNA, and the annealing temperature to be maintained depends on the TM of the target DNA. Here the annealing temperature, the template DNA what we are taking, first of all that is taken in a separate experiment, and the melting temperature is measured for that one. Melting temperature is the temperature where the two strands just got separated. That melting temperature is very much essential for setting up the annealing step. Here the melting temperature is taken in such a way that it would be 3 to 5 degrees less. The annealing temperature, it should be maintained 3 to 5 degrees less than the melting temperature. It takes usually 10 to 30 seconds. Denaturation step also takes around 15 to 30 seconds. Here the annealing step also takes from 10 to 30 seconds. So during the annealing process, what happens? These primers, forward primer as well as the reverse primer, they will join to this template. The annealing temperature is 50 to 60 degrees centigrade. Previously the denaturation temperature is 95, approximately 92 to 98 degrees centigrade. It is cooled to about 50 to 60 degrees centigrade, thereby enabling the primers to attach to the DNA strands. Next step is nothing but the extension or polymerization. Extension is also called as a polymerization step. Extension, why it is called as extension means the DNA chain will be extending, it is elongating, it is called as extension. Polymerization, the main step of polymerization takes place at this stage, that is why it is called as the polymerization step. The temperature is raised to 72 degrees centigrade. Previously we have seen the temperature of 50 to 60 degrees centigrade which is required for the annealing process, but now here the temperature is again raised to 72 degrees Celsius. Why do we need to increase the temperature? We can perform this polymerization process even at 50 degrees Celsius. Now why do we increase the temperature means this is the optimum temperature for the tag DNA polymerase to function. You know that the tag DNA polymerase or the thermostable DNA polymerases are nothing but they are functioning very efficiently at a very high temperature of the order of above 70 degrees centigrade. We have seen that PFU optimum temperature is 100 degrees Celsius, and here the tag DNA polymerase optimum temperature is about 72 degrees Celsius. Here, why can't we use the normal E. coli DNA polymerase instead of tag DNA polymerase? We are using tag DNA polymerase. Now the question is, why can't we use normal E. coli or bacterial or prokaryotic DNA polymerase? Why can't we use them in the PCR step? Here their optimum temperature is about 37 degrees centigrade. Whose optimum temperature? Normal bacterial DNA polymerases, E. coli DNA polymerase, their optimum temperature is 37 degrees centigrade. So here in the PCR step, the denaturation step is there where the temperature will be going above 90 degrees centigrade. So at that temperature also this DNA polymerase whatever the DNA polymerase we are using should be efficient. That is why normal DNA polymerases like E. coli DNA polymerases, they are inefficient. They will be denatured. They are inefficient at that high temperature. That is why tag DNA polymerases are used. Then if the E. coli DNA polymerase can't do this function, which DNA polymerases can tolerate this high temperature? It is the heat stable DNA polymerases, which are isolated from different bacteria and archaea. All these organisms are living in extreme environment of a very high temperature. We have already discussed about the thermostable DNA polymerases. I repeat them once again. Tag DNA polymerase, which is isolated from the Thermus aquaticus. PFU DNA polymerase, which is isolated from the Pyrococcus furiosus, whose optimum temperature is 100 degrees Celsius. Vent DNA polymerase can also be used, which is isolated from the Thermococcus littoralis. It also belongs to the Thermococcales order, Thermococcal family. Vent DNA polymerase can also be used. So tag DNA polymerase, PFU DNA polymerase and vent DNA polymerases can serve the function of elongating the chain at very high temperature very efficiently. So what happens during the process of extension? The temperature is raised to 72 degrees centigrade, which is the optimum temperature for tag DNA polymerase. The tag DNA polymerase attaches to the primers and adds the DNA bases to the 3' end of the primer, thereby extending the strand. So during the extension process, where the temperature is 72 degrees centigrade, these DNA polymerases, tag DNA polymerase, PFU DNA polymerase, they will be attaching to the primers. Primers are providing free 3' hydroxyl group. To that free 3' hydroxyl group, a new nucleotide DNTPs are added by the tag DNA polymerase. Whenever the addition is going like that, the chain is elongating and it is extending, and this step is also called as polymerization step. The single strand template has now become the double-stranded DNA. Previously we have seen during the denaturation process, annealing process, we have seen the single-stranded DNA, and whenever the tag DNA polymerase is binding to that one, that single-strand DNA slowly becoming double-stranded DNA. The duration of this step, polymerization step, it depends on the length of the target DNA to be amplified. So that target DNA, how many bases of the target DNA to be extended depends, that takes a small duration. Like this here, usually it takes 1 minute to copy about 1000 bases. To copy 1 kilobase pair, it requires just 1 minute. If our DNA is about 2000 bases, it requires 2 minutes. Likewise, a 4000 bases DNA, 4 kb DNA, if we choose, it takes only 4 minutes to perform the process of polymerization. See here, this is the extension process or the polymerization, the third stage in the PCR technique, where the temperature is about 72 degrees centigrade, because that is the optimum temperature for these purple colored DNA polymerases. Already they have extended this DNA strand. Previously we have seen only single stranded. Now that single stranded DNA has now become the double stranded DNA with the help of the addition of the DNTPs, which is done by the enzyme tag DNA polymerase. Here usually in setting up the denaturation, listen, this is the overall stages. This slide shows the overall steps involved in the PCR cycle. One PCR cycle, it is comprised of these steps: denaturation, annealing and polymerization. Denaturation is done at 90 to 95 degrees Celsius. Annealing is done at 50 to 56 degrees Celsius. Polymerization process is done at 72 degrees Celsius. During the denaturation, you are watching here, one double-stranded DNA becomes 2 single-stranded DNAs. During annealing process, annealing is nothing but slow cooling. The primers got joined to the single-stranded DNA. polymerization step where the temperature is 72 degrees, the two single stranded DNAs which are generated in the denaturation step, now to them the new strand is added, thereby they are becoming two double stranded DNAs. Watch carefully, once double stranded DNA at the end of one cycle has now become two double stranded DNAs. I repeat, one double stranded DNA has now become two double stranded DNA at the end of one cycle. So these cycles got repeated many a times, thereby we get many copies. This figure it is a double stranded. Previously we are taking only one double stranded DNA, it is denatured, then it became two double stranded DNA. One double stranded DNA has become two double stranded DNA. So this is nothing but cycle 1. Then coming to the next cycle, two double stranded DNAs has now become 1, 2, 3, 4. Four double stranded DNAs are there. So one double stranded DNA has become two double stranded DNAs, 2 has become 4, and 4 has multiplied to about 8 double stranded DNAs at the end of the third cycle. In the fourth cycle they will become 16 double stranded DNAs. Likewise in the fifth cycle they will be exponentially multiplied, exponentially amplified. So this is the illustration to show that the PCR produces lots of copies of DNAs. In each and every cycle the DNA would be multiplied. So to perform this PCR technique we need very short vials which are called as PCR tubes. They will be just an inch. See here, you can imagine the size of the PCR tubes. This is nothing but micropipette. Using the micropipette, a very small aliquots of the reaction mixture. Usually we make 100 microliters of the reaction mixture, or else 50 microliters of the reaction mixture, or else even 25 microliters of the reaction mixture can be used to perform the PCR technique. So these are the PCR tubes. Then after adding master mix, we know that the master mix and primers we have added everything, DNA polymerase, everything we have added. After adding them in cold conditions, we have to put them in the machine which is called as the PCR machine. See, this is nothing but the PCR machine, thermocycler. It is also called as thermocycler. So in this PCR machine, this is the lid which has to be open. When we open the lid, there is a slot, there is a place for putting those small PCR tubes. So the PCR reaction tubes will be very small. All those reaction tubes, after adding everything, they are kept in these small slots which would be maintained at a high temperature like that, and the program is run. The program, usually we need to mention the denaturating temperature, annealing temperature, and the extension temperature. They have to be mentioned here, and they are computer using this program. We have to load that program using a new file. Usually we have to give the annealing time as well as polymerization time. And this is the procedure what we actually do in the practically. It takes only 2 minutes to complete the cycle, and three steps of thermal cycling are repeated to about 20 to 40 cycles. So these 3 stages, like denaturation, annealing and extension, these are the 3 stages which together comprise one cycle, and those cycles are repeated to about 20 to 40 cycles. At the end, which produces billions of copies of target DNA in few seconds. Cycling is always preceded by heating to high temperature. So before we denature, before we have 3 steps now, denaturation, before the denaturation, the cycling machine is usually heated to more than 90 degrees centigrade. After completing 3 stages, there will be hold time for the final product extension, or it may be used for the brief storage. So together we will see the overall steps which are used in the PCR machines practically. These are the main steps which are used in the PCR machine when we are working on them practically. First of all, it is nothing but the initialization step, followed by the denaturation, annealing and extension. So before denaturation there is only one step called as initialization. After the extension there are two more steps, optional steps, which is nothing but the final elongation and a final hold. So initialization followed by denaturation, annealing, extension, final elongation and final hold. Coming to the initialization, the required it is required for DNA polymerase that a very high heat is required by the DNA polymerization, for which the reaction chamber, that slot what we have seen in the PCR machine, that chamber it is preheated to about 94 to 98 degrees Celsius. The duration will be usually 1 to 10 minutes. So that initialization period will be 1 to 10 minutes of time it is allowed. Then only it is followed by the denaturation step, followed by annealing step and extension step. After the extension step there will be a final elongation step. So it is an optional step, maybe, or we cannot program it, or we may program that one. It is nothing but maintained at about 70 to 74 degrees Celsius, which is optimal temperature for most of the DNA polymerases. So it is it takes about 5 to 15 minutes after last PCR cycle. Last PCR cycle means if we are conducting PCR for about 30 cycles, after the 30 cycles we are allowing final elongation. That final elongation step would be 5 to 15 minutes. Remember, it is done after the last PCR cycle. So it ensures that any remaining single stranded DNA is fully elongated. So if any by mistake any single stranded DNAs are remaining in the final step, that is polymerization step, final cycle, then this step, final elongation step, which is maintained at 70 to 74 degrees centigrade, it ensures that all of them are to become double stranded DNAs from the single stranded DNAs. Last one is nothing but the final hold. This is the final step which cools the reaction chamber. We have seen the reaction chamber which is maintaining different temperatures. Now in the final hold time, the reaction chamber has to be cooled to about 4 to 15 degrees Celsius. It can be kept for indefinite time. It can be used for the short storage of the PCR products. Now the temperature is decreasing to a very low temperature of 4 degrees. Thereby the PCR products which are formed, the double stranded target DNAs, all of them which are formed can be stored for a brief time even in the PCR machine itself. So here the final initialization, all of them, they are required. Let's see this one. It is nothing but a video which was downloaded from the free sources. So this step, how it is work. PCR is nothing but polymerase chain reaction. Okay, let us see the applications and types of PCR. We'll see that video later. Let us discuss, as the time is approaching, we'll discuss applications and types of PCR. Coming to the applications, PCR machine, by performing the PCR technique, it has a very vast applications in the field of medicine, in the field of research, in the field of diagnosis, and in the forensic sciences, helping the people of the defense, and many applications of them. After them, we are mentioning only few techniques like selective amplification, which is nothing but the quantification of the DNA. It has applications in the medical diagnosis, prenatal testing, tissue typing, early detection of the cancers can be used, detection of the infectious agents can be used, and to detect the viral load it can be used. As I told, many applications are there for the forensic departments, and many a times this is the main technique which is used in the research laboratories. First one is selective amplification of the DNA. The PCR allows the amplification of selective specific DNA fragments useful in many techniques. So for many of the experiments, the DNA fragments are needed in large quantities, which is required, which is done by the PCR technique, hence enabling the analysis of the DNA samples even with the minute starting material. The efficiency lies in using them in very minute quantities. It is useful after the PCR technique. They may go to different techniques like cloning, southern blotting, northern blotting techniques, which need large quantities of the DNA. And this, after, it is useful to perform Sanger sequencing. You know that the Sanger sequencing is nothing but determining the order of the nitrogen bases one after another. So before performing the Sanger's method, PCR is the main technique which is performed to amplify that DNA sample into many billions of times. The PCR technique is required prior to the DNA fingerprinting. Next application is the quantification of the DNA. So if we need very large quantities, you have seen after the 30 cycles 100 crores of the target DNA is synthesized. So that amplification would be very much required in many of the techniques, research techniques, and for that one, quantification of the DNA is very much essential, particularly when we are dealing with the paleontological studies where they are working with the fossils. Very small amount of the DNA is found. At that time, they will be amplifying that DNA using the PCR technique to study further different characteristics. So why it is needed means to if the large quantities of the DNA is available, they can go for the different studying different characteristic features that are needed to identify, to analyze that particular organism. Using PCR technique, they have analyzed 40,000-year-old mammoth Egyptian mummies were analyzed using the PCR technique. Medical diagnosis, vast applications are there in the medical diagnosis. Prenatal testing, if the embryos or the child carrying has any problems for being the genetic carriers, if they are carrying any genetic diseases, they can be tested even before the birth of the child. Thereby it leads to the early diagnosis, thereby starting the early therapy. And even it can recognize the diagnosis of the cancers even at the early stage. So cancer carcinogens or the oncogenes which are there, they can be diagnosed using the PCR technique at a very early stage, even by the onset of the disease. Applications, PCR allows highly specific diagnosis, detection of the infectious agents if they are present in very less number, so which is impossible by the traditional methods like HIV. We can detect only after a particular time, but this HIV technique using the PCR, we can detect even the single viral genome which is present in about 50,000 host cell. That is the efficiency, that is the significance, that is the importance of this technique. And detection of the mycobacterium which is causing the tuberculosis. So by the early, if the disease, before the onset of the disease, we can diagnose that that particular person is carrying that mycobacterium organism. So PCR assay permits the detection of the viral load. Viral load is nothing but the detecting the amount of the virus present in the organism. Efficient diagnosis of pertussis. Pertussis causes woofing cause. It is very efficient compared to the normal culture method, and it has many forensic applications. Mainly used, minute quantities of DNA is required usually at the crime scenes. We will be the police people usually getting very small amount of the one drop of the blood or one hair follicle, like that they will be getting. So even with that one spot of the blood or with the small amount of the hair follicles, they will be isolating. But that DNA which is isolated would be very small, so that DNA should be amplified to perform the DNA fingerprinting technique. So to perform the DNA fingerprinting technique, large quantities of the DNA is needed, and it is also used for paternity testing. So orphans, kidnapped children, they can be known if their DNA, I mean the blood sample or the DNA is analyzed with the suspected ones, they can be joined with their biological parents. Listen, there are as the time is approaching, we'll quickly mention the names of the different types of PCR. Allele specific PCR, vast number of types of the PCR techniques are available. Allele specific PCR is one, assembly PCR, asymmetric PCR. Asymmetric PCR is the one, usually the two strands of the DNA or amplified, but in the asymmetric PCR only one strand of the double stranded DNA is amplified. That is called as asymmetric PCR, convective PCR, dial-out PCR, and digital PCR. Digital PCR is the one where the DNA samples, the target DNA amount can be quantified from time to time. After each cycle it can be quantified. Everything is digitalized. Helicase dependent PCR. It is, let's see this one, helicase dependent. Helicase is the enzyme which unwinds the DNA, which separates the DNA. Helicase can also be used in the PCR. So we can escape the step of denaturation. We can maintain constant temperature in the entire PCR by using this helicase dependent PCR. Hot start PCR. Hot start PCR means we are starting the PCR with the by heating that to a very high temperature. So by heating that to a very high temperature and later on going to the other steps is nothing but the hot start PCR, and it is ending with the cold PCR. And in silico PCR. In silico PCR is the technique which is used for the education purpose. Inverse PCR, ligation PCR, many types of the PCR are used. Let us see. After this one, this in silico PCR, here this is the denatured DNA, double stranded DNA. The DNA is denatured. This technique is used. It is nothing but in silico technique. The denatured DNA, annealing of the primers is done. The primers got joined here. Extension of the primers, the DNA tag DNA polymerase is coming and it is extending the DNA. It is going to the first cycle is completed. Denaturation, annealing, extension. The first cycle is over. Going to the second cycle. Again, we have to double-stranded DNAs are there. Denaturation, annealing, and extension of the primers is done. Second cycle is over. Then going to the third cycle. So we here 4 double-stranded DNAs. Till now we didn't get the correct target DNA. This length is very large. This is the DNA which we need. So the target DNA, again annealing, denaturation and extension can be done. Now here this is the target DNA which we need after the from the 4th cycle onwards. So going to the 5th cycle, 6th cycle, next cycle. So going to the final graph, let us see. This is the graph which is required. So and this is the next cycle. So when we are going on in the proceeding, while the cycles, increasing the number of cycles, the target DNA is amplified. We can see here number of DNA copies which are formed, and the target DNA is nothing but the original DNA which is required for the process of which is normally required, final product which is required. Then when we are going like this, amplified, the DNA would be amplified. Crores of DNA are formed. At the end of 30 cycles, you can see billions, 100 crores of the DNA which is formed. So I'm very thankful for getting this opportunity. Hope you have enjoyed the lecture and could able to know some of the points. Thank you.
Good morning students and faculties. Today's topic is theory of attributes. Is very important topic. So it's very essential topics in the 3rd semester BSc course. So definition of attributes. Actually attribute means quality or characteristics. Attributes are beauty, honesty, gender, health, employment, smoking, drinking, blindness. Actually variables are measured quantitatively. So many statistical methods are there, but quantitatively that only one. So basic topic is theory of attributes. So theory of attributes deal with qualitative characteristics which cannot be measured quantitatively. In the study of attributes, objects are classified according to the presence or absence of the attribute in them. So a person may be classified as smoker or non-smoker, blind, not blind, male, female, employed or unemployed, healthy or sick, so literate and illiterate and so on. So dichotomous classification, whole universe is divided into two subclasses or complementary classes or mutual exclusive and disjoints with respect to each of the attributes ABC, etc. The division or classification is so said to be dichotomous classification. Dinne dvigarbhigiyana antaru. So manifold classification. So if the units of the population are divided into more than two classes with respect to attribute, the classification may be termed as manifold classification. So manifold classification, so actually here after dichotomous you have to take the manifold classification. We have to study the both dichotomous and manifold classifications. So examples, so dichotomous means male and female. So manifold means that population may be divided with respect to the attribute intelligence into the following classes: genius, very intelligent, average intelligent, below average intelligent, dull. There are 5 subclasses are there. It is called a manifold classification. The presence of attributes in the units of the population is denoted by capital letters of English alphabets A, B, C, D, E. So and their absence is denoted by the corresponding small letters of the Greek alphabets alpha, beta, gamma, delta respectively. Classes and class frequencies, another very important one. So after defining the attribute, we have to take these classes and class frequencies. Different attributes in themselves are called different classes, and the number of observations assigned to them called class frequencies, which are denoted by bracketing the class frequency. For example, bracket A stands for the frequency of A, bracket AB for the number of objects possessing the attribute AB, the class frequency of bracket A, bracket B, bracket AC, bracket BC, so etc., which are involve only positive attributes are called positive frequencies. Bracket alpha, bracket beta, bracket alpha gamma, alpha beta gamma, etc. are negative class frequencies. The classes alpha B, A beta, alpha B, C are which involve the mixture of the positive and negative attributes. So these are called contrary frequencies. Bracket A, bracket B, bracket gamma, etc. are called frequency of first order. Bracket AB, bracket A gamma, alpha B, alpha beta, etc. are called the second order attributes. Bracket ABC, alpha beta C, alpha beta gamma, or etc. are frequency of third order attributes, and so on. Kaplan is what here? Kaplan is very important one. Is total number of population. The population size denoted by Kaplan without any specification of attributes is known as frequency of zero order. So total number of class frequencies of R order is given by calculated by using the formula NCR into 2 power R. R equal to 0, 1, 2, 3 and so on n here. Suppose R is equal to 0, NC naught into 2 power 0, R equal to 1, NC1 into 2 power 1, like this. The total, by adding all these, substituting R value 0 to n, we get total number of class frequencies of all orders. That is the total number is after calculation, this is 3 power n. For example, 2 attributes 3 square, there are 9 so frequencies are there. For 3 attributes 3 cube, 27 are there. Ultimate class frequencies, these are very very important. So in dichotomous classification of the units of the given population with respect to the n attributes, the class of highest order are known as ultimate class frequencies. For example, for 2 attributes AB, A beta, alpha B, alpha beta are the ultimate class frequencies. In the third order for ABC, so ABC, A beta, C, alpha beta gamma, alpha beta gamma, alpha beta, so C, like this, or etc. are ultimate class frequencies. Total number of ultimate class frequencies 2 power n, same as 2 positive class frequencies. In particular 2 attributes there are 4 ultimate class frequencies. So by observing this diagram is very important one here to write the relationship between class frequencies, to understand the relationship between class frequencies. So use this diagram, easily we can identify the relationship between the positive and negative attributes here. So bracket A plus bracket alpha is equal to n. So by adding bracket AB, bracket A beta gives bracket A, alpha B plus alpha beta gives alpha. Similarly we have to, so adding all ultimate class frequencies for third order we get bracket AB, bracket A beta, alpha B, alpha beta. By adding second order attributes, we get bracket A, bracket alpha. By adding, so first order attributes bracket A, bracket alpha gives capital N. So you noted like this here. So this is the very important relations between the positive and negative attributes here. So using this table, cross table, we can measure any attribute class frequencies, bracket B, bracket beta, bracket A, bracket alpha, and also calculate N here. So next, class symbols are the operator. A into N is equal to bracket A, alpha into N is equal to bracket alpha. By adding these two, we get capital N here. Bracket A plus bracket alpha is equal to capital N. So alpha beta is a negative class frequency, should be converted into positive way. So now replace alpha is 1 minus A, replace beta by 1 minus beta, multiply with N. After simplification, we get capital N minus bracket A, bracket B plus bracket AB. So another very important point is consistency of data is very important one. Long answer question, 10 marks question is very important for the upcoming semester and examination. The given set of class frequencies is said to be consistent if none of them is negative, otherwise is said to be inconsistent. Bracket A is 20, bracket AB is 10. So these two are consistent because bracket A is more than bracket AB. So this is satisfy the consistency criteria, condition for consistency. Bracket B is 10, bracket AB is 10, this is not possible. So these are the inconsistent class frequencies. What is statement here? Statement is very important. Based on this statement, we have to define the conditions. The necessary and sufficient condition for the consistency of a independence class frequency is that no ultimate class frequency is negative. No ultimate class frequency means here higher order class frequencies. Higher order class frequencies. Higher order class frequency is negative here. So for conditions for consistency, several conditions are there here. For single attribute, bracket A is greater than or equal to 0. Bracket A means frequency of class frequency of attribute A, class frequency of attribute alpha, both are positive. So by using these two here, so we proved here bracket A less than or equal to capital N. For two attributes A and B, bracket AB greater than or equal to 0, bracket A beta greater than or equal to 0, bracket A B greater than or equal to bracket A. Similarly here, alpha B greater than or equal to 0, A beta greater than or equal to B, AB greater than or equal to B, alpha beta is greater than or equal to, so greater than 0. For small correction in the second line, bracket AB is less than or equal to bracket A. So this is the main correction. Now for three attributes there are 8 conditions are there here. So conditions are noted here. Bracket AB greater than or equal to, AB is greater than or equal to 0. So using this one, so bracket AB greater than or equal to 0, using this two we, so implies that ABC less than or equal to bracket AB. So third and fourth are very important conditions for consistency. Bracket ABC greater than or equal to bracket AC, bracket ABC less than or equal to bracket BC. So fifth one, bracket AB gamma greater than or equal to 0. Here replace beta by 1 minus B, replace gamma by 1 minus C, implies that ABC greater than or equal to AB plus AC minus bracket A. So these are the 5 important conditions. So one more 3 conditions are there here. So alpha B gamma greater than or equal to 0 implies that ABC greater than or equal to AB, bracket AB plus bracket BC minus B. So ABC is a positive class greater than or equal to, AB is a positive attribute, BC is a positive attribute, minus B is the first order attribute. So similarly alpha beta C implies that bracket ABC greater than or equal to bracket AB plus bracket BC minus bracket B. So finally here that's 8th condition, condition alpha B gamma is completely negative attribute. Replace alpha by 1 minus A, replace beta by 1 minus B, replace gamma by 1 minus C, implies that bracket ABC is less than or equal to bracket AB second order, bracket BC plus bracket AC minus first order attributes bracket A, bracket B, bracket C plus capital N total population. So using 1, 8 and 2, 7, 3, 6 and 4, 5. So we proved here bracket AC plus bracket BC minus bracket AB less than or equal to C. Similarly, bracket AB plus bracket BC minus bracket AC less than or equal to bracket B. So these are the very important 8 conditions. It's very important topic for the theory of attributes. Next one, another important so long answer question is a 10 marks question, independence of attributes. Criteria of independence of 2 attributes. There are 3 criteria. First criteria is proportion method, the first basic method. So based on the proportions, importance of the independence of 2 attributes. In this method, we compare the presence or absence of a given attributes in the other. If the 2 attributes A and B are independent, then we would expect the same proportion of A's amongst B's, so amongst betas. The same proportion of A's amongst A's amongst alphas. So B is a positive presence and beta is a absence. So amongst A's and A is a presence and alpha is the absence here. The same based on the proportions we define the independence of attributes. So second criteria is the very important one here. This criteria of independence of attributes is based on the ultimate class frequencies in terms of the frequencies for 2 attributes. So AB, bracket AB is equal to bracket A into bracket B by N. That implies that bracket AB by capital N is equal to bracket A by N into bracket B by N. So this condition is satisfied even the attributes are said to be independent attributes, which lists the following fundamental rule. The attributes of A and B are independent. The proportion of AB in the population is equal to the proportion of A in the population and proportion of B in the population. So this is a very important criteria for the independence of attributes. Criteria 3. So it is based on the class frequency of second order. So we have a 4 second orders A, B, A beta, alpha B, alpha beta using this one. If A and B are independent, then by criteria 1 we have, so AB by bracket B is equal to A beta by bracket beta. Similarly here alpha B by B is equal to alpha beta by beta. So dividing these two, beta bracket B is cancelled, bracket beta is cancelled. After simplification, the bracket AB by alpha B is equal to A beta by alpha beta. By cross multiplication, AB into alpha B, AB is a positive attribute, alpha beta is a negative attribute, is equal to A beta and mixture attribute is a contrary attribute alpha B. So this condition is satisfied, A and B are said to be independent attributes. Association. 2 attributes are said to be associated if they are not independent but are related in some way or other way. Association is very important one. So is there any association between the beauty and intelligence of a student? But to study this one here we have to learn association of attributes. As in the case of independence of attributes, we have the following criteria of studying the association between 2 attributes. Criteria 1, proportion method. The first method is proportion method. This method consisting of comparing the presence or absence of a given attributes in the other. 2 attributes A and B are said to be positively if bracket AB by B greater than or equal to bracket A beta by beta, or alpha B by B greater than alpha beta by beta. Negatively associated bracket AB by bracket B less than bracket A beta by beta, or alpha B by B less than alpha beta by beta, alpha B by alpha. So this is the first criteria is proportion method. So second criteria is very simple one. So based on the 2 attributes here, so observe the unexpected frequencies here. So expected one we have based on the formula we have to calculate the frequencies. So by theoretically we have to observe the frequencies. So 2 attributes A and B said to be positively associated, bracket AB is greater than bracket A bracket B by capital N. So negatively associated if bracket AB is less than bracket A bracket B by capital N. Independent events, if independent, bracket AB is equal to bracket A bracket B by capital N. So this is the second criteria. Third criteria, so Yule's quotient of association. The main limitation of both methods, criteria 1, criteria 2, is that he simply gives the idea if the attributes are positively associated or negatively associated or independent. However, none of these methods give us any idea about the extent of association between the two attributes. Igneal quotient of association denoted by Q is a mathematical measure of intensity association between the two attributes. రెండు గుణాల మధ్య ఆ సహచర్యం యొక్క తీవ్రతను గురించి మనం కలవడానికి ఈ యూల్స్ కోషంట్ ఆఫ్ అసోసియేషన్ని మనం వాడచ్చు. ఇట్స్ ఎ బెస్ట్ మెథడ్ హియర్. సే A and B are two attributes. It is based on all the ultimate class frequencies and is given by Q is equal to bracket AB alpha beta minus A beta into alpha B by bracket AB alpha beta plus A beta into alpha B. So this is the measure of association formula. So another very important theorem. So prove that limits for Q is very important question for upcoming semester and examination. So let us write. So replace AB bracket AB into alpha B is called A. So bracket AB into alpha B is called B. So obviously A is positive and B is positive. So speaking mathematically, mod of A minus B less than or equal to mod of A plus B implies that mod of A minus B by A plus B less than or equal to 1. So here now Q formula, replace AB alpha beta by A beta into alpha B by B, A minus B by A plus B, take mod both sides, mod Q is equal to mod of A minus B by A plus B less than or equal to 1. So mod Q less than or equal to 1, open the modulus, implies that Q is lie between minus 1 to plus 1. Hence Yule's quotient of association is lie between minus 1 and plus 1, both are inclusive. This is very important theorem. So next remarks, Q is equal to plus 1, so implies that perfect positive association between A and B. So Q is equal to minus 1, there is a perfect negative association or complete dissociation between A and B. Q is equal to 0 implies that A and B are independent. The fourth criteria, quotient of colligation, is another one here. So this is another measure of association suggested by Professor of Yule and has same properties as Q. It is denoted by Y and is given by Y is equal to 1 minus root of A beta alpha B by A beta alpha beta by 1 plus square root of A beta alpha B A B into alpha beta. Here relationship between Q and Y is another very important theorem for the semester and examination. So let K is equal to A beta alpha B by A B alpha beta. So in Y is equal to replace this value by K, Y is equal to 1 minus root K by 1 plus root K. So take squaring on both sides, Y square equal to 1 plus K minus 2 root K by 1 plus K plus 2 root K, and calculate 1 plus Y square using this Y square value. So you get 2 into 1 plus K by 1 plus root K whole square. So after that you have to calculate the 2y by 1 plus y square, substitute y value and 1 plus y square in this one, 2 into 1 plus root K 1 minus root K by 2 into 1 plus K. So A plus B into A minus B whole square, A square minus B square, using that one 2 is cancelled, 1 minus K by 1 plus K, replace K by, so A beta alpha B, A B alpha B, we get Q formula. This is the important relation between Q and Y. Q is equal to 2y by 1 plus y square. So topic 1, theory of attributes, is over. The next topic, exact sampling distributions, basic definitions. So exact sampling distributions is essential for So today's second topic is exact sampling distributions, basic definitions. Is essential for statistical inference. So a population. So what is a population? It's a basic definition for exact sampling distributions. First of all, so population is a termed as universe by many number of statisticians. So number of examples, so number of wheat fields, fruit plants in a city, so insects in a fields, workers in a factory, all real numbers. They are the examples of the population. So next one is sample. What is sample here? So if the number of items or units so constituting the population is fixed and limited is known as the finite population. So here is the number of trees in the garden, number of children in the class. So number of trees in the garden, suppose these are count values, number of children in the class also count values, this is a finite population. If the population consists of an infinite number of items, it is called an infinite population. Example, suitable example, stars in the sky, number of points on the real straight line. So these are the two examples of the infinite population. Real population. So items which are all present physically. So example, that table, the tables in the class, schools, the number of books in the shelf. Hypothetical population, a coin is tossed, a die is thrown, outcomes are, so hypothetical populations. Sample. What is sample? A finite subset of statistical individuals in a population is called a sample, and the number of individuals in a sample is called the sample of size or sample. If the population is reasonably homogeneous, a simple random sample is most preferred one. Parameter. So any population constant is called a parameter. Out of various parameters, mean and variance are largely used beside correlation coefficient and regression coefficients. So population constant is called a parameter. So usually we have take theta is a population parameter. Third, statistic. So function of observations. Statistical measures computed from the sample observations alone. A sample mean and sample variance have been termed as a Professor R.A. Fisher as a statistics. Statistic is a function of sample observations. Sampling distribution of a statistic. Now let T is a function of sample observations denoted by T of x1, x2, xn be a statistics where is a random sample. Since T is a random variable, T has a probability distribution in its own right. The probability distribution of T is known as the sampling distribution. The mean of T is summation Ti by k, the variance summation Ti minus T bar whole square by k. The various statistical constants like mean, variance, skewness, etc. for its distributions. So now using this diagram easily we can able to understand the importance of the population and sample here. Sample is a subset of the population. So now parameters, actually the population, generally population follows normal distribution. So the parameters are mu and sigma square. Mu, sigma square are population constants treating as a parameters. Capital N is the population size here. So now draw the sample by using simple random sampling techniques. If the population is homogeneous, the sample is a part of the population. So the sample size is small n and x bar and s square are the sample constants treating as statistics here. The s square defined as summation xi minus x bar whole square by n here. The small n is the sample size, and also define the x bar. X bar is summation xi by n, sample observations, sum of the sample observations dividing by number of observations in the sample, and s square is a unbiased sample variance. The formula is summation xi minus x bar whole square by n minus 1. Exact sampling distributions. In part of these exact sampling distributions, now we have defined the exact sampling distribution for sample mean here. Several samples are considered from this population. So sample 1, sample 2, sample 3 and sample k. Different sizes are there here, and observe the sample statistics here. X bar, x1 bar, x2 bar, x3 bar, xk bar, s1 square, s2 square, s3 square, sk square. So using x1 bar, x2 bar, x3 bar, xk bar and define the one sampling distribution, that is called sampling distributions as sample mean, and using s1 square, s2 square, sk square and define another sampling distribution for sample variance. So these are the basic definitions of the exact sampling distributions. Sampling distribution for sample mean, x bar follows normal distribution. X bar follows normal distribution parameters mu and sigma square by n. So mean of the x bar is mu and variance of the x bar is sigma square by n. Sampling distribution for sample variance, sigma square follows chi-square distribution. So that is ns square by sigma square follows chi-square n minus 1 degrees of freedom. Another important definition, standard error, is very important definition for the examination point of view. What is standard error? Standard error means standard deviation of the sampling distribution of a statistic. Here statistics means either sample mean or sample standard deviation or sample variance or sample mode or sample skewness is known as the standard error, is abbreviated SE. So utility of standard errors here. It is any statistic, then for large samples z equal to t minus expectation of t by SE of t is follows n of 0 comma 1. Standard error of sample mean, so is very important formula. So SE of x bar is equal to sigma by root n without replacement. So standard error for sample mean, SE of x bar sigma by root n square root of capital N minus small n by capital N minus 1 with replacement. With replacement case you have to use this formula. Without replacement case you have used SE of x bar is equal to sigma by root n. Standard error of sample proportion is another one here. So based on the proportions, so P is calculated by small x by small n. Small x is called number of individuals possessed one particular characteristics. Using that small x and small y, we have to calculate small p. SE of small p is equal to square root of p into q by n. Q is equal to 1 minus p. So third topic, another very important topic, chi-square distribution, t distribution, f distribution. So applications and properties are very important for the semester and examinations. Students are mainly concentrated on these three applications and properties of the chi-square distribution, t distribution and f distribution. What is chi-square distribution? A square of standard normal variate is known as a chi-square variate with 1 degrees of freedom. Standard normal variate z equal to x minus mu by sigma is a standard variate. Square of this standard normal variate gives chi-square 1 degrees of freedom. Suppose we consider the n random xi is equal to I is equal to 1 to n independent normal variates with mean mu I and variance sigma I square. So xi's are not IIDs. In this case summation xi minus mu I by sigma whole square gives chi-square is a chi-square variate n degrees of freedom. So this is the definition of the chi-square distribution. Is a short answer question. So here what is the PDF of the chi-square distribution? So is a very typical format. The probability density function of a chi-square distribution with n degrees of freedom is given by f of x equal to 1 by 2 power n by 2 gamma n by 2 e power minus x by 2 x power n by 2 minus 1. The limits are 0 less than x less than, so infinity. So is first coordinate distribution. So is a chi-square means here actually square of the standard normal variate is a particular case of the normal distribution. If x follows chi-square distribution, then half of the x follows gamma distribution n by 2. This is a relation between the chi-square and gamma distribution. Properties are very important here. Is a long answer question. So several properties are there here. First property of the chi-square distribution, in the chi-square n is equal to 1. So normal distribution is a particular case of chi-square distribution. N is equal to exponential distribution is a particular case of chi-square distribution. So what is the mean and variance of chi-square distribution? The mean of chi-square distribution is n, so variance is 2n. So there is no need to prove this one, just you have to mention the mean and variance of the chi-square distribution. What is the mode of the chi-square distribution? The mode is n minus 2 degree, n minus 2, mode value is n minus 2. So mode is the value of x for which frequency is maximum here. The PDF of at this point that chi-square so function has a maximum value. So mgf of the chi-square, the another very important one, mgf is, so 1 minus 2t whole power minus n by 2 mod 2t less than 1. Measure of skewness, another important one here. So third order averages, measure of skewness, beta 1. So 8 by n is a positive value, n is degrees of freedom, so beta 1 is a positive, so chi-square distribution is a positively skewed distribution. Gamma 1 is 2 into square root of 2 by n. Measure of kurtosis, beta 2 value 3 plus 12 by n, this value is always greater than 3, gamma 2 value 12 by n. So kurtosis is greater than 3, so chi-square distribution is positively skewed and leptokurtic, positively skewed and leptokurtic. So these are several properties of the chi-square distribution, mainly concentrated on these three, so important properties of the chi-square distribution. Next, applications. Several applications are there here. So chi-square distribution is essential for many theoretical and practical studies to test the hypothetical value of the population variance. So null hypothesis sigma square equal to sigma naught square. To test this null hypothesis, we have used the chi-square test to test the goodness of it. So is there any significant difference between theory and practical? To test this one, we have to use this chi-square test. Third test, independence of attributes. So events are attributes, they suppose A and B are attributes. So is there any association between these two or are independent here? To test this one, we have to use the chi-square test. In many studies, we have to use the chi-square distribution to test the homogeneity of independence estimates of the population variance, to test the equals of several population correlation coefficients, and also using chi-square distribution we can test the several population proportions. So these are the important applications of the chi-square distribution. Next one, another very important one, t distribution. So sample size is small and population variance is unknown for this case. So we have to use this WS Gosset t distribution. So it is named as student t distribution. It is a pen name of the WS Gosset. So here there are several assumptions are there while applying the t distribution. First assumption, the parent population from which the sample is drawn normal is the first basic assumption of the t distribution. Second basic assumption, the population observations are independent. So third one, the sample variance S square is unknown. So these assumptions we have to use the t distribution. What is definition of t distribution? So here xi's are random sample of size n from normal population with mean mu and sigma variance sigma square. Xi's are IIDs. Then student t is defined by the statistics t equal to x bar minus mu by s by root n, where x bar equal to summation xi by n, the sample mean, and s square is the capital S square is the unbiased estimator of the population variance sigma square. So and it follows student t distribution with n minus 1 degrees of freedom. So degrees of freedom is equal to sample size minus number of unknown parameters, but in this formula so sigma square is absent. In the instead of sigma square we used capital S square, that's why the degrees of freedom is n minus 1 degrees of freedom. The probability density function of student t distribution is given by 1 by root mu beta of half comma nu by 2 1 by 1 plus t square by nu whole power nu plus 1 by 2. So minus infinity less than t less than infinity. T distribution is a symmetrical distribution about origin. Normal distribution is symmetrical distribution about mean. So these are the very important difference between t and normal distributions. So properties of the t distribution and student t distribution. So several properties are there here. So noted here, 8 properties are noted here. It's a very important question for the semester end examination. So first property, student T is a particular case of Fisher T. The R.A. Fisher defined the student T distribution. So ratio of the standard normal variate to square root of the chi-square distribution is divided chi-square variate dividing its degrees of freedom. So T distribution is symmetrical about the origin. Third one, all moments of odd order are 0. Mu 2n plus 1 is equal to 0. The mean of T distribution is 0. The mean of T distribution based on the origin, the value is 0. Based on the center point 50% below and 50% above here. Suppose here we can say that mean, median are coincide in this distribution. The variance, so mu T is equal to n by n minus 2. This variance is exist. The sample size is more than 2. Variance is exist. Another one, measure of skewness. Beta 1 is equal to 0 because T distribution is symmetrical distribution. So in this case, the skewness value is 0. So measure of kurtosis, beta 2 is equal to 3 into n minus 2 by n minus 4. Here n is greater than 4. Thus beta 2 value exists. This value is more than 3 when n is greater than 4. The mode of T distribution, so the mode of T distribution lies at the origin T equal to 0. The function, the curve of the T is maximum at this point here. The MGF does not exist here, but T distribution MGF does not exist. So these are the several properties of the T distribution. Applications are very important applications for the testing of hypothesis. So for small sample cases, so in many studies we have to use this T distribution applications. The first application, T distribution used to test the whether the sample mean to specified value of the population mean or not. H naught equal to mu is equal to mu naught. The population mean is equal to some specified value. Alternate hypothesis, the population mean not equal to some specified value or greater than some specified value or less than some specified value. So second one, to test the significance of the difference between two sample means. So the samples are independent or dependent here. We can use this test here. Samples are independent, so we have to use the direct T test here. Samples are independent, use pi T test here. So to test the significance of observed sample correlation coefficient and sample regression coefficient. To test the significance of observed partial correlation coefficients, and also here using T. So first of all here observe the population is normal, and second one is population variance is not known and sample size is less than 30. For all these assumptions we have to use the T distribution. So next one, last one, the F distribution, Snedeker F distribution. So F is ratio of two independent chi-square variates dividing its degrees of freedom is given by F distribution. Snedeker is given by F distribution, F variate. The PDF is very typical one here. So the PDF of F distribution is given by nu 1 by nu 2. Nu 1 is the numerator degrees of freedom, nu 2 is the denominator degrees of freedom. Nu 1 defined as n1 minus 1, nu 2 is the n2 minus 1 by beta of nu 1 by 2, nu 2 by 2 into x power nu 1 by 2 minus 1 by 1 plus nu 1 by nu 2 x whole power nu 1 plus nu 2 by 2, that x lie between 0 and infinity is a first quadrant distribution, is a highly positive distribution. Several properties are there. F distribution extended along abscissa from 0 to infinity. The F distribution curves wholly lies in the first quadrant only. The shape of the curve depends upon the degrees of freedom nu 1, nu 2. F distribution curve is a positive skewed curve and highly positive skewed when the small nu 2 second degrees denominator degrees of freedom is less than 5. So is a unimodal. F distribution has a unimodal. So the mean of F distribution is nu 1 by nu 2 minus 2. The variance is very typical one. So is defined 2 into nu 2 square, nu 1 plus nu 2 minus 2 by nu 1, nu 2 minus 2, nu 2 minus 4, nu 2 is greater than 4. MGF of F distribution does not exist. F distribution is highly positive skewed, already is noted here. So these are the several properties of the F distribution. Applications, we identified some applications. So now F distribution used to test the equality of two population variances. F distribution used to analysis of variance in an ANOVA one-way classification and two-way classifications and design of experiments CRD, RBD, LSD. So to test this one, to test the hypothesis and alternate hypothesis, so we have to use the F distribution. So to test the equality of several regression coefficients, to test the equality of several population means H0 is equal to mu1 is equal to mu2 is equal to and so on mu k. To test this one, so you have to use the F distribution. To test the significance of an observed multiple correlation coefficient, to test the significance of observed sample correlation ratio. So for linearity models we have to use correlation coefficient, for non-linear cases we have to use correlation ratios. So these are the several applications of the F distribution. Here relation, very important relation between T and F chi square. So if T has a new degrees of freedom or n degrees of freedom, F has 1 comma n degrees of freedom, so T square is equal to F of 1 comma n. What is the T formula? T formula is equal to x bar minus mu by s by root n. So T square means x bar minus mu by s square by n. So what is F here? Ratio of the two independent chi-square variates dividing its degrees of freedom. Using that formula, the T square is equal to F distribution 1 comma n. 1 is the numerator degrees of freedom, n is the denominator degrees of freedom. This is a relation between T and F. In the second relation, second one, relation between F and chi-square. So this is another important relation between F and chi-square. F follows F distribution n1 n2 degrees of freedom. So in let n2 is infinity, second denominator degrees of freedom is tends to infinity, approaches to infinity, then chi-square is equal to n1 into F approaches to chi-square n1 n2 degrees of freedom, n1 degrees of freedom. So this is the importance of the T F chi-square. Relations, applications are very important for the examination point of view. So there is no proofs here. For second degree curriculum, only applications and properties are mentioned, and we have to note the PDF of chi-square and PDF of T distribution and PDF of F distributions, and mention the properties of the chi-square, T and F, applications of T and T, F and chi-square. So these are the important of the examination point of view.
Hello everyone, this is M. Pradeep, lecturer in biotechnology and fold scope coordinator, Government Degree College Man, Srikakulam. Today, me and our team will going to introduce a wonderful scientific tool, that is fold scope. As you all know, science is the systematic understanding of the nature and natural processes. In order to do this, several new techniques and tools are being discovered. Unfortunately, all these tools and techniques are very cost, not accessible to the all types of student community. Because of this, the main purpose of the discovering these tools is defeated. In order to overcome this, there is need to develop low cost, easily accessible, affordable equipments to the students, and they are ready to access the students. Then only the thoughts of young minds will be flourished. Today we are going to today me and our team going to introduce such tool called fold scope. In this occasion, I would like to give immense my gratitude to Commissioner of College Education, Andhra Pradesh, and also acknowledge to the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India to offer this foldscope. With this brief introduction, I would like to resume our team to continue the foldscope program.
Myself Gayatri Ratnam from Department of Biotechnology, GD Siemens Srikakulam. I am here to introduce a new instrument, foldscope. This is a pressure reducing instrument as it can be assembled from simple components like cord sheet, paper and a single lens, and both of these can be assembled with the help of a magnet called couplers. This was invented by an Indian born scientist named Manu Prakash. He is working as an assistant professor of Stanford University, School of Medicine, USA. His PhD students, one of the PhD students worked a lot for the development of this foldscope, hence he is considered as a co-founder of the foldscope. The thought of foldscope development came to Manu Prakash while he was in the field station of Thailand. There he observed that even though the lab is well equipped with very costly microscopes, people are afraid of using those microscopes. The main reason of this is the fragility of microscopes, and the handling of microscopes is very hard. If it get damaged, they cannot repay it back to the institutes as it is worth more than their salaries. So they avoid the use of those microscopes. There comes a thought to Manu Prakash. He decided to design a special microscope which can be affordable by everyone, which can be assembled by single individual, and every single individual can visualize the images of the creativity. So he wanted to develop a foldscope, or nearly foldscope, this microscope which can overcome all the drawbacks of the normal microscope. He applied for several organizations. Several organizations provided grant for this foldscope development. One of such organizations is Bill and Melinda Gates Foundations. Manu Prakash designed this foldscope with several specialities. The specialities included in this is very aptly comfortable for a common man. The main speciality is it's low cost. It's very low cost and will be less than 100 rupees in India. 100 rupees money worth for a foldscope or a microscope for a common man is affordable. And the next advantage of this foldscope is it is less than 8 grams. So we can carry this foldscope with us to any station or any field station, to the workstation where we have to work with the microorganisms, where we need the foldscope or microscope. The next speciality of this microscope is it can access the group observations. We can observe in a group as it can be connected with a mobile phone and can be visualized the image with the help of the mobile phone. So group discussions are possible. Along with the mobile phone, we can project the image on wall or a white paper. So group discussions are possible with this foldscope. Here you can see the image of the foldscope. Here is Manu Prakash. In his hand is an unassembled foldscope. It will be assembled to form the original foldscope. Manu Prakash got this thought while he was in Thailand. With these specialities of the foldscope, our Honorable Prime Minister of India decided to take this foldscope to our country. Consequently, Manu Prakash Laboratories and Department of Biotechnology of India signed an agreement to take nearly 10,000 foldscope to India for first phase. Then after, here you can see the image of Manu Prakash who have been explaining about the foldscope development and foldscope specialities to our Prime Minister. Foldscope is distributed all over the India by the title called Foldscope as a research tool under the governance of Department of Biotechnology. In 2016, Department of Biotechnology called for the proposals from different education institutions under several different categories. Category A is included in colleges, schools, colleges and universities are included under the category B. Citizen scientists or individual research citizens are included in the category C. Out of all the applications received by the DBT, they selected 247 colleges, 116 schools and 56 citizen scientists for this project. In 2018 April 2018, DBT conducted a workshop for the selected candidates. There they educated the team of the Foldscope and selected candidates how to assemble the Foldscope and how to visualize the image with the help of this Foldscope, and suggested all the candidates to conduct several regional workshops in their regions and to educate the other educational institutions also. Here you can see the image where our team coordinator and DBT director in the first image. He is Jim Sibulski, who is a PhD student of Manu Prakash, with our team coordinator. The down images are of Foldscope workshop images. Foldscope has a special project called twinning. In this project, one of the northeast candidates who selected for this project should be twinned with the rest of the country, one of the colleges of the rest of the country. Students from both the institutions go to the other twinned college and vice versa. They can exchange their information, exchange their experiences in this twinning process. As Northeast India is a biodiversity hotspot, we can know the biodiversity and ecology of the India when we study about the biological organisms there other than the rest of the India. So this project was included in this Foldscope project of our DBT. Our Foldscope coordinator is Dr. N. Lingaraju sir. Here you can see his image. I will read out the colleges who selected for this project. Who selected for this project is Government Degree College, Srikakulam. PI, name of the PI is Pradeep sir. Institute of Science, Geetam University, Vishakhapatnam, Vijay Rachel. Chalapati Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Raghavamma. Government Degree College, Women, Gunturu, CH Tulasi. Institute of Frontier Technology, Regional Agriculture Research Station, Tirupati, Vishwanath. Indian Institute of Science Education and Research, Vasudha Rani Devanathan. Department of Biotechnology, Sai Venkateshwara University, Tirupati, KV Sarita. If you want to conduct several regional workshops or any other, you can contact them so that they will conduct regional workshops in your places. These are the images which were captured during the workshop which was conducted by our department in several regions. In the first image, you can see IGNO New Delhi Assistant Professor, and in the third image you can see CH Tulasi, who is a very friendly lecturer of us. These all are our workshops. In the next sessions, as a Foldscope comes as a kit to be assembled, in the next sessions you are going to assemble the Foldscope. How to assemble the Foldscope will be educated by our team. Thank you. Absolutely.
Hello everyone, I am Akhil from Department of Biotechnology, Government Degree College Man, Srikakulam.
I am Hemant, Department of Biotechnology, Government Degree College Man, Srikakulam.
In this session, I am going to share with you how to assemble your brand new foldscope.
First, we will show the parts what you are need to assemble your foldscope. Then we are assembled together. This is the lens trace, which is used for the attachment of the lens. Here we place the lens on the lens trace. And this is the sample stage, which is used for inserting the slide. We insert the slide through these slots. And this is the focusing ramp, which is used for the adjustment of the specimen or sample which we have to place. And this is the panning guide, which is used for the adjustment of the lens.
The magnetic pieces come scratched together and make sure we have all the pieces. The circular lines has the lens ray in the mirror and make sure we keep this very safe place. There are 3 magnetic couplers, you only need 2. Another coupler is used for mobile. Insert coupler into lens trace. Front side. Place coupler silver side up with alignment holes to the right side. Insert coupler into curved slots with dog ears by sliding to the right. Push the corners end. Insert another coupler into the back lens trace from back side. Prepare out to the yellow side. Place coupler silver side down with alignment holes to the left. Insert coupler into curved slot with dog ears by sliding to the left. Push the corners end. Fold and lock the bottom flap. Here there is a lower dotted line. Fold up. These 3 slots can be inserted into these 3 notches. Like this. Fold focus ramp. Place ramp so gray side is facing up. Fold from the shorter end. We can fold again and again starting from the bottom. Here first dotted line there, fold and unfold. Second dotted line there, fold and unfold like this. Third dotted line here, fold and unfold. Fourth dotted line here, fold and unfold. Here fold and unfold wise sharp edge creates. Other way to the top. The last dotted line here, fold and unfold like this. The focus ramp is creased like this. Insert focus ramp into the lens trace. Insert focus ramp into the lens trace. Starting from the right slot, right next to the first coupler, insert down and comes out to the other end like this, and comes out to the other end like this. Starting from the right slot, right next to the first coupler, insert down and other end comes out like this. These two tabs is facing up. Insert lens into lens stage. Put lens stage, put. Attach ring sticker and remove white cover. Here there is a sticky on this end and non-sticky on this end.
Make sure that the sticky end comes with this lens stage. I'll take it. You have to make sure that it's not working.
Attach ring sticker and remove white cover. From the ring sticker is attached to the top of the lens stage.
You have to stick it carefully and press with your thumb and remove the white like this. Make sure that it stick to the lens stage. Here the sticky is stick to the lens stage. Now I am placing the lens.
Place lens with bump side is facing down. Here lens stage is over. Next sample stage. Fold sample stage. These two tabs can be inserted into these two slots. Here there is a yellow tip, can be inserted into these slots. The yellow region is hide up. Here these two slots can be inserted into, these two notches can be inserted into these two slots. Assemble sample stage to the panning guide.
Here the color matching is very important. You have to match the both colors.
Starting from the left side and comes out to the other end like this. View the sample stage through the panning guide. View the sample stage through the panning guide. Connect lens stage to the sample guide. Connect lens stage to the assembly. Place the lens stage on the top of the assembly. Snap all 8 panning guide locks. Flap forward, locks in the lens stage beneath. fold the bottom of the lens stage. Here there is a 4 dotted lines here. The first dotted line fold up and unfold. Second dotted line is fold up and unfold. Third dotted line is fold up and unfold. Fourth dotted line is fold down. Here there is a ID sticker.
We have to stick the sticker in this ID stick. This is ID sticker is used for uploading our pictures taken by this fold microscope.
You stick this on.
Finally, we assembled it.
Congratulations, you have assembled your fold microscope.
Thank you.
So far we have learnt about how to assemble foldscope. Now we are going to discuss about how to use this foldscope with the help of mobile phone, how to project the image of the slide which is present in the foldscope on wall or some paper. Hemant will show how to use the foldscope by eye contact.
In this session, we will show you how to operate your brand new fold microscope. I'll give you a demo about it. As you all know, this is the fold microscope and this is the light source which is having a magnetic coupler, and this is the standard slide, and this is the microwell slide which is better for wet samples, and this is a permanent slide, glass slide, which is used in compound microscope, and these are all glass slides. At first you have to take the slide and place the cover slip on the bottom of the slide.
We have to take the cover slip which is provided with the foldscope kit like this and have to stick it on one of the sides of the cavity slide or a standard slide which you are going to use. Then you have to mount the sample within one of the cavities and stick another cover slip like this. Due to lack of time, we are not going to prepare a slide. We have already prepared slides with the help of these standard slides, and we can use standard slides which are used in the normal microscope for this purpose also. This will be explained by Hemant.
Now you have to open the foldscope in this way and take the slide what you want to observe and turn the slide to the lens and place the slide through the slots. You see I am placing this slide. And cover the flap on the slide. You have to observe the microscope like this. You can adjust the clarity by moving the focusing ramp. This is the focusing ramp. By moving the focusing ramp left to right. If you move the focusing ramp, this is thin side. The distance between this lens and the sample was decreases. So the sample magnifies and
Clarity.
it gives clarity. If you move the focusing ramp thin side like this, the distance between the sample and the lens trace was increases. So the clarity was misses. It is better if you use the thin side while you are done in observation. And this is the lens light source which is having the magnetic coupler. If you can't visualize or if you can't look into the microscope or light fails, you can use this light source. You have to stick the light source like this. And you will look into it like. And another importance was by this light source is this light source having a magnifier. You see, this is the magnifier. This magnifier can magnify the sample nearly 10 times. You have to place the sample like this, and this magnifier magnifies. If you want to further magnify, you will connect the mobile to the microscope.
I will show how to connect the foldscope to the mobile phone. If your mobile is guarded with a pouch, take out it. Remove one of the ring stickers which is provided with the foldscope kit. Ensure that your stick is sticker with that white wrapper. Please stick the sticker in the circular camera like this. Wrap with your finger. Take out the white cover. Your sticker will be attached to the camera which surrounds the camera but not on the camera. Take one of the 3 couplers which is provided with your foldscope kit and ensure that your silver side is facing the camera and attach the coupler like this. After attaching the coupler, you can see your camera like this.
You see, I have already placed the slide in this microscope. Now I am attaching this light source to this foldscope like this. It has a magnetic coupler and it too has. So the both magnets are attracted each other. The light source stick in this, and I am connecting to the mobile phone.
As both are magnets, they stick to each other.
Looks place this thing. You have to adjust the clarity by moving the focusing ring. If you want to show this slide to your students or other people, if there are lot of people in this classroom, you can use this. Now I'm connecting the microscope to the phone. You see, this is the
In the mobile phone, there you can see the image of the slide which was put by him.
These are the mouth parts of mosquito. Now I am adjusting it. This is the mouth part of mosquito.
It is a standard slide which is used in original or normal microscopes.
You can take pictures and videos by using this fold microscope. See, I am taking pictures.
If your organism
And
is
this is the fold microscope.
living, or like if you take curd sample, you can observe the movement of bacteria, so you can take videos in this case.
Now Gayatri will show you how to project this fold microscope.
White paper.
Wait for it.
For projecting the image, you have to switch off the lights. You need a dark room for projection. You need a white paper or a board or a projecting wall like this. I am taking white paper. With the help of hammer, I will project the image.
With the light source.
Due to high intensity of light, we cannot get the image directly in this, but we can project the image with suitable light and with lights off in our classrooms. It can be done. This is one of the advantages of the foldscope. Now in this practical session, we have gone through the usage of foldscope, how to connect the mobile phone to the foldscope, how to project it on the wall, etc. In the next sessions, we are going to discuss about the Microcosmos website, which is very interesting, and in the further session we will know how to buy the foldscope. Thank you. Hello everyone, this is Rajeshwari, Department of Biotechnology, Government Degree College, Srikakulam. So far you listened about the introduction, assembly and practical session of the foldscope. Now I would discuss about the most interesting topic in the micro world called Microcosmos website. Foldscope users are all over the world sharing their views, ideas, information, problems in an online space called Microcosmos. If we want to upload anything in the Microcosmos website, we need to register in the Microcosmos website by using an ID. Without ID, we cannot upload anything, or we cannot share our views in the Microcosmos site. Here we see the ID sticker, and we share the ideas and views in the website. And you see, this is the Microcosmos website, and here we see the register option at the top right corner, and click on that register option. In that register option, after clicking, it gives a dialog box. Here we give the mentioned information like username, email ID, password, etc. And here we see the ID sticker at the Foldscope. Once registered, we have to confirm our email ID by clicking on the link sent to our Gmail. After confirmation, you can log in from Microcosmos website by providing username, email ID and password. And here you see the Microcosmos website, and the login option is present in the top right corner. Click on that login option, you get the dialog box. On the dialog box, you see the login option with the email ID or username and password. Give the email ID and password and login. You click the login option and you get the Microcosmos website. Do you want to post anything, or you want to share anything about the Foldscope? Then click on the plus option present on the top left corner and select the post option to post or upload something about the Foldscope. Then you add the post by entering the add the media and entering the title there. Here you see the some of the uploads of the regional workshops conducted in the some of the colleges, like workshop on assembly and usage of Foldscope at Government Degree College Men's Srikakulam, and assembly and usage of Foldscope at Gayatri College of Science and Management Srikakulam, and workshop at Government Degree College Women's Srikakulam. And I just want to share with you all one thing, that our Department of Biotechnology, Government Degree College Men's Srikakulam have been running a Foldscope page on Facebook. Here we see that page, and this page is if you want more information about the Foldscope, then like this page and then you get the more information. I just want to tell you one thing: we teach each other, we learn from each other, and we all grow as scientists together. And the next session you have to go through the how to buy a Foldscope or how to get a Foldscope. Thank you.
Hi everyone, a great day to all. I am Tilak, Department of Biotechnology, Government Degree College, Men. We have gathered a lot of information about Foldscope in last sessions. Yeah, it's obviously amazing. Today, I am here to tell how to get Foldscope. Here, Foldscope can be available in three forms. They are Foldscope kits available in three forms. Those are classroom kit, deluxe kit, and finally combined deluxe kit. We see the images here. Image 1, classroom kit. It consists of here if we take classroom kit, it consists Foldscope accessories, magnetic couplers, ring stickers, cover slips, lens. And the deluxe kit, which consists of classroom kit with additional to classroom kit, the accessory parts like LED emulator with integrated magnifier for bright field, dark field, and oblique phase imaging. And forceps is an important thing. Silver tape, plaster, petri dishes, and clamp. Here, combined deluxe kit contains both 20 classes kit rooms. 20 classroom kits plus 1 deluxe kit. These all comes under combined deluxe kit. All these kinds of kits available in Microcosmos website. Here is the link. It is the most preferable one. If you click on the link, it will get direct into a page. Welcome to Foldscope Microscope, Foldscope community. We saw the options like buy microscope there. By clicking on it, we get the add to cart list. It's a page where we can add the Foldscopes to the cart. The money can be paid through PayPal gateway. It can transfer our rupees into billions, dollars in American. We can also buy these Foldscopes from various e-shopping carts like Flipkart, Amazon, next some carts like Snapdeal, eBay. If we take Flipkart, here is the link where we can buy the individual deluxe kit, which comes as 4,999. Here is the other link where our simple classroom kit, which comes as 499. Apart from Flipkart, we have another great website like Amazon. In this, here is the link for deluxe kit, which comes as 6,444. It may be blue color, orange, red, violet, green, etc. Here is the other link where we can get the simple classroom kit with a cost less than 600, that is 579. These are the links where we can complete microscope Foldscopes to India, but this is not available in the market. The only way is through online. Within a short term, within a few days, our scientist Manu Prakash will launch it into India. Every student will meet its demand. It is very cost. First session we already discussed. It is less than 100 rupees. ప్రతి ఒక్క స్టూడెంట్ తనకంటూ ఒక మైక్రోస్కోప్ ఏర్పరచుకోగలడు, తనకంటూ తన రీసెర్చ్ని కొనసాగించగలడు, తన ఆలోచనలు ప్రతి ఒక్కడు మీట్ అవ్వగలరు. ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ. అవర్ లాస్ట్ సెషన్స్ విల్ ఎండెడ్ బై అవర్ HOD Pradeep sir. Okay.
Hi students. Now we are. It is the time to end of the program, and so far our team explained about what is Foldscope, how it works, and how we can observe the things using this Foldscope, and how the Foldscope images taken from the camera are upload the images to the Microcosmos website, and how we can get that Foldscope. As it is the new instrument and recently introduced in India through DBT, it is not readily available in the market. So we need to buy this only online or e-cart websites. Otherwise, there is one more wonderful option is there. Almost 6 or 7 institutes got this Foldscope project in Andhra Pradesh, already listed as given in the program. So if anybody want to organize this Foldscope workshop in your colleges or in your premises, you can directly contact those persons, contact mail ID also given and phone number also given. They will come and conduct that program along with Foldscopes also. So it is very beneficial to the students and also faculty members, and make use of this. As my sincere request is, make use of this wonderful opportunity and get the students aware of these things. And with this words, I would like to give my deep sense of gratitude to our Commissioner of College Education for giving this opportunity, and also Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, New Delhi also for providing this opportunity. Thank you.
Hi students, good afternoon. Today we will see the topic Introduction to Web Technologies. So web technologies అంటే ఏమిటి, వెబ్ టెక్నాలజీస్ టర్మినాలజీ తెలుసుకున్న తర్వాత మనము ఈరోజు ఇంకో 2 టాపిక్లు కూడా తెలుసుకున్నాము. ముందుగా వెబ్ టెక్నాలజీస్లో తెలుసుకోవాల్సినటువంటి ముఖ్య విషయం ఏంటంటే వెబ్ టర్మినాలజీ. ఈ వెబ్ టర్మినాలజీ గురించి తెలిస్తే యూ కెన్ గో అండ్ యూ కెన్ యూజ్ ద వెబ్ రిలేటెడ్ థింగ్స్ ఇన్ ఇంటర్నెట్. కాబట్టి వెబ్ అంటే ఏంటి, ఇంటర్నెట్ అంటే ఏంటి అని తెలుసుకున్న తర్వాత వెబ్ పేజ్, వెబ్ పేజెస్, ఆ తర్వాత వెబ్ రిలేటెడ్ టర్మినాలజీ గురించి కొంత మాట్లాడుకుందాం. ఆ తర్వాత యూ కెన్ గో ఫర్ అండర్స్టాండింగ్ వాట్ ఈజ్ వెబ్ టెక్నాలజీ అండ్ వీ విల్ గో ఫర్దర్ ఫర్ నెక్స్ట్ టాపిక్స్. సో మరి ఇంట్రడక్షన్ టు వెబ్ టెక్నాలజీస్. సో ముందుగా వెబ్ టర్మినాలజీ గురించి తెలుసుకుందాం. ఈ వెబ్ టర్మినాలజీ ప్రతి భాష నేర్చుకునేప్పుడు ఆ భాషకు సంబంధించినటువంటి మాటలు కొన్ని తెలుసుకుంటే చాలా సులభంగా, వేగంగా, అర్థవంతంగా మాట్లాడవచ్చు. అలాగే వెబ్ టర్మినాలజీలో కూడా వెబ్ రిలేటెడ్ టర్మ్స్ అన్నీ కూడా తెలుసుకొని ఉంటే ఏవేవైతే ఎక్కువగా మాట్లాడతారో, ఏవేవైతే ఎక్కువగా ఉపయోగిస్తారో అవి తెలుసుకోవడము చాలా ముఖ్యము. వాటి గురించి తెలుసుకుందాం మనం ఈరోజు. మరి వాట్ ఈజ్ ద వెబ్, వెబ్ అంటే ఏమిటి? వెబ్ టెక్నాలజీ గురించి తెలుసుకునే ముందు వెబ్ అంటే ఏమిటో తెలిస్తే చాలా మనకు సంతోషంగా కాకుండా ఇష్టపూర్వకంగా నేర్చుకున్నట్టు అవుతుంది. ఇన్ జనరల్ వెబ్ ఈజ్ నథింగ్ బట్ ద హోమ్ ఆర్ నెస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఏ స్పైడర్. మీ అందరికీ తెలుసు స్పైడర్ అంటే, చాలామంది చిన్నప్పటి నుంచి స్పైడర్ మ్యాన్ సినిమాలు, స్పైడర్ మ్యాన్ టీవీలు ఇలాంటివన్నీ కూడా చూసి పైకొచ్చాం మనము. ఆ స్పైడర్ యొక్క గూడినే సాలెగూడు అంటాం మనం తెలుగులో. ఈ సాలెగూడుని ఇంగ్లీష్లో వెబ్ అని అంటారు. సో దట్స్ వై ఇన్ జనరల్ వెబ్ ఈజ్ నథింగ్ బట్ ద హోమ్ ఆర్ నెస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఏ స్పైడర్. సో ఇది అందరికీ మనకు సుపరిచితము, ఎక్కడ చూసినా మనకు కనపడుతూనే ఉంటాయి. మరి దీన్నే ఎందుకు ఆధారం చేసుకుని ఈ టెక్నాలజీ స్టార్ట్ అయింది? మీరు బాగా గమనిస్తే దీంతోనే మొత్తం వెబ్ టెక్నాలజీ అన్నది ఇప్పుడు ప్రపంచం మొత్తము మన టీవీల్లో అయితేనేమి, ల్యాప్టాప్లో అయితేనేమి, కంప్యూటర్లో అయితేనేమి, ఈవెన్ స్మార్ట్ ఫోన్స్లో కూడా వెబ్ టెక్నాలజీ లేని ప్లేసే లేదు. సో వెబ్ టెక్నాలజీ యొక్క మూలము వెబ్ అనేటువంటి పదంతోనే మొదలైందని చెప్పుకోవచ్చు. మరి వెబ్ అనేది ఎందుకంటే ఏం చేస్తుంది? స్పైడర్ వెబ్లో ఉన్నప్పుడు ఎలా మూవ్ అవుతుంది అది? వాట్స్ ద వెబ్ అన్నప్పుడు మీరు కెన్ చెక్ దిస్ వన్. హౌ ద స్పైడర్ మూవ్స్ ఆర్ జంప్స్ ఫ్రమ్ వన్ లొకేషన్ టు అనదర్ లొకేషన్ ఇన్ ఇట్స్ నెస్ట్. ఖచ్చితంగా ఎవరైనా చెప్పగలరు ఎలా మూవ్ అవుతుంది అది. ఇక్కడ నుంచి ఇలా మూవ్ అవ్వచ్చు, ఇలా మూవ్ అవ్వచ్చు, ఇక్కడి నుంచి వేగంగా ఇలా కూడా జంప్ అవ్వచ్చు. కాబట్టి దిస్ ఈస్ ద థింగ్ దే టుక్ ఇన్ టు కన్సిడరేషన్ టు కాల్ ఇట్ యాజ్ ఏ వెబ్ టెక్నాలజీ ఇన్ ఎ నాన్ లీనియర్ ఫ్యాషన్. ఒకే పద్ధతిలో ఒకదాని తర్వాత ఒకటి కాకుండా ఎలా పడితే ఆడ, ఎక్కడ పడితే అక్కడ, ఎటు వెళ్ళాలంటే అటు, ఎటైనా ఏదైనా చేసుకోగల సమర్థత ఆ సాలెగూడిలో సాలె పురుగుకుంటుంది. అలాగే ఇక్కడ కూడా మనము సాలెపురుగులాగా తిరిగేటట్టుగా మనం కావాల్సినవన్నీ తయారు చేసుకునే టెక్నాలజీనే వెబ్ టెక్నాలజీ అని వర్ణించవచ్చు. ఇన్ ఏ నాన్ లీనియర్ ఫ్యాషన్ ఫ్రమ్ వన్ లొకేషన్ ఆర్ పేజ్ టు అనదర్ లొకేషన్ ఆర్ పేజ్, మూవింగ్, జంపింగ్ ఆర్ లింకింగ్ ఈజ్ సింప్లీ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ వెబ్. సో మీరు గమనిస్తే ఇక్కడ ఈ చిన్న చిన్న పాయింట్లన్నీ మీరు లొకేషన్లను అనుకుంటే వీటినే పేజెస్ అనుకుంటే, ఈ పేజ్ నుంచి ఈ పేజీకి, ఈ పేజ్ నుంచి ఈ పేజీకి, లేదా ఈ పేజ్ నుంచి ఇలా జంప్ చేస్తూ ఇక్కడికి, లేదా ఇక్కడి నుంచి లింక్ వేసుకుంటూ ఇక్కడికి, ఎక్కడికి కావాలంటే అక్కడికి వెళ్ళడానికి దిస్ ఈజ్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ ఎ నాన్ లీనియర్ ఫ్యాషన్. ఈ నాన్ లీనియర్ ఫ్యాషన్లో మనం ఒక లొకేషన్ నుంచి ఇంకో లొకేషన్కి, ఒక పేజ్ నుంచి ఇంకొక పేజీకి వెళ్ళడానికి అవకాశం ఇస్తుంది. కాబట్టి దిస్ ఇస్ కాల్డ్ వెబ్ అండ్ ది టెక్నాలజీ ఇస్ కాల్డ్ వెబ్ టెక్నాలజీ. మరి ఈ వెబ్ టెక్నాలజీలో మనం ముందుగా నేర్చుకోవాల్సినటువంటి ఇంకొక పదము వెబ్ పేజ్. వెబ్ పేజ్ అంటే ఏమిటి? మామూలు పేజీలన్నీ మామూలుగా మనం బుక్లో, నోట్బుక్లో రాసుకుంటాం, టెక్స్ట్ బుక్లో రాసుకుంటాం, ఇంకేదైనా సరే బుక్లో రాసుకోవటం, లేదా ఈవెన్ కంప్యూటర్లో కూడా నోట్ ప్యాడ్లో రాసుకుంటాం, వర్డ్లో రాసుకుంటాం, వర్డ్ ప్యాడ్లో రాసుకుంటాం. మరి ఈ పేజీలన్నీ ఎక్కడ రాసుకుంటే అక్కడ మాత్రమే కనపడతాయి. మీ పుస్తకంలో రాసుకుంటే నువ్వు మాత్రమే చూడగలవు. బట్ ఈ పేజీలని ఎవరైనా ఎక్కడైనా ప్రపంచవ్యాప్తంగా కమ్యూనికేట్ చేసుకోవడానికి, చదవడానికి, పంపుకోవడానికి వీలుగా ఉంటే దట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ ఎ వెబ్ పేజ్. ఏ పేజ్ ఆర్ ఫైల్ ఆర్ డాక్యుమెంట్ దట్ కెన్ బి రెడ్ ఓవర్ ద వరల్డ్ వైడ్ వెబ్ త్రూ ఏ బ్రౌజర్. సో ఇక్కడ ఒక కొత్త పదం విన్నాం మనం, వరల్డ్ వైడ్, ప్రపంచవ్యాప్తంగా ఎక్కడైనా మీ పేజీని ఒకదాని నుంచి ఒక దగ్గరికి, ఒక దగ్గర నుంచి ఒక దగ్గరికి మనము చదవగలిగిన, రాయగలిగిన, పంపగలిగిన, అది దేని ద్వారా సాధ్యమవుతుందంటే బ్రౌజర్ ద్వారా సాధ్యమవుతుంది. సో బ్రౌజర్ అంటే ఏంటో కూడా చూద్దాం. మరి ఒక బ్రౌజర్ సహాయంతో వరల్డ్ వైడ్ మనం ఒక పేజీని చూడగలిగిన, చదవగలిగిన, మనం దాన్ని పంపగలిగిన అలాంటి పేజీలనే మామూలు పేజీలు కాకుండా వెబ్ పేజ్ అంటాము. వెబ్ పేజెస్ అంటే ఏంటి? ద గ్లోబల్ కలెక్షన్ ఆఫ్ పేజెస్ ఆర్ డాక్యుమెంట్స్ అసోసియేటెడ్ విత్ దెమ్సెల్వ్స్ అండ్ యాక్సెసిబుల్ వయా ద వరల్డ్ వైడ్ వెబ్, WWW, లేదా W క్యూబ్ అని కూడా అంటారు, లేదా W3 అని కూడా అంటారు. WWW స్టాండ్స్ ఫర్ వరల్డ్ వైడ్ వెబ్. మనము చాలా పేజీల కలెక్షన్ని ఒకదానికొకటి కొంత అసోసియేట్ అయి ఉంటే అలాంటి వాటిని మనం మొత్తంగా ఎక్కడైనా త్రూఅవుట్ మీన్స్ వరల్డ్ వైడ్ మనం యాక్సెస్ చేయగలిగితే అలాంటి పేజీలను వెబ్ పేజీలు అంటారు. ఒక పేజ్ అయితే వెబ్ పేజ్ అంటాము. చాలా పేజీలు కలెక్ట్ చేసి దానికి అర్థవంతమైనటువంటి అసోసియేటివిటీ ఉంటే అలాంటి కలెక్షన్ ఆఫ్ పేజెస్నే వెబ్ పేజెస్ అంటారు. ఈ వెబ్ పేజెస్ వరల్డ్ వైడ్ మనము చూడడానికి వీలు కలిగించేటువంటి వాటినే వెబ్ పేజెస్ అని అంటారు. మరి ఇక నెక్స్ట్ బ్రౌజర్ అంటే ఏమిటి? సో బ్రౌజర్ ఈజ్ నథింగ్ బట్ ఇట్ ఇస్ అ సాఫ్ట్వేర్ టూల్ యూజ్డ్ టు వ్యూ వెబ్ పేజెస్, read or send email and read news groups among other things. Browsers are also called as web clients. So బ్రౌజర్ అంటే ఒక సాఫ్ట్వేర్ టూలు. అది ఎందుకు వాడతామంటే వెబ్ పేజీలను చూడడానికి కానీ, చదవడానికి కానీ, మెయిల్స్ పంపించుకోవడానికి కానీ, లేదా ఒక న్యూస్ గ్రూప్ నుంచి ఇంకొక న్యూస్ గ్రూప్కి సమాచార సేకరణ కోసమైనా, సమాచారాన్ని పంపుట కోసమైనా మనం వాడేటువంటి దానినే మనము ఈ బ్రౌజర్ అని అంటాము. ఈ బ్రౌజరు ఒక సాఫ్ట్వేర్ ద్వారా రాసినటువంటి ఒక చిన్న టూలు. ఈ బ్రౌజర్స్నే మనం వెబ్ క్లయింట్స్ అని కూడా అంటాము. ఎందుకు అంటాం వెబ్ క్లయింట్స్ అని? వెబ్ పేజీలను మనము ఎక్కడికి కావాలంటే అక్కడికి పంపుతూ ఆ వెబ్ పేజీల ద్వారా రకరకాల ఈమెయిల్స్ కానీ, న్యూస్ గ్రూప్స్ కానీ, ఇంకేవైనా కానీ మనం చూడడానికి వీలు కల్పిస్తుంది. కాబట్టి వీటిని బ్రౌజర్లు మరియు వెబ్ క్లయింట్స్ అని కూడా అనవచ్చు. సో అలాగే ఎన్ని రకాల బ్రౌజర్లు ఉన్నాయి? సో టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ బ్రౌజర్స్, టెక్స్ట్ బేస్డ్ బ్రౌజర్స్ ఉన్నాయి. అందులో ముఖ్యంగా ఒకే ఒకటి ఉంది. చాలా పాత కాలంలో అంటే గత 30 ఏళ్ల క్రితం మనకు లింక్స్ అనేటువంటి టెక్స్ట్ బేస్డ్ బ్రౌజర్స్ ఉండేవి. అంటే కేవలం అక్షరాలు మాత్రమే, అక్షరాలు, అంకెలు లేదా గుర్తులు ఇలాంటి వాటిని మాత్రమే చదవగలిగే లేదా పంపగలిగే శక్తి ఉన్నటువంటి బ్రౌజర్స్నే టెక్స్ట్ బేస్డ్ బ్రౌజర్స్ అని అంటాము. అలాగే గ్రాఫికల్ బేస్డ్ బ్రౌజర్స్ మీ అందరికీ ఇప్పుడు తెలుసు. ఎందుకంటే ఇప్పుడు ప్రజెంట్ కూడా ఇవన్నీ అందుబాటులో ఉన్నాయి. ప్రతి ఒక్కరూ వాడకుండా ఒక్క క్షణం కూడా ఉండలేని పరిస్థితి ఉంది. అవే గ్రాఫికల్ బేస్డ్ బ్రౌజర్స్. అవేంటంటే ముఖ్యంగా చెప్పుకోదగ్గవి ఇంటర్నెట్ ఎక్స్ప్లోరర్ మైక్రోసాఫ్ట్ కంపెనీ వాళ్ళది, మొజిల్లా ఫైర్ ఫాక్స్ మొజిల్లా కంపెనీ వాళ్ళది, నెట్స్కేప్ నావిగేటర్ నెట్స్కేప్ కమ్యూనికేషన్స్ వాళ్ళది, గూగుల్ క్రోమ్ గూగుల్ కంపెనీ వాళ్ళది. ఇలా చెప్పుకుంటూ పోతే చాలా గ్రాఫికల్ బేస్డ్ బ్రౌజర్స్ రకరకాలుగా ఉన్నాయి. అంటే కంప్యూటర్ డెస్క్టాప్లో వాడేప్పుడు ఈ బ్రౌజర్స్ బాగా ప్రాచుర్యం పొందాయి. మరి ఇప్పుడు డెస్క్టాప్ల నుంచి ల్యాప్టాప్ల నుంచి స్మార్ట్ ఫోన్లకు వచ్చేసాము. స్మార్ట్ ఫోన్లలో కూడా ఈ గూగుల్ కంపెనీ, నెట్స్కేప్ కంపెనీ, ఫైర్ ఫాక్స్ కంపెనీ, ఇంకా రకరకాల కంపెనీలు వారి యొక్క సొంత బ్రౌజర్లను కూడా తయారు చేసి మనకు ఏ పేజీని ఏ పేజీ ఎక్కడికి ఏ పేజీని పంపాలి, ఏ పేజీ ఎవరు రాశారు, దాన్ని చదవాలి, ఇవన్నీ కూడా మనకు అందుబాటులోకి తీసుకొచ్చేకు సహాయపడుతున్నవే ఈ గ్రాఫికల్ బేస్డ్ బ్రౌజర్స్. ఆ రకంగా ఈ గ్రాఫికల్ బేస్డ్ బ్రౌజర్స్ అక్షరాలు, అంకెలు, గుర్తులే కాకుండా రకరకాల బొమ్మలు, రకరకాల శబ్దాలు ఇలాంటివన్నీ కూడా మనకు చూపడానికి అవకాశం కలిగిస్తున్నవే గ్రాఫికల్ బేస్డ్ బ్రౌజర్స్. మరి వెబ్ ప్రజెంటేషన్ అంటే ఏమిటి? సో నెక్స్ట్ టర్మ్ web presentation, a collection of associated and hyperlinked web pages. Usually the pages contains the underlying theme. So underlying theme ante enti? Collection of associated and hyperlinked web pages. Web పేజీలన్నీ కూడా ఒకదానికొకటి కొంత సంబంధం ఉంటూ ఒకదానికొకటి లింక్ కాబడి మొత్తం ఒక కాన్సెప్ట్ని ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేస్తూ ఉంటే అలాంటి వాటినే మనం వెబ్ ప్రజెంటేషన్ అంటాం. మామూలుగా అయితే పవర్ పాయింట్ ప్రజెంటేషన్ అంటాం. మీరు చూసినది ఇప్పుడు ఒక పవర్ పాయింట్ ప్రజెంటేషన్. పవర్ పాయింట్ సహాయంతో మనం ఒక టాపిక్ గురించి చెప్పుకుంటూ ఉన్నాం కాబట్టి దీన్ని పవర్ పాయింట్ ప్రజెంటేషన్ అంటాం. కానీ ఈ పవర్ పాయింట్ ప్రజెంటేషన్ త్రూ అవుట్ వరల్డ్ మనము చూడడానికి అవకాశం ఉంది కాబట్టి త్రూ అవుట్ వరల్డ్ చూడడానికి ఈ ప్రజెంటేషన్ మొత్తం ఒకదానికొకటి సంబంధంతో ఉన్న వెబ్ పేజీలు కాబట్టి వీటిని వెబ్ ప్రజెంటేషన్స్ అని అంటారు. మరి వెబ్సైట్ అంటే ఏమిటి? ద నెక్స్ట్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ వన్, అందరికీ తెలిసిన పదము వెబ్సైట్. తెలిసినా తెలియకపోయినా అందరూ వాడుతున్న పదము వెబ్సైట్. వెబ్సైట్ అంటే ఏమిటి? అన్ ఎంటిటీ ఆన్ ద ఇంటర్నెట్ దట్ పబ్లిషెస్ వెబ్ పేజెస్. ఒక వెబ్ పేజీని మనము రాసి నోట్బుక్లో పెట్టుకున్నాము, పేజ్ అన్నాం. ప్రపంచవ్యాప్తంగా చూడదగ్గ పేజీని మనం తయారు చేశాము. అది అందుబాటులోకి రావాలంటే ఇంటర్నెట్ సహకారం ఉండాలి. ఇంటర్నెట్ సహకారం లేనిదే ఈ వెబ్ పేజీలని ఎవరు ఎక్కడ చూపించలేరు, చదవలేరు. కాబట్టి ఇంటర్నెట్ సహకారంతో ఒక దానిని మనం పబ్లిష్ చేస్తే, ప్రచురిస్తే, సో వెన్ యూ పబ్లిష్ ఎ పేజ్, దట్ పేజ్ ఈజ్ అవైలబుల్ త్రూ అవుట్ వరల్డ్ విత్ ద హెల్ప్ ఆఫ్ ఇంటర్నెట్ కమ్యూనికేషన్స్. ఇంటర్నెట్ అంటే ఏమిటి అందరికీ తెలిసిందే, కానీ చెప్పుకుందాం. సో వెబ్సైట్ అంటే నథింగ్ బట్ ఏ కంప్యూటర్ సర్వింగ్ వెబ్ పేజెస్. ఒక కంప్యూటర్ సహాయంతో మనం వెబ్ పేజీలను పొందగలగడమే వెబ్సైట్. సో అలా మామూలు సైట్లు మనకు తెలుసు. వెబ్సైట్ అంటే వెబ్ పేజెస్ అన్నీ కూడా మనకు అందుబాటులోకి లభించేటువంటిదే వెబ్సైట్. మరి ఇంటర్నెట్ అంటే ఏమిటి? ఇంటర్నెట్ అంటే చాలా సులభమైనటువంటి మాట ఈ రోజుల్లో. కానీ ఇంటర్నెట్ అంటే ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి తెలుసుకోవాల్సినటువంటి విషయం ఏంటంటే ఇంటర్నెట్ ఈజ్ ఎ గ్లోబల్ సిస్టమ్ ఆఫ్ నెట్వర్క్డ్ కంప్యూటర్స్ టుగెదర్ విత్ దేర్ యూజర్స్ అండ్ డేటా. ఇంటర్నెట్ ఈరోజు ప్రపంచవ్యాప్తంగా గ్లోబల్ మొత్తం అందరూ వాడగలిగేటువంటిది. నెట్వర్క్డ్ కంప్యూటర్స్ ద్వారా ఒక కంప్యూటర్కు ఇంకొక కంప్యూటర్కు లింక్ ఇచ్చి ఈ కంప్యూటర్లో ఉన్నది ఆ కంప్యూటర్లో పొందడానికి, ఆ కంప్యూటర్లో ఉన్నది ఈ కంప్యూటర్లో పొందడానికి మనకు అవకాశం ఇచ్చేటువంటి కేబులింగ్, అంటే కేబుల్ ద్వారానో కేబుల్ లేకుండానో మీన్స్ వైర్డ్ ఆర్ వైర్లెస్ కంప్యూటర్స్ కూడా ఇప్పుడు అందుబాటులోకి వచ్చాయి. నెట్వర్కింగ్ అనేటువంటి కాన్సెప్ట్ ద్వారా విత్ వైర్ ఆర్ వితౌట్ వైర్ కంప్యూటర్స్ ఆర్ ఏబుల్ టు కమ్యూనికేట్ ఈచ్ అదర్. అలా కమ్యూనికేట్ చేసుకోవడానికి అవకాశం కల్పించి త్రూ అవుట్ వరల్డ్ మనము యూజర్స్ను మరియు వారి దగ్గర ఉన్నటువంటి సమాచారాన్ని, డేటాని పొందగలిగేందుకు అవకాశం ఇచ్చేటువంటి దానినే మనము ఇంటర్నెట్ అని అంటున్నాము. ద ఇంటర్నెట్ ఈజ్ ఎ గ్లోబల్ సిస్టమ్ ఆఫ్ లింక్డ్ కంప్యూటర్స్ ఆర్ నెట్వర్క్డ్ కంప్యూటర్స్ టుగెదర్ విత్ దేర్ యూజర్స్ అండ్ డేటా. అలాగే ద కాన్సెప్ట్ ఇందాకే మాట్లాడుకున్నట్టు, ద కాన్సెప్ట్ ఈజ్ టు యాక్సెస్ ద ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ and to communicate quickly and easily with the people from all over the world. So the concept is మనకు కావాల్సిన సమాచారాన్ని తీసుకోవడానికి కానీ చేరవేయడానికి కానీ చాలా వేగంగా మరియు సులభంగా మనము ఒకరి ద్వారా ఒకరికి, ప్రజలందరికీ మనము త్రూ అవుట్ వరల్డ్ మనం అవకాశాన్ని కలిగించే సదుపాయాన్ని కల్పించేటువంటిదే ఇంటర్నెట్. సో దట్ ఈస్ త్రూ ఇంటర్నెట్ ఇట్ ఈస్ అవైలబుల్. దట్ ఈస్ ద కాన్సెప్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఇంటర్నెట్. ఇంటర్-రిలేటెడ్ కంప్యూటర్స్ ఆర్ ఇంటర్-కనెక్టెడ్ కంప్యూటర్స్ నెట్వర్క్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ అన్ ఇంటర్నెట్. మరి నెక్స్ట్ మనం తెలుసుకోదగిన ఇంకొక పదము వెబ్ సర్వర్. వాట్ ఈజ్ ఎ సర్వర్? సర్వర్ అంటే మనం ఎప్పుడైనా చెప్పుకునేది సర్వర్ మీన్స్ హూ విల్ సర్వ్. సర్వ్ చేసే వాళ్ళనే మనం సర్వర్ అంటాము. ఇక్కడ వెబ్ పేజీలను సర్వ్ చేయడానికి సిద్ధంగా ఉన్నటువంటి కంప్యూటర్నే వెబ్ సర్వర్ అంటాము. ఏ కంప్యూటర్ దట్ సాటిస్ఫైస్ ద యూజర్ రిక్వెస్ట్స్ ఫర్ వెబ్ పేజెస్ త్రూ బ్రౌజర్ ఆన్ వరల్డ్ వైడ్ వెబ్. సో కంప్యూటర్ ఎవరికైనా వాళ్ళకు కావలసిన సమాచారాన్ని వాళ్ళ తృప్తి మేరకు, కోరిక మేరకు బ్రౌజర్ ద్వారా వరల్డ్ వైడ్ లభించేటువంటి అన్ని వెబ్ పేజీలను అందజేయగలిగేటువంటి కంప్యూటర్నే మనము వెబ్ సర్వర్ అంటాం. అంటే వెబ్ సర్వర్లో అన్ని కంప్యూటర్లలో అలాంటివి ఉండవు. వెబ్ సర్వర్ ఏంటంటే అదొక కంప్యూటర్, ఆ కంప్యూటర్లో కావాల్సిన సమాచారం అంతా ఉంటుంది. ఆ సమాచారాన్ని మనము త్రూ అవుట్ వరల్డ్ ఎవరు ఎక్కడి నుంచి అడిగినా కూడా వాళ్ళు లింక్డ్ టు కంప్యూటర్ నెట్వర్క్ అయి ఉంటే, ఇంటర్నెట్ అయి ఉంటే, దెన్ దే ఆర్ ఏబుల్ టు రిసీవ్ ద రిక్వెస్టెడ్ వెబ్ పేజెస్. దెన్ సచ్ కంప్యూటర్ ఇస్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ ఏ వెబ్ సర్వర్. అలాగే ఇంకొక తెలుసుకోదగిన పదము హైపర్ లింక్ ఆర్ హైపర్ టెక్స్ట్. హైపర్ లింక్ అంటే ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ స్ట్రింగ్ ఆఫ్ క్లిక్కబుల్ టెక్స్ట్. ఒక పదము అది క్లిక్కబుల్ అయ్యేటువంటి పదము లేదా క్లిక్కబుల్ అయ్యేటువంటి ఒక బొమ్మ, గ్రాఫిక్ దట్ పాయింట్స్ టు అనదర్ వెబ్ పేజ్. ఒక లింక్ ఉంటుంది, ఆ లింక్ ద్వారా మనము ఆ టెక్స్ట్ని క్లిక్ చేస్తే ఆ టెక్స్ట్ ఇంకొక వెబ్ పేజ్ని మనకు లోడ్ చేయడాన్నే హైపర్ లింకింగ్ అంటాము. లేదా ఆ టెక్స్ట్ కాకుండా ఒక బొమ్మనైనా మనం క్లిక్ చేసినప్పుడు ఒక వెబ్ పేజీని ఓపెన్ చేయగలిగితే సచ్ లింక్స్ ఆర్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ హైపర్ లింక్స్. మరి క్లిక్కబుల్ టెక్స్ట్నే మనము హైపర్ టెక్స్ట్ అని కూడా అంటాము. క్లిక్కబుల్ ఇమేజ్ని అయితే ఏమనం కానీ క్లిక్కబుల్ ఇమేజ్ అని అంటాము. మరి క్లిక్కబుల్ టెక్స్ట్కు వేరుగా ఒక పదం ఇచ్చారు. ఎందుకంటే మామూలు టెక్స్ట్ ఉంది, మామూలు టెక్స్ట్ మనం చదువుకోవడానికి వీలవుతుంది. కానీ ఇది క్లిక్కబుల్ టెక్స్ట్. క్లిక్కబుల్ టెక్స్ట్నే మనం హైపర్ టెక్స్ట్ అని కూడా అంటాము. సో వెన్ యూ క్లిక్ ఎ టెక్స్ట్ ఇట్ ఈస్ ఓపెనింగ్ అనదర్ వెబ్ పేజ్, దెన్ సచ్ టెక్స్ట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ అ హైపర్ టెక్స్ట్. మామూలు టెక్స్ట్కు హైపర్ టెక్స్ట్కు తేడా అదే. మామూలు టెక్స్ట్ నార్మల్, హైపర్ టెక్స్ట్ ఓ రకంగా అబ్నార్మల్ లేదా హైపర్. సో హైపర్ మార్కెట్ అంటూ ఉంటాం. హైపర్ మార్కెట్ మీన్స్ మనకు లభించే వస్తువులే కాకుండా మీకు కావాల్సినవి, అవసరం లేనివి, ఏవేవో అందరి అవసరాలను తీర్చగలిగేటువంటివి అన్నీ కూడా లభిస్తే అట్లాంటి మార్కెట్ని మనం హైపర్ మార్కెట్ అంటాం. అలాగే ఈ టెక్స్ట్ కూడా హైపర్ టెక్స్ట్ అంటాం. మామూలు టెక్స్ట్ అనుకున్నాము కానీ టెక్స్ట్ లాగా ఉంటూ ఇంకా వేరే పనులు కూడా చేయగలుగుతుంది కాబట్టి దీన్ని హైపర్ టెక్స్ట్ అని వర్ణించారు. నెక్స్ట్ సర్ఫర్ అండ్ యూఆర్ఎల్. వాట్ ఈజ్ అ సర్ఫర్? సర్ఫర్ ఈజ్ అ పర్సన్ హూ ఈజ్ ఎక్స్ప్లోరింగ్ ద వరల్డ్ వైడ్ వెబ్. హూ ఈజ్ ఎక్స్ప్లోరింగ్ ద వరల్డ్ వైడ్ వెబ్. మనం ప్రపంచం మొత్తాన్ని ఒక గవాక్షం ద్వారా, ఒక విండో ద్వారా చూడగలుగుతున్నాము. అలా చూడగలిగేటువంటి, ఎక్స్ప్లోర్ చేసుకుంటూ వెళ్ళేటువంటి పర్సన్నే వెబ్ టెర్మినాలజీలో సర్ఫర్ అంటారు. చూసే కొద్దీ ఇంకో పేజీ, ఇంకో పేజీ, ఇంకో పేజీ, ఇలా కావాల్సిన సమాచారాన్ని పొందుతూ ఇంకా కొత్త కొత్త విషయాలు తెలుసుకోవడానికి లోపలికి వెళ్ళిపోతూ, చొచ్చుకుపోతూ ఉండేటువంటి పర్సన్స్నే సర్ఫర్స్ అని అంటాము. సర్ఫర్. అలాగే యూఆర్ఎల్ అంటే ఏమి? దీన్ని పలకడానికి యూఆర్ఎల్ అని అనొచ్చు లేదా అర్ల్ అని కూడా చదువుతారు. యూనిఫామ్ రిసోర్స్ లొకేటర్. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ స్ట్రింగ్ ఆఫ్ క్యారెక్టర్స్ దట్ స్పెసిఫై ద అడ్రస్ ఆఫ్ ద వెబ్ పేజ్. ఒక అడ్రస్ ఆఫ్ ది వెబ్ పేజ్. ఇంటికి అడ్రస్ ఉన్నట్టుగానే వెబ్ పేజ్కి కూడా ఒక అడ్రస్ ఉంటుంది. చిరునామాను తెలియజేసేటువంటి స్ట్రింగ్ ఆఫ్ క్యారెక్టర్స్నే అర్ల్ అని అనొచ్చు లేదా యూఆర్ఎల్, యూనిఫామ్ రిసోర్స్ లొకేటర్. అంటే అందరికీ సమానంగా, అందరూ సమానమే, యూనిఫామ్. ఎవరు అడిగినా మనకు ఆ రిసోర్సెస్ని లొకేట్ చేసి అందరికీ సమంగా చూపగలిగేటువంటి దానినే యూఆర్ఎల్ అంటాము. ఆ యూఆర్ఎల్ ఈజ్ ఎ స్ట్రింగ్ ఆఫ్ క్యారెక్టర్స్ దట్ స్పెసిఫై ద అడ్రస్ ఆఫ్ ది వెబ్ పేజ్. మరి యూఆర్ఎల్ సింటాక్స్. ద సింటాక్స్ ఆఫ్ యూఆర్ఎల్ ఈజ్ హౌ :/ వేర్ /వాట్. బ్రౌజర్ ఈజ్ ఏబుల్ టు ఆన్సర్ హౌ కెన్ ద పేజ్ బి యాక్సెస్డ్, వేర్ కెన్ ద పేజ్ బి ఫౌండ్, వాట్ is the file name corresponding to the page. సో ఒక URL సింటాక్స్ అంటే ఇందాక అనుకున్నట్టు ఇది ఒక చిరునామా అనుకుందాం. ఏ వీధిలో, ఏ వార్డులో, లేకపోతే ఏ సందులో, ఇలా మనం చెప్పుకుంటూ వెళ్తాం. ఈ వీధిలో, ఈ సందులో, ఈ ఇంటి నంబరు, అక్కడ ఉంటాడు అతను. కాబట్టి ఈ ఊరి పేరు లేదా స్టేట్ పేరు, లేకపోతే జిల్లా పేరు, స్టేటు, జిల్లా, అక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి ఒక టౌన్ లేదా ఇంకా మూల ఒక విలేజ్, ఆ విలేజ్లో ఇంకో చిన్న గ్రామం, ఆ చిన్న గ్రామము. సో ఇలా చెప్పుకుంటూ వెళ్ళేటువంటి, ఒకదాని తర్వాత ఒకటి ఇచ్చేటువంటి దానినే యూఆర్ఎల్ అంటాం. ఇక్కడ ముందుగా తెలియజేయాల్సింది హౌ, ఎలా యాక్సెస్ చేయాలి, ఎలా వెళ్ళాలి అక్కడికి అని చెప్పేదే హౌ. వేర్, ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళాలి, అక్కడికి వెళ్ళిన తర్వాత, ఆ ఊరికి వెళ్ళిన తర్వాత ఏ జిల్లాకి వెళ్ళాలి, లేదా ఆ ఊరికి వెళ్ళిన తర్వాత ఏ వీధికి వెళ్ళాలి, ఇది తెలిపేదే వేర్ దట్ పేజ్ కెన్ బి ఫౌండ్. అండ్ వాట్ ఈస్ ద ఫైల్ నేమ్ కరెస్పాండింగ్ టు ద పేజ్, ఎక్కడ లభ్యమవుతుంది ఆ పేజీ అక్కడ ఉంటుంది. ఇలా తెలియజేసే దాన్నే URL అంటాము. ఉదాహరణ చూస్తే మీకు చాలా సులభంగా అర్థమవుతుంది. URL ఎగ్జాంపుల్ http://apcc.gov.in/jkc.html. ఇక్కడ HTTP అంటే ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ ప్రోటోకాల్. ప్రోటోకాల్ అంటే ఒక సర్టన్ రూల్స్ ఫాలో అవుతూ మనం చెప్పిన పని చెప్పినట్టు ఒక పద్ధతిగా చేసుకుంటూ వెళ్ళదాన్ని ప్రోటోకాల్ అంటాం. HTTP ఈజ్ ఎ ప్రోటోకాల్ టు యాక్సెస్. మనం ఏదైనా పొందడానికి HTTP హైపర్ టెక్స్ట్ ట్రాన్స్ఫర్ ప్రోటోకాల్ అన్నది ఉపయోగిస్తాం. హైపర్ టెక్స్ట్ మనం ఇందాక అనుకున్నట్టు హైపర్ టెక్స్టే మనము ఇక్కడ ట్రాన్స్ఫర్ చేయాలనుకుంటున్నాము, పొందాలనుకుంటున్నాము. ఒక ప్రోటోకాల్ ద్వారా అంటే ఒక పద్ధతి ప్రకారంగా ముందు ఇది, ఆ తర్వాత ఇతను, ఆ తర్వాత ఇతను, ముందు ఇంట్లో తండ్రి, ఆ తర్వాత తల్లి, ఆ తర్వాత ఇంకెవరైనా పెద్దవాళ్ళు, ఇంకెవరైనా, ఇలా ఒకదాని తర్వాత ఒకటి మనం పద్ధతిగా చేసుకుంటూ వెళ్ళే పనులనే ప్రోటోకాల్ అని అంటాము. HTTP ఈజ్ వన్ ప్రోటోకాల్ టు యాక్సెస్. అలాగే apcc.gov.in మనం ఇందాక అనుకున్నట్టు హౌ అయిపోయింది, వేర్ ఎక్కడుంది. apcc.gov.in ఈజ్ అ డొమైన్ నేమ్ వేర్ ద పేజ్ ఆర్ పేజెస్ రిసైడ్స్. ఎక్కడ ఆ పేజెస్ ఉన్నాయో మనకు తెలియజేసేటువంటిదే apcc.gov.in అనేది వేర్ అని మనం చెప్పుకోవచ్చు ఇక్కడ. అలాగే డొమైన్ నేమ్ అంటే దాని యొక్క పేరు, అవన్నీ ఎక్కడ కట్టగట్టుకొని ఉన్నాయో, రిసైడ్ అవుతున్నాయో దానినే మనం డొమైన్ నేమ్ అని కూడా అంటాం. అలాగే jkc.html ఈజ్ ద యునిక్ పేజ్. jkc.html అనేది ఏంటది, వాట్ ఈస్ ద ఫైల్, ఆ ఫైల్ అన్నది యునిక్గా ఉంటుంది, అంటే ఒక్కటే ఉంటుంది, 2-3 ఉండవు అలాంటివి. అలాంటి తెలియజేసేదాన్ని వాట్ ఈస్ దట్. సో హౌ, వేర్, వాట్ ఈ రకంగా మనం రాసి బ్రౌజర్ ద్వారా మనము ఈరోజు హైపర్ టెక్స్ట్ని, వెబ్ పేజీలని, అలాగే వెబ్ ప్రజెంటేషన్స్ని పొందగలుగుతున్నాము. అలాగే వెబ్ మాస్టర్ అంటే ఎవరు, ఇవన్నీ తయారు చేసేది ఎవరు, వెబ్ ప్రజెంటేషన్ తయారు చేయాలి. ఏ పర్సన్ హూ మెయింటైన్స్ ఆర్ క్రియేట్స్ అండ్ మేనేజెస్ ఎ వెబ్ ప్రజెంటేషన్ ఫర్ అన్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్ ఆర్ బిజినెస్ ఆర్ ఎ షాప్ ఆర్ ఎన్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్ ఎట్సెట్రా ఈజ్ ఆల్సో కాల్డ్ వెబ్ మేనేజర్. ఎవరు తయారు చేస్తారు ఇవి, నీకు కావాల్సినట్టుగా ఒక పేజీని నువ్వు రాసుకుంటావు, టీచర్ చెప్తుంటే స్టూడెంట్ నోట్బుక్లో రాసుకుంటూ వెళ్తారు. మరి ఒక కంపెనీ అయినా నాకు ఈ రకంగా నాకు పేజీ కనపడాలి, ముందు ఇలా కనపడాలి, ఆ తర్వాత లోపలికి ఇలా వెళ్ళాలి, అక్కడ ఒక పేజ్ ఉంటుంది, ఇక్కడ ఒక బొమ్మ ఉంటుంది, ఇక్కడ ఒక పేజీని క్లిక్ చేసి ఇది రావాలి అది రావాలని ఆ కంపెనీ అతను లేదా ఆ షాప్ అతను లేదా ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్ అతను చెప్పుకుంటూ వెళ్తారు. ఆ చెప్పుకుంటూ వెళ్ళిన దాన్ని డిజైన్ చేసి ఆ ప్రజెంటేషన్ తయారు చేసే వాళ్ళనే వెబ్ మాస్టర్స్ అని అంటాము, లేదా వెబ్ మేనేజర్ అని కూడా అంటాము. సో ఇంకా తెలుసుకోవాల్సినటువంటి ఇంకొక ముఖ్యమైన పదం ఏంటంటే మిర్రర్ సైట్. ఏ సైట్ దట్ కంటైన్స్ ఎ డూప్లికేట్ కాపీ ఆఫ్ ఎ వెబ్ ప్రజెంటేషన్ ఫ్రమ్ అనదర్ సైట్. ఎప్పుడైనా పాపులర్గా ఉన్నటువంటి సైట్స్ ఎక్కువ డిమాండ్ ఉంది, చాలామంది ఆ వెబ్సైట్ను చూస్తూ ఉన్నారు, అందరికీ ఆ సమాచారం చాలా ముఖ్యమైపోయింది. ఒక్కొక్కసారి ఎప్పుడైనా ఒక్కరోజే డిమాండ్ ఉంటుంది, ఆ డిమాండ్ ఉన్నప్పుడు ప్రతి ఒక్కరు ఆ సైట్ను ఓపెన్ చేస్తుంటారు, చూస్తుంటారు. అప్పుడు చాలా ఇబ్బంది అయిపోతుంది. చాలామంది ఒకే సైట్ను పదే పదే చూస్తూ ఉంటే ట్రాఫిక్ జామ్ అయిపోతుంది. మనం ఎప్పుడైనా ఎవరైనా పాపులర్ పర్సనాలిటీ లేదా సెలబ్రిటీ ఒక షాప్ ఓపెనింగ్కి వచ్చారంటే ఆ వీధులంతా చాలా బిజీ అయిపోతాయి. ఆ బిజీ అయినటువంటి వీధులు ఎలా ఉన్నాయో కంట్రోల్ చేయడానికి ఎలా ఇబ్బంది అవుతుందో, అలాగే ఒక వెబ్సైట్ కూడా చూస్తున్నప్పుడు నెట్వర్క్ ట్రాఫిక్ జామ్ అయిపోతుంది. ఆ ట్రాఫిక్ జామ్ను కంట్రోల్ చేయడానికి ఒక సులభమైనటువంటి పద్ధతి ఏంటంటే ఒక డూప్లికేట్ కాపీ తయారు చేసి, ఇక్కడైతే డూప్లికేట్ రోడ్లు తయారు చేయలేం, డూప్లికేట్ సెలబ్రిటీని తయారు చేయలేం, డూప్లికేట్ షాప్ తయారు చేయలేం. కానీ ఇక్కడ మనకు ఒక అవకాశం ఉంది, టెక్నాలజీ ఇచ్చింది, అదే వరం. అదేంటంటే ఉన్న వెబ్సైటే కాకుండా ఇంకొక వెబ్సైట్ కూడా అలాంటిదే తయారు చేసి కొంత ట్రాఫిక్ మళ్ళిస్తాం. ఇటువైపు వెళ్ళినా అదే సైట్ వస్తుంది, అటువైపు వెళ్ళినా ఇదే సైట్ వస్తుంది. ఈ రకంగా ట్రాఫిక్ని మళ్ళించి ఆ ట్రాఫిక్ జామ్ని కంట్రోల్ చేయడానికి మనము ఇంకొక సైట్ను తయారు చేసి దాన్నే మిర్రర్ సైట్ అంటాం. ఇలాంటివి ఎప్పుడు అవసరం వస్తుంటాయంటే జనరల్గా రిజల్ట్స్ వచ్చినప్పుడు మనము ఒక సైట్ని చూస్తూ ఉంటాం, ఆ సైట్లో ఒక్కటే మన రిజల్ట్స్ లభిస్తాయి, కానీ ఆ సైట్ ఏమో ఎర్రర్ వస్తుంటుంది, లేదా ఎంతసేపు అయినా ఓపెన్ అవ్వకుండా ఉంటుంది. ఇలాంటి వాటిని మనం కంట్రోల్ చేసేందుకే మిర్రర్ సైట్ అన్నది ఒకటి తయారైంది. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ డూప్లికేట్ కాపీ. ఇఫ్ ఎ వెబ్ ప్రజెంటేషన్ ఈజ్ ఎక్స్ట్రీమ్లీ పాపులర్, అదర్ సైట్స్ మే బి యూజ్డ్ టు మిర్రర్ ఒరిజినల్ వెబ్ ప్రజెంటేషన్. ఎప్పుడైనా పాపులర్ అవుతే ఆ వెబ్ ప్రజెంటేషన్ని మనము అదర్ సైట్స్ వాళ్ళు డూప్లికేట్ చేసుకొని మేబీ యూజ్డ్ టు మిర్రర్. మిర్రర్ అంటే మనకు తెలిసిందే మన యొక్క ప్రతిబింబము. అలాంటిదే మనం ఇంకొకటి తయారు చేసి మనం వెబ్ ప్రజెంటేషన్ని ఇంకొక ప్లేస్లో పెట్టి ఆ చిరునామా టైప్ చేస్తూనే వెంటనే అక్కడికి దారి మళ్లించి ఆటోమేటిక్గా కనెక్ట్ చేస్తే ఆ వెబ్ రిక్వెస్ట్ చేసేటువంటి యూజర్ కూడా చాలా చక్కగా అర్థం చేసుకుంటాడు, నేను పొందగలిగేది చాలా వేగంగా వస్తుంది, సులభంగానే వచ్చిందని కూడా ఫీల్ అయ్యేదానికి అవకాశం ఉంది. కాబట్టి ఆ అనుభూతిని పొందడానికి కోసమే వెబ్సైట్లకు, పాపులర్ వెబ్సైట్లకు మాత్రమే మిర్రర్ వెబ్సైట్లు కూడా తయారు చేస్తుంటారు. అట్లాంటి సైట్లనే మనం మిర్రర్ సైట్స్ అంటాము. మరి ఇది మనం ఈరోజు ఇంట్రడక్షన్ టు వెబ్ టెక్నాలజీస్ అనేటువంటి టాపిక్లో వెబ్ అంటే ఏమిటి, వెబ్ పేజ్ అంటే ఏమిటి, వెబ్ పేజెస్ అంటే ఏమిటి, వెబ్ ప్రజెంటేషన్ అంటే ఏమిటి, వెబ్ మాస్టర్ అంటే ఏమిటి, హైపర్ టెక్స్ట్ అంటే ఏమిటి, హైపర్ లింక్ అంటే ఏమిటి, మిర్రర్ సైట్ అంటే ఏమిటి, ఇలా రకరకాల విషయాలు, యూఆర్ఎల్ అంటే ఏంటి, ఇవన్నీ తెలుసుకున్నాము. మరి నెక్స్ట్ మనం ఇంకొన్ని విషయాలు నెక్స్ట్ టాపిక్లో తెలుసుకుందాం. మరి నెక్స్ట్ టాపిక్ మనం బేసిక్స్ ఆఫ్ HTML అండ్ ట్యాగ్స్. సో HTML అంటే ఏమిటి, ఆ ట్యాగ్లు ఏంటి అనేటువంటిది ఈ టాపిక్లో చూద్దాము. వై HTML? HTML అనేది ఎందుకు? టు హైలైట్ ఆర్ అట్రాక్ట్ ఆర్ డిస్టింగ్విష్ ఆర్ మార్కప్ ది రిక్వైర్డ్ టెక్స్ట్ ఇన్ ఎ పేజ్ ఫ్రమ్ నార్మల్ ఆర్ రెగ్యులర్ అపీరెన్స్ నీడ్స్ ఎ సింపుల్ అండ్ యూనివర్సల్ లాంగ్వేజ్. మామూలుగా రాస్తే మామూలు టెక్స్ట్ అంటాము, కానీ దాన్ని కొంత హైలైటర్ పెన్నుతో రంగేసామనుకోండి, మార్కప్ అయింది, హైలైట్ అయింది అంటాం. లేదా అట్రాక్ట్ చేయడానికి ఆ అక్షరాల మీద కొంచెం చమక్ చమక్ స్టార్స్ ఇచ్చామనుకోండి, అట్రాక్ట్ చేస్తుంది లేదా హైలైట్ చేస్తుంది. కొంత డిస్టింగ్విషింగ్గా ఉండేటువంటి టెక్స్ట్ను తయారు చేయాలనుకుంటే, అలాంటి టెక్స్ట్ను తయారు చేయడానికి, మార్కప్ చేయడానికి మనం వాడేటువంటి సింపుల్ అండ్ యూనివర్సల్ లాంగ్వేజే హైపర్ టెక్స్ట్ మార్కప్ లాంగ్వేజ్. మరి ఈ హైపర్ టెక్స్ట్ మార్కప్ లాంగ్వేజ్ ఎవరు కనిపెట్టారు, ఎందుకు ఈ హైపర్ టెక్స్ట్ మార్కప్ లాంగ్వేజ్ అని ఇప్పుడే తెలుసుకున్నాం. హైలైట్ చేయడానికి, మామూలు టెక్స్ట్కు భిన్నంగా ఉండేట్టుగా మనం ఒక టెక్స్ట్ను తయారు చేసేదాన్నే హైపర్ టెక్స్ట్ మార్కప్ లాంగ్వేజ్ అంటాము. మరి హైపర్ టెక్స్ట్ మార్కప్ లాంగ్వేజ్ ముఖ్యంగా ఏం చేస్తుందంటే, జస్ట్ ఇట్ మార్క్స్ అప్ అండ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ యూజ్డ్ ఫర్ క్రియేటింగ్ ద వెబ్ పేజెస్. ఇట్ ఈస్ యూజ్డ్ ఫర్ క్రియేటింగ్ ద వెబ్ పేజెస్. In 1990, it is introduced by Tim Berners-Lee at CERN Laboratory, Center for European Research Nuclear Networks అనేటువంటి లాబొరేటరీలో టిమ్ బెర్నర్స్-లీ అనేటువంటి ఆయన 1990లో ఈ HTML అనే దాన్ని ప్రవేశపెట్టాడు. సో ఆయన ఒకసారి చూస్తే ఎప్పుడైనా మళ్ళీ మనకు గుర్తుంటుంది. సో హీఈస్ ద పర్సన్ హూ ఇన్వెంటెడ్ ఆర్ క్రియేటెడ్ దిస్ HTML అలాంగ్ విత్ ద టీమ్. సో ఈజ్ ద లీడ్ రోల్ పర్సన్ టిమ్ బెర్నర్స్-లీ. మరి HTML ఎలా ఉంటుంది? HTML చాలా సులభమైనటువంటి, ఏ రకమైనటువంటి లాజిక్ లేకుండా సింపుల్గా రాసేటువంటి లాంగ్వేజ్. లాంగ్వేజ్ అంటే మామూలుగా అందరూ ప్రోగ్రామింగ్ ఏదో ఉంటుందేమో అని అనుకుంటాం. ఇక్కడ ఎటువంటి ప్రోగ్రామింగ్ ఉండదు. కేవలం ఒక 5వ తరగతి చదివేటువంటి పిల్లవాడు కూడా నేర్చుకొని సులభంగా మనం రాయగలిగేటువంటి లాంగ్వేజే HTML ట్యాగ్. సో HTMLలో రాసేటువంటి వాటిని ట్యాగ్లు అంటారు. ఆ ట్యాగ్ యొక్క సింటాక్స్ ఇలా ఉంటుంది. ట్యాగ్ లెస్ దాన్ ట్యాగ్ అని రాసి attri1 మీన్స్ అట్రిబ్యూట్ 1 ఈక్వల్స్ టు విత్ ఇన్ డబుల్ కోట్స్ వాల్యూ 1, అలాగే ఒక స్పేస్ ఇచ్చి మళ్ళీ attri2 అట్రిబ్యూట్ 2 ఈక్వల్స్ టు మళ్ళీ ఒక వాల్యూ ఇచ్చి v2 అని, ఇలా ఎన్నైనా అట్రిబ్యూట్స్ రాసుకుంటూ వెళ్ళొచ్చు, వాల్యూస్ రాసుకుంటూ వెళ్ళొచ్చు. మళ్ళీ గ్రేటర్ దాన్ సింబల్ ఇస్తాం. దీన్నే లెస్ దాన్ గ్రేటర్ దాన్ అంటే యాంగిల్ బ్రాకెట్స్ అని కూడా అంటాం. ఏ ఐటమ్ అయితే మనము భిన్నంగా కనిపించాలనుకున్నామో, ఏ టెక్స్ట్ అయితే మనం భిన్నంగా కనిపించాలనుకున్నామో ఆ టెక్స్ట్ను ఐటమ్ టు బి ఫార్మాటెడ్ అని మధ్యలో రాసి మళ్ళీ ఎండ్ చేసేది లెస్ దాన్ స్లాష్ ట్యాగ్. ఏ ట్యాగ్ అయితే ఉపయోగించామో అదే ట్యాగ్ని మళ్ళీ పూర్తి చేస్తే దీనిని బిగినింగ్ ఆఫ్ ది ట్యాగ్ అంటాం, ఈ మొత్తాన్ని. దీన్ని ఎండింగ్ ఆఫ్ ది ట్యాగ్ అంటాం. ఈ రెండింటి మధ్యలో మనం ఉంచేటువంటి టెక్స్ట్ కానీ ఐటమ్ కానీ ఏదైతే ఉందో అది ఫార్మాట్ అవుతుంది. దీనినే మనము HTML ట్యాగ్ అంటాం. ఉదాహరణకు మనము ఎగ్జాంపుల్ కూడా చూద్దాం. హియర్ attri1, attri2 ఆర్ అట్రిబ్యూట్స్ అండ్ v1, v2 ఆర్ వాల్యూస్. సో ట్యాగ్స్ బేస్డ్ ఆన్ టైపింగ్. మనం టైప్ చేసే విధానాన్ని బట్టి HTML కంటైన్స్ సింగిల్ అండ్ పేర్డ్ టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ ట్యాగ్స్. సో HTMLలో మనం టైప్ చేసే విధానాన్ని బట్టి సింగిల్ ట్యాగులు ఉన్నాయి, పేర్డ్ ట్యాగులు ఉన్నాయి. ఎనీ ట్యాగ్ మే కంటైన్ ఎనీ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ అట్రిబ్యూట్స్ విత్ ఆర్ వితౌట్ వాల్యూస్. ఒక ట్యాగ్లో ఎన్నైనా అట్రిబ్యూట్లు ఉండొచ్చు, విత్ వాల్యూస్ ఉండొచ్చు, వితౌట్ వాల్యూస్ ఉండొచ్చు. అంటే అట్రిబ్యూటే వాల్యూ లాగా పనిచేయొచ్చు, లేదా అట్రిబ్యూట్కి కొంత వాల్యూ ఇవ్వచ్చు. ఆ రకంగా మనము ట్యాగుల్లో ఎన్ని అట్రిబ్యూట్లు అయినా రాసుకోవచ్చు. అలాంటి ట్యాగులు కూడా ఉంటాయి. మరి ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఆఫ్ ఎ ట్యాగ్ మనం గమనిస్తే లెస్ దాన్ బి గ్రేటర్ దాన్ లయన్ లెస్ దాన్ స్లాష్ బి గ్రేటర్ దాన్. ది లయన్ విల్ బి షోన్ ఇన్ బోల్డ్ స్టైల్ యాజ్ లయన్ యూజింగ్ ద బి ట్యాగ్. సో దీన్నే బోల్డ్ ట్యాగ్ అని కూడా అంటారు. సో ఇలా రాసినటువంటి పదము ఇలా భిన్నంగా తయారైంది, అంటే బోల్డ్గా తయారైంది. ఇలా రాసేటువంటి అవకాశాన్ని మనకు కలిగించిందే ఈ బోల్డ్ ట్యాగ్. సో దట్ ఈస్ ద ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఫర్ ఎ ట్యాగ్. మరి సింగిల్ ట్యాగులు అంటే ఏంటి? సింగిల్ ట్యాగులు నథింగ్ బట్ విచ్ కంటైన్స్ ఓన్లీ బిగినింగ్ ఆఫ్ ద ట్యాగ్ అండ్ ద ఐటమ్ ఈజ్ టు బి ఫార్మాటెడ్ ఈజ్ విత్ ఇన్ ద యాంగిల్ బ్రాకెట్స్. యాంగిల్ బ్రాకెట్స్ లోపలనే మొత్తము రాసేయాలి. అలాంటి ట్యాగుల్ని మనం సింగిల్ ట్యాగ్స్ అంటాం. ఉదాహరణకు లెస్ దాన్ ఐఎంజీ గ్రేటర్ దాన్ ఇమేజ్ ట్యాగ్ అంటారు, లెస్ దాన్ బ్రేక్ ట్యాగ్. ఈ ట్యాగులు సింగిల్ ట్యాగులు అంటాం. అంటే దీనికి ఎండింగ్ ఏముండదు, మళ్ళీ లెస్ దాన్ స్లాష్ ఐఎంజీ ఉండదు, లెస్ దాన్ స్లాష్ బిఆర్ ఉండదు. కేవలం ఐఎంజీ బిఆర్ అనే ట్యాగుల్లోనే మన విషయాన్ని రాస్తాము. అలాంటి వాటినే మనము సింగిల్ ట్యాగ్స్ అంటాం. అలాగే పెయిర్డ్ ట్యాగ్స్ విచ్ కంటైన్స్ బోత్ ద బిగినింగ్ అండ్ ద ఎండింగ్ అండ్ ఇన్ బిట్వీన్ ద ఐటమ్ టు బి ఫార్మాటెడ్. ఉదాహరణకు ఫాంట్ ట్యాగ్, ఈ మధ్యలో ఏం రాస్తామో అది రాసి ఫాంట్ ట్యాగ్ క్లోజ్ చేస్తాం. అలాగే ఓఎల్ ట్యాగ్, మధ్యలో ఏమైనా రాసి ఓఎల్ క్లోజ్ చేస్తాం. ఇవి పెయిర్డ్ ట్యాగ్స్ అంటాం. అలాగే ట్యాగ్స్ బేస్డ్ ఆన్ స్టైల్, సిమాంటిక్ బేస్డ్ వర్సెస్ సింటాక్టిక్ బేస్డ్ స్టైల్ టైప్ ట్యాగ్స్ కూడా ఉన్నాయి. ఇందాక రాసే విధానాన్ని బట్టి ట్యాగులు రెండు రకాలు అనుకున్నాం. ఇప్పుడు రాసే స్టైల్ని బట్టి, అంటే రాసే స్టైల్ అంటే మనం రాసే స్టైల్ కాదు, వెబ్ పేజీలో అపియర్ అయ్యే స్టైల్ని బట్టి సిమాంటిక్ ట్యాగులు, సింటాక్టిక్ ట్యాగులు అని మళ్ళీ రెండు రకాల ట్యాగులు ఉన్నాయి. మనకు సిమాంటిక్ ట్యాగులు అంటే ఏమీ లేదు. దీస్ ట్యాగ్స్ ఆర్ ఆల్సో కాల్డ్ కంటెంట్ బేస్డ్ స్టైల్ టైప్స్ ఇన్ విచ్ ట్యాగ్స్ ఇండికేట్స్ ద కంటెంట్ ఆఫ్ ది టెక్స్ట్. అంటే సిమాంటిక్ అంటే దాని యొక్క అర్థాన్ని ఆధారం చేసుకొని బ్రౌజర్ మనకు దాని వెబ్ పేజీ మీద చూపిస్తుంది. బ్రౌజర్ వెబ్ పేజీ మీద చూపించేదాన్ని రెండరింగ్ అంటాం. సో బ్రౌజర్ విల్ రెండర్ ద కంటెంట్ ఆఫ్ ది HTML డాక్యుమెంట్ ఆన్ టు ద వెబ్ పేజ్. ఆ అపియరెన్స్నే మనము కంటెంట్ ఆధారంతో చేసేదాన్ని కంటెంట్ బేస్డ్ స్టైల్ టైప్ ట్యాగ్స్ అంటారు, లేదా సిమాంటిక్ బేస్డ్ ట్యాగ్స్ అంటారు. మరి సింటాక్టిక్ బేస్డ్ ట్యాగ్స్ అంటే ఏమిటి? సో సింటాక్టిక్ బేస్డ్ ట్యాగ్స్ అంటే ఫిజికల్ బేస్డ్ స్టైల్ టైప్స్ ఇన్ విచ్ ట్యాగ్స్ డైరెక్ట్స్ హౌ ద టెక్స్ట్ టు అపియర్. మనం టెక్స్ట్ ఏ రకంగా చూపించాలి అని అనుకున్నది బ్రౌజర్కు చెప్తుంది. ఆ బ్రౌజర్కు చెప్పి చేయించుకునేటువంటి ట్యాగులనే సింటాక్టిక్ బేస్డ్ ట్యాగ్స్ అంటారు. మరి ఇందాక చెప్పినటువంటి సిమాంటిక్ ట్యాగ్స్ ఏంటి? బ్రౌజరే చేస్తుంది, కానీ అర్థంతో మనము ఈజీగా అర్థం చేసుకోవడానికి ఉన్నటువంటి ట్యాగ్లే సిమాంటిక్ ట్యాగులు. ఉదాహరణకు చూడండి, అడ్రస్ ట్యాగు, స్ట్రాంగ్ ట్యాగు, బిగ్ ట్యాగు, స్మాల్ ట్యాగు. ఈ పదంలోనే అర్థమైపోతుంది. అడ్రస్ అంటే చిరునామాను స్పెసిఫిక్గా చూపించేటువంటివి, అంటే కొంత వెరైటీగా అడ్రస్ రాసేప్పుడు కొంచెం స్టైల్గా మనం రాస్తాం. అలా అడ్రస్ ట్యాగ్ అనేటువంటిది అడ్రస్ పర్పస్ రాస్తాము. స్ట్రాంగ్ అంటే బలంగా ఉండేటువంటి రాస్తాము. బిగ్ చాలా పెద్దగా చూపించడానికి, స్మాల్ చిన్నగా చూపించడానికి వాడేటువంటి ట్యాగులు. అంటే ట్యాగ్ యొక్క అర్థమే తెలిపేస్తుంది. అలాంటి ట్యాగులు మనం సిమాంటిక్ ట్యాగ్స్ అంటాము, కానీ చాలా తక్కువ ఉంటాయి సిమాంటిక్ ట్యాగులు. సింటాక్టిక్ ట్యాగులు వీటి ఎగ్జాంపుల్ బి అంటే బోల్డ్ అని HTML చదువుకున్న వాళ్ళకి తెలుస్తుంది, చదువుకోని వాళ్లకు అర్థం చేసుకుంటూ వెళ్తే అర్థమైపోతుంది. సో బి ఈజ్ బోల్డ్ ట్యాగ్, ఐ ఈజ్ ఇటాలిక్ ట్యాగ్, యు ఈజ్ అండర్లైన్ ట్యాగ్, SUB ఈజ్ సబ్స్క్రిప్ట్ ట్యాగ్, SUP ఈజ్ సూపర్ స్క్రిప్ట్ ట్యాగ్. మనం ఎప్పుడైనా A² అని రాయాలి, అప్పుడు సూపర్ స్క్రిప్ట్ ట్యాగ్ వాడతాం అనమాట. ఇలాంటివి సింటాక్టిక్ బేస్డ్ ట్యాగ్స్. మనం ఏం చెప్తే అది డైరెక్ట్ చేయడం వల్ల వచ్చేటువంటి సింటాక్టిక్ బేస్డ్ ట్యాగ్స్. మరి సమ్ HTML ట్యాగ్స్ యూ కెన్ సీ. మరి ఆ ట్యాగ్లు ఏంటంటే ఉదాహరణకి ఇక్కడ చూద్దాము. మళ్ళీ నెక్స్ట్ టాపిక్లో మనం ఇంకొక ట్యాగ్ గురించి పూర్తిగా తెలుసుకొని ఈ ట్యాగులను కొద్దిగా అర్థం చేసుకుందాము. HTML అనే ట్యాగ్ ఒక ట్యాగు, హెడ్ అనేటువంటిది ఒక ట్యాగు, టైటిల్ అనేటువంటిది ఒక ట్యాగు, బాడీ ఈజ్ అనదర్ ట్యాగ్, P ఈజ్ పారాగ్రాఫ్ ట్యాగ్, అలాగే A అన్నది యాంకర్ ట్యాగ్. నెక్స్ట్ టాపిక్లో మనం యాంకర్ ట్యాగ్ చూద్దాము. అలాగే B అన్నది బోల్డ్ ట్యాగ్, I అన్నది ఇటాలిక్ ట్యాగ్, ఫాంట్ అన్నది ఫాంట్ ట్యాగ్, ఫాంట్ మార్చుకోవడం కోసం, HI హెడ్డింగ్ ట్యాగ్. H1 ఉన్నప్పుడు ఒక సైజులో హెడ్డింగ్ కనపడుతుంది, H2 ఉన్నప్పుడు ఒక సైజులో హెడ్డింగ్ కనపడుతుంది. అలా H6 వరకు మనకు రకరకాల సైజుల్లో హెడ్డింగ్ కనపడే దానికి వాడేదే HI ట్యాగ్. అలాగే ఆర్డర్డ్ లిస్ట్ ఆర్డర్ ప్రకారం రావాలి. 1 2 3 4 5 అని ఐటమ్స్ ఆర్డర్లో ఉండాలనుకున్నప్పుడు ఆర్డర్డ్ లిస్ట్ వాడతాం. UL అనార్డర్డ్ లిస్ట్ అంటే బుల్లెట్స్ రూపంలో రాస్తాం. యాపిల్స్, బనానాస్, ఈ ఏదో సపోటాస్, ఇలా రకరకాలుగా రాసుకుంటూ వెళ్ళేటువంటివి అనార్డర్డ్ లిస్ట్. సో ఆర్డర్ ఏముండదు, కానీ బుల్లెట్స్ రూపంలో ఒక ఆర్డర్ని తయారు చేసేటువంటి అనార్డర్డ్ లిస్ట్. డెఫినేషన్ లిస్ట్స్, డిఎల్, స్టైల్ టైప్ ట్యాగ్స్, మ్యాప్, ఇమేజ్ని మనము పెట్టి ఇమేజ్లో మనం గూగుల్ మ్యాప్స్లో చూస్తూ ఉంటాం. ఇప్పుడు ఇంటర్నెట్లో ఎక్కడున్నా మనం అక్కడ లొకేట్ చేస్తాం. ఇక్కడ క్లిక్ చేస్తే ఆ పర్టికులర్ ఏరియా మాత్రం పెద్దగా అయిపోతుంది. అవన్నీ మనం మ్యాప్ అనే ట్యాగ్ ద్వారా కూడా ఇక్కడ తయారు చేసుకోవచ్చు. అలాగే బ్రేక్ ట్యాగు, బిఆర్ ట్యాగు, ఐఎంజీ ట్యాగు, ఇమేజ్ను చూపించడానికి ఇమేజ్ ట్యాగు, బిఆర్ అంటే బ్రేక్ చేయడానికి, లైన్ టు లైన్ ఒక గ్యాప్ రావాలనుకుంటే బ్రేక్ ట్యాగ్ వాడతాం అనమాట. ఫ్రేమ్ సెట్, ఒక వెబ్ పేజ్ని డివైడ్ చేసి 4-5 ఫ్రేములుగా తయారు చేయాలనుకుంటే ఫ్రేమ్ సెట్ ట్యాగ్ వాడతాం. ఒక్కొక్క ఫ్రేమ్లో ఏం రాస్తామని చెప్పేదానికి ఫ్రేమ్ ట్యాగ్ వాడతాం. స్క్రిప్ట్ ట్యాగ్, మనం ఏదైనా HTMLలో స్క్రిప్టింగ్ రాయాలనుకుంటే, ప్రోగ్రామింగ్ రాయాలనుకుంటే కూడా అవకాశం ఉంది. అలాంటివి స్క్రిప్ట్ ట్యాగ్ ద్వారా రాయొచ్చు. అలాగే టేబుల్ ట్యాగు, ఒక టేబుల్లో మనము వెబ్ పేజీలో చూపించాలనుకుంటే టేబుల్ గీయాలనుకుంటే టేబుల్ ట్యాగ్ వాడతాము. అలాగే టేబుల్ డేటా, టేబుల్ హెడర్ లేదా టేబుల్ హెడ్ అంటాము. హెడ్డింగ్ అనమాట ఇది. యాక్చువల్గా హెడ్డింగ్ టైప్లో టేబుల్ రాయాలనుకుంటే TH అని ట్యాగ్ రాస్తాము. అలాగే టేబుల్ రో, ఒక్కొక్క రోలో ఏముండాలనేది TR ట్యాగ్ ద్వారా రాస్తాము. హారిజాంటల్ రూలర్, ఎప్పుడైనా మనం ఒక లైన్ గీత కొడుతుంటాం, హెడ్డింగ్ రాసి ఇలా గీత కొట్టేస్తాం. మరి అలాంటప్పుడు మనకు HR అనే ట్యాగ్ కూడా ఉపయోగపడుతుంది. ఇలా రకరకాల HTML ట్యాగుల గురించి మీరు చదువుకుంటూ వెళ్తే HTML యొక్క ఉపయోగము, HTML ద్వారా మనం ఏ రకమైనటువంటి పనులు చేయొచ్చో కూడా, వెబ్ పేజీలు ఎలా క్రియేట్ చేయాలో కూడా మీకు అవగతం అవుతుంది. మరి నెక్స్ట్ ఒక HTML డాక్యుమెంట్ రాయాలంటే ఈ రకమైనటువంటి స్ట్రక్చర్ ఉంటుంది. దట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ స్ట్రక్చర్ ఆఫ్ HTML డాక్యుమెంట్. HTML హెడ్, టైటిల్, ఏ టైటిల్ కావాలంటే ఆ టైటిల్ రాసుకోవచ్చు. టైటిల్ క్లోజ్ చేయాలి, హెడ్ క్లోజ్ చేయాలి. ఆ తర్వాత బాడీలో ఏ రకమైనటువంటి ఎన్ని ట్యాగులైనా రాసుకుని బాడీని క్లోజ్ చేసి HTML అనేటువంటి దాన్ని క్లోజ్ చేయాలి. అలా HTML ఇక్కడ మొదలై ఇక్కడ పూర్తయింది. HTML డాక్యుమెంట్లో ముందుగా హెడ్ పార్ట్ ఉంటుంది, ఆ తర్వాత బాడీ పార్ట్ ఉంటుంది. హెడ్లో టైటిల్ ఏవైతే హెడ్ ద్వారా మొత్తాన్ని నడిపించగలో అలాంటివి రాస్తాము. బాడీలో ఒక్కొక్క పార్ట్ గురించి మనం రాసుకుంటూ వెళ్ళేదాన్నే బాడీ ఆఫ్ ది HTML డాక్యుమెంట్ అంటాము. బాడీలో రాసేటువంటివన్నీ వెబ్ పేజీ బాడీలో కనపడతాయి. ఉదాహరణకి ఇలా ఉంటుంది. ఎగ్జాంపుల్ HTML డాక్యుమెంట్, HTML హెడ్, టైటిల్, ఏ శాంపుల్ వెబ్ పేజ్, హెడ్ క్లోజ్ అయింది, బాడీ మొదలైంది. హెడ్డింగ్ 1 అలైన్ చేశారు. ఏం దాన్ని అలైన్ చేశారంటే హలో వరల్డ్ అనేటువంటి దానిని, హలో మామూలు పదము, వరల్డ్ మాత్రం బోల్డ్ పదము, దీన్ని సెంటర్గా హెడ్డింగ్ వచ్చేటట్టుగా చూశారు. అలాగే హెడ్డింగ్ క్లోజ్ అయింది. ఒకటోది హెడ్డింగ్ 2 రైట్ సైడ్ అలైన్మెంట్ చేశారు. హలో ఎవరిబడి రాశారు, బాడీ క్లోజ్ చేశారు, HTML క్లోజ్ చేశారు. దీన్ని మరి నెక్స్ట్ టాపిక్ చెప్పే ముందు, మనం యాంకర్ ట్యాగ్ చెప్పే ముందు దీన్ని రెండర్ చేసి మీకు ఒకసారి వెబ్ పేజీ ఎలా ఉంటుంది, దాని డాక్యుమెంట్ ఎలా ఉంటుందో కూడా చూద్దాం. మరి ఈరోజు టాపిక్ యాంకర్ ట్యాగ్ గురించి కూడా ఒకసారి చూస్తే, మిగతా ట్యాగ్లన్నీ కూడా విన్నాము. యాంకర్ ట్యాగ్ గురించి ఒకసారి పూర్తిగా చూసేద్దాము. ఆ తర్వాత HTML డాక్యుమెంట్ రెండర్ చేసి కూడా మీకు ఒకటి చూపిస్తాను. యాంకర్ ట్యాగ్ అంటే ఏంటి? ది యాంకర్ ట్యాగ్ విచ్ ఈజ్ మెన్షన్డ్ విత్ లెస్ దాన్ ఏ గ్రేటర్ దాన్ ఐటమ్ అండ్ లెస్ దాన్ /a ఈజ్ యూజ్డ్ టు క్రియేట్ హైపర్ లింక్స్ ఇన్ హైపర్ టెక్స్ట్ డాక్యుమెంట్స్. హైపర్ లింక్లు ఎలా తయారు చేయాలి అన్నదానికి, లేదా హైపర్ టెక్స్టులు ఎలా తయారు చేయాలన్న దానికి యాంకర్ ట్యాగ్ను వాడతాము. ద ఐటమ్ బిట్వీన్ యాంకర్ ట్యాగ్ ఏ అండ్ ఏ మధ్యలో ఉంచినదే క్లిక్కబుల్ ఐటమ్ అని అంటాము. ది టర్మ్ యాంకర్ ఈజ్ యూజ్డ్ బికాస్ ఇట్ ఇండికేట్స్ ద స్టాటిక్ పొజిషనింగ్ ఆఫ్ ఎ హైపర్ లింక్. సో యాంకర్ అనే పదాన్ని ఎందుకు అంటే, ఇక్కడే నుంచొని అక్కడెక్కడికో లంగరు వేయడాన్నే, లంగర్ అంటే మనకు తెలుసు కదా, ఆ లంగర్నే ఇంగ్లీష్లో యాంకర్ అని అంటారు. సముద్ర తీరాల్లో పడవలకు లంగర్ వాడి అక్కడెక్కడో దూరాన ఆగిపోయినటువంటి దాన్ని దగ్గరికి తీసుకోవడానికి మనం యాంకర్ని వాడతాము. ఈ యాంకర్ అనేటువంటి పదమే అందుకోసము వాడారు. స్టాటిక్ పొజిషన్ ఆఫ్ ఏ హైపర్ లింక్ తెలియజేస్తుంది. ఈ యాంకర్ ట్యాగ్ ఎందుకు వాడతారంటే ముఖ్యంగా ఈ 4 రకాల పనులు చేయడానికి యాంకర్ ట్యాగ్ వాడతారు. క్లిక్కబుల్ టెక్స్ట్ హైపర్ లింక్స్ తయారు చేయడానికి, అలాగే క్లిక్కబుల్ ఇమేజెస్ తయారు చేయడానికి, అలాగే మెయిల్ టు హైపర్ లింక్స్ తయారు చేయడానికి, హైపర్ లింక్స్ దట్ పాయింట్ ఇన్సైడ్ ది సేమ్ డాక్యుమెంట్. ఒకవేళ ఒక పేజీలో చాలా ఎక్కువ డాక్యుమెంట్ ఉంటే ఇన్సైడ్ ద డాక్యుమెంటే మనం లింక్ చేయడానికి, మనం పాయింట్ చేయడానికి ఈ యాంకర్ ట్యాగ్ను వాడతాం. ముఖ్యంగా ఈ 4 పనులకు వాడతాం. సో క్రియేటింగ్ క్లిక్కబుల్ టెక్స్ట్ హైపర్ లింక్స్ ఎలా ఉంటుంది? సో ఉదాహరణకి ఇలా ఉంటుంది. లెస్ దాన్ ఏ href ఈక్వల్స్ టు విత్ ఇన్ డబుల్ కోడ్స్ c:/ps/hello.html అని ఇచ్చాం. హలో అనేటువంటి ఐటమ్లు పెట్టాము, యాంకర్ ట్యాగ్ క్లోజ్ చేసాం. దెన్ హలో అన్నటువంటి పదము అండర్లైన్డ్ ప్లస్ ఆ హలో అనేటువంటి ఐటమ్ ఎలా ఉంటుందనేది మనము వెబ్ పేజీలో డైరెక్ట్గా చూద్దాము. హలో బికమ్స్ ఏ క్లిక్కబుల్ టెక్స్ట్ ఆన్ ద వెబ్ పేజ్ అండ్ యూ కెన్ క్లిక్, దెన్ ఇట్ లోడ్స్ hello.html డాక్యుమెంట్ యాజ్ ఏ వెబ్ పేజ్. ఇది చూస్తే చాలా అర్థవంతంగా ఉంటుంది. మరి అలాగే క్రియేటింగ్ క్లిక్కబుల్ ఇమేజ్ హైపర్ లింక్స్. క్లిక్కబుల్ ఇమేజెస్ని ఎలా తయారు చేయాలి? ఇందాక హైపర్ టెక్స్ట్ తయారు చేసాము, ఇప్పుడు క్లిక్కబుల్ ఇమేజ్ తయారు చేస్తున్నాం. సేమ్ థింగ్, లెస్ దాన్ ఏ href ఈక్వల్స్ టు ఏదో ఒక పేజీని ఓపెన్ చేస్తామని హైపర్ రెఫరెన్స్ ఇచ్చాము. దిస్ ఇస్ కాల్డ్ అట్రిబ్యూట్, దిస్ ఇస్ కాల్డ్ ద వాల్యూ. ఈ వాల్యూ ఏంటంటే పాత్ ఆఫ్ ది ఫైల్. సో లెస్ దాన్ ఇమేజ్ src ఈక్వల్ టు అంటే సోర్స్ అనేది ఏంది? ఈ పేజీని మీన్స్ ఈ పేజీలో ఈ ఇమేజ్ని క్లిక్ చేసినప్పుడు ఈ పేజీ ఓపెన్ అవ్వాలి అని రాస్తున్నాం. ఏ ఇమేజ్ను? ఈ c:/ps అనే ఫోల్డర్లో web.jpg అని ఉన్నటువంటి దానిని మనము క్లిక్ చేస్తే మనకి ఈ పేజీ ఓపెన్ అవ్వాలని రాస్తాం. క్లిక్కబుల్ ఇమేజ్గా తయారవుతుంది. alt ఈక్వల్స్ టు వెబ్, హైట్ ఈక్వల్స్ 200, విడ్త్ ఈక్వల్స్ 200 అన్నది ఆ ఇమేజ్ యొక్క హైట్ విడ్త్. యాంకర్ ట్యాగ్ క్లోజ్ చేసాం. దెన్ క్లిక్కబుల్ ఇమేజ్ తయారవుతుంది. చూపిస్తాను అది కూడా ఎలా ఉంటుందో. దెన్ వెబ్ ఇమేజ్ బికమ్స్ క్లిక్కబుల్ ఇమేజ్ ఆన్ ద వెబ్ పేజ్ అండ్ యూ కెన్ క్లిక్, దెన్ ఇట్ లోడ్స్ ద hello.html డాక్యుమెంట్ యాజ్ ఎ వెబ్ పేజ్. అలాగే క్రియేటింగ్ మెయిల్ టు హైపర్ లింక్స్. మెయిల్ టు హైపర్ లింక్స్ తయారు చేయాలి అంటే ఇందాక రాసినట్టే లెస్ దాన్ ఏ href ఈక్వల్స్ టు మెయిల్ టు అనేటువంటి పదం రాసి కోలన్ అని పెట్టాలి. మెయిల్ టు అనేటువంటి పదానికి అర్థం ఏంటంటే ఎవరికైనా మెయిల్ చేయాలనుకుంటే మెయిల్ టు ఎవరికి, మీకు తెలిసినటువంటి ఈమెయిల్ అడ్రస్ రాసేసి డబుల్ కోడ్స్ క్లోజ్ చేసి యాంకర్ ట్యాగ్ బిగినింగ్ క్లోజ్ చేసి కాంటాక్ట్ సూర్య అని రాసాము, క్లోజ్ చేసాం యాంకర్ ట్యాగ్ని. దెన్ కాంటాక్ట్ సూర్య అనేది అండర్లైన్డ్ టెక్స్ట్గా వచ్చి హైపర్ టెక్స్ట్గా మారిపోయి బికమ్స్ ఏ క్లిక్కబుల్ హైపర్ టెక్స్ట్ అండ్ లోడ్స్ ఏ డిఫాల్ట్ మెయిల్ క్లయింట్. ఇది క్లిక్ చేయగానే ఒక డిఫాల్ట్ మెయిల్ క్లయింట్ ఓపెన్ అయిపోయి టు అడ్రస్ దీంతో ఫిలప్ అయిపోయి ఉంటుంది. ఫ్రమ్ అడ్రస్ నీ కంప్యూటర్ కాబట్టి నీ యొక్క మెయిల్ అడ్రస్ ఫిలప్ అయిపోయి ఉంటుంది. సబ్జెక్ట్ లైన్ రాయొచ్చు, బాడీ రాయొచ్చు, దెన్ యూ కెన్ సెండ్ ద మెయిల్. అలా క్లిక్కబుల్ మెయిల్ టు హైపర్ లింక్స్ తయారు చేసుకోవడానికి ఇది వాడతాం. మరి అలాగే ద లాస్ట్ యూజ్ ఆఫ్ యాంకర్ ట్యాగ్ ఈజ్ ఇంట్రా డాక్యుమెంట్ లింకింగ్ ఆర్ క్రియేటింగ్ హైపర్ లింక్స్ పాయింట్స్ ఇన్సైడ్ ద సేమ్ డాక్యుమెంట్. ఒకే డాక్యుమెంట్లో వేరు పేజీలకు వేరు లొకేషన్కి వెళ్ళాలనుకుంటే యూ కెన్ యూజ్ ద ఇంట్రా డాక్యుమెంట్ లింకింగ్ విత్ అనదర్ అట్రిబ్యూట్. href ఈక్వల్స్ టు మనం ఏం రాయాలో రాసేసాము, ఇది BA అన్నది హైపర్ టెక్స్ట్ అవుతుంది. href ఈక్వల్స్ టు బీకామ్ రాసాము, బీకామ్ హైపర్ టెక్స్ట్ అవుతుంది. BSc రాసాం, BSc హైపర్ టెక్స్ట్ అవుతుంది. అలా కొంత దూరం రాసుకుంటూ వెళ్ళి మనకు కావాల్సిన సమాచారాన్ని విషయాన్ని నేమ్ అనే అట్రిబ్యూట్ ద్వారా BA అని ఇచ్చాం. అంటే BA అన్నది ఒక లేబుల్గా తయారు చేస్తే ఈ BA కోర్స్ ఎక్కడైతే ఉందో అప్పుడు ఆ BA కోర్సు దగ్గరికి ఈ BAని క్లిక్ చేసినప్పుడు ఈ BA మ్యాచ్ అయిపోయి ఈ లొకేషన్కి వెబ్ పేజీలో కంటెంట్ని తీసుకొచ్చి టాప్ ఆఫ్ ది వెబ్ పేజ్లో ఈ సమాచారాన్ని చూపిస్తుంది. అలాగే బీకామ్ క్లిక్కబుల్ టెక్స్ట్, దీన్ని క్లిక్ చేస్తే ఈ రెఫరెన్స్ ఎక్కడుంది అని వెతుక్కుంటుంది. ఈ రెఫరెన్స్ ఇక్కడుంది, నేమ్ ఈక్వల్స్ టు బీకామ్. ఈ రెఫరెన్స్ మ్యాచ్ అయ్యాయి కాబట్టి దీని తర్వాత ఉన్న కంటెంట్ అంతా వెబ్ పేజీలో చూపిస్తుంది. అలాగే ఇది క్లిక్ చేస్తే దీని రెఫరెన్స్ ఇది కాబట్టి దీనికోసం వెతుక్కుంటుంది. దీని తర్వాత ఉన్న కంటెంట్ అంతా టాప్ ఆఫ్ ది వెబ్ పేజ్లోకి తీసుకెళ్ళి చూపిస్తుంది. మామూలుగా అయితే మొత్తాన్ని చూపిస్తుంది, కానీ మనం ఇది క్లిక్ చేస్తే BA ఎక్కడి నుంచి మొదలైందో అక్కడి నుంచి మాత్రం వెబ్ పేజీలో చూపించేకు అవకాశం ఉంది. మరి ఈ పాఠాలన్నీ చదువుకోవడానికి రెఫరెన్స్ బుక్లు ఉన్నాయి. మీకు ఇప్పుడు ఒకసారి లైవ్గా ఒక వెబ్ పేజీ చూపిస్తాను, HTML డాక్యుమెంట్ తయారు చేసినది. ఈ రెఫరెన్స్ బుక్స్ మీరు చదివితే మీకు ఇంకొంత నాలెడ్జ్ వస్తుంది. ఈ బుక్ ద్వారా మీరు చాలా వరకు వెబ్ పేజ్ రిలేటెడ్, వెబ్ టెర్మినాలజీ రిలేటెడ్ వెబ్ పేజెస్ తయారు చేయడానికి కావాల్సినటువంటి విషయం అంతా ఉంది. ఇన్లైన్ ఆర్ ఆన్లైన్, ఫండమెంటల్స్ ఆఫ్ ది ఇంటర్నెట్ అండ్ ద వరల్డ్ వైడ్ వెబ్, రేమండ్ గ్రీన్లాండ్, ఎల్ఎన్ హెప్ రాశారు, టాటా మైగ్రైల్ కంపెనీ వాళ్ళది. అలాగే వెబ్ టెక్నాలజీస్ అని అచ్యుత్ ఎస్ గాడ్బోలే అండ్ అతుల్ కహాతే టాటా మైగ్రైల్ అనేటువంటి సంస్థ ద్వారానే ఇది కూడా ఉంది బుక్. మీరు ఈ 2 బుక్లే కాకుండా చాలా బుక్లు ఉన్నాయి. మరి ప్రస్తుతానికి ఒక లైవ్ వెబ్ పేజ్ చూద్దాము. సో ఉదాహరణకు ఇక్కడ ఈ వెబ్ పేజీని క్రియేట్ చేస్తున్నాం. హలో వరల్డ్ అన్నాము, హలో ఎవరిబడి అని రైట్ సైడ్కి వచ్చింది, ఇది సెంటర్లో ఉంది. ఇది ఎలా వచ్చింది అంటే మీరు ఈ యొక్క వెబ్ పేజ్ని ఓపెన్ చేసి చూస్తే మనకు అవకాశం ఉంటుంది ఏం రాశారు అన్నది చూడొచ్చు. నోట్ ప్యాడ్ ద్వారా ఓపెన్ చేసి మనం ఒకసారి ఈ టెక్స్ట్ని గమనిస్తే మీకు ఈ టెక్స్ట్ కనపడదు కాబట్టి కొంత పెద్దగా చేద్దాము. సో మీరు ఇప్పుడు ఇది గమనిస్తే HTML అనేటువంటి పదం రాసాము, హెడ్ అనేది రాసాము, టైటిల్ ఈ శాంపుల్ వెబ్ పేజ్ టైటిల్ క్లోజ్ చేసాము, అలాగే హెడ్ క్లోజ్ చేసాము. లేదా మనం ఇక్కడ దగ్గర తెచ్చుకొని కూడా చూడొచ్చు. బాడీ ఓపెన్ చేసాము, బాడీలో H1 అనే ట్యాగ్ రాసాము, అలైన్ సెంటర్ రాసి హలో అని రాసి బోల్డ్లో వరల్డ్ అని రాసాము, బోల్డ్ క్లోజ్ చేసాము, హెడ్డింగ్ క్లోజ్ చేసాము. అలాగే H2 ట్యాగ్ రాసాము, అలైన్ ఈక్వల్స్ టు రైట్ రాసాము, హలో ఎవరిబడి అన్నాము, H2 ట్యాగ్ క్లోజ్ చేసాము, బాడీ క్లోజ్ చేసాము, HTML క్లోజ్ చేసాము. దీన్ని సేవ్ చేసేసాము. ఫైల్ సేవ్ అని చెప్పేసి మనం సేవ్ చేసాము. ఇప్పుడు ఇది క్లోజ్ చేసాము. దీన్ని డబల్ క్లిక్ చేసాము ఈ శాంపుల్ అనేటువంటి పేజీని. ఆ వెబ్ పేజీ ఓపెన్ అవుతే ఇలా ఉంది. హలో వరల్డ్ అని సెంటర్ వచ్చింది, హలో ఎవరిబడి అనేసి రైట్ సైడ్కి వచ్చింది. ఒకవేళ దీన్నే మనం మార్చి చూడాలని అనుకున్నాం, లెఫ్ట్ సైడ్కి మార్చాలని అనుకున్నాం. ఉదాహరణకు ఈ వెబ్ పేజీని మార్చి చూడాలా అని అనుకున్నాము. ఒకసారి శాంపుల్ అనే వెబ్ పేజ్ ఓపెన్ చేసి మళ్ళీ నోట్ ప్యాడ్లో అలైన్ ఈక్వల్స్ టు రైట్ బదులు లెఫ్ట్ పెట్టాము, సేవ్ చేసాం. మళ్ళీ ఒకసారి ఆ వెబ్ పేజీని రెండర్ చేసాం, రిఫ్రెష్ చేసాం. ఇది రిఫ్రెష్ వాడచ్చు. వెంటనే హలో ఎవరిబడి ఇలా వచ్చేసింది. ఎందుకు వచ్చింది? మనం ఇక్కడ నోట్ ప్యాడ్లో ఏం రాసాము, అలైన్ ఈక్వల్స్ టు లెఫ్ట్ రాసాం కాబట్టి. అదే ఇంతకుముందు రైట్ రాసాం కాబట్టి రైట్ రాసాము, సేవ్ చేసాము, Ctrl+S సేవ్ చేసాము. మళ్ళీ ఇక్కడికి వచ్చాము, రిఫ్రెష్ చేసాము, వెంటనే ఇది ఇలా వెళ్ళిపోయింది. అలాగే నోట్ ప్యాడ్లోకి వెళ్ళి మనము ఏదైనా ఇటాలిక్ రాసాం, బోల్డ్ ట్యాగ్ బదులు ఇటాలిక్ ట్యాగ్ రాసాం అనుకుందాం. ఉదాహరణకు దీన్ని టెక్స్ట్ ర్యాప్ చేద్దాము, వ్యూ చేసేప్పుడు ఈజీగా ఉంటుంది. సో ఇటాలిక్లో వరల్డ్ అనేటువంటి ఐటమ్ను సేవ్ చేసాము. గమనించండి, ఇందాక బోల్డ్ పెట్టున్నాము, ఇప్పుడు ఇటాలిక్ పెట్టున్నాము. ఈ ఇటాలిక్ పెట్టడం వల్ల ఏమవుతుంది? సేవ్ చేసాము, మళ్ళీ వెబ్ పేజ్కి వెళ్ళాము, రిఫ్రెష్ చేసాము, వరల్డ్ అనేటువంటి పదం మారిపోయింది. ఇంతకుముందు బోల్డ్లో ఉండింది, ఇప్పుడు ఇటాలిక్లోకి వచ్చింది. అలాగే మీరు అండర్లైన్ చేయాలనుకుంటే మీరు అండర్లైన్ కూడా చేయొచ్చు. హెడ్ ట్యాగ్ను మొత్తం అలైన్ చేయాలనుకున్నప్పుడు అలైన్ కూడా చేయొచ్చు. అలాగే అండర్లైన్ వాడి అండర్లైన్ ట్యాగ్ హలో ఎవరిబడికి మొత్తంగా నేను అండర్లైన్ వాడాలనుకున్నాను. >/u గ్రేటర్ దాన్, కంట్రోల్ సేవ్, Ctrl+S, F5 నొక్కాను, హలో ఎవరిబడికి ఇప్పుడు అండర్లైన్ వచ్చింది. అలా మీరు ఎన్ని ట్యాగులు ఏ రకంగా కావాలని ఇక్కడ రాసుకోవచ్చు. టైటిల్ ట్యాగ్ ఏ శాంపుల్ వెబ్ పేజ్ అని నేను ఇచ్చాను. ఇది ఎక్కడ కనపడుతుంది సార్? ఇక్కడ మీరు గమనిస్తే ఇక్కడ కనపడదు, మీకు చాలా చిన్నగా ఉంటుంది. ఏ శాంపుల్ వెబ్ పేజ్ అనేటువంటిది టైటిల్ ఆఫ్ ది వెబ్ పేజ్గా ఉంది. మీరు ఒకవేళ టైటిల్ మార్చారు, ఇట్ ఈజ్ మై ఫస్ట్ వెబ్ పేజ్ అని అన్నారనుకోండి. ఉదాహరణకి ఇక్కడ మార్చి చూద్దాం, ఇట్ ఈజ్ మై ఫస్ట్ వెబ్ పేజ్. సేవ్ చేసాము. వెంటనే ఇక్కడ గమనించండి, ఇక్కడ ఏ శాంపుల్ వెబ్ పేజ్ అన్నది రిఫ్రెష్ చేయగానే ఇట్స్ మై ఫస్ట్ వెబ్ పేజ్గా మారిపోయింది. మరి ఇంకొక డాక్యుమెంట్ చేద్దాము. అదేంటంటే దీని యొక్క పేరు sample.html. మళ్ళీ ఒక కొత్త వెబ్ పేజీని తయారు చేద్దాము. సో <HTML greater than, head greater than, title greater than, it's a test page, title greater than, /head, body స్టార్ట్ అయింది, head 1 రాసాము, టెస్టింగ్ ఆఫ్ యాంకర్ ట్యాగ్ అని రాసాము. చూద్దాము ఎంత చేయగలిగితే అంత. /h1 మరి యాంకర్ ట్యాగ్లో ఏ రాసి href ఈక్వల్స్ టు మనం ఇప్పుడే తయారు చేసాము, దాని యొక్క పాత్ను మనం తీసుకున్నాము. ఏ ఫైల్ తయారు చేసామంటే మనం ఇక్కడ ఈ ఫైల్ తయారు చేసాము. దీని యొక్క పాత్ ఏముందో మనం అది కాపీ చేసుకున్నాము. దీని యొక్క పాత్ వచ్చేసి మనకు ప్రాపర్టీస్లో దీని యొక్క పాత్ ఉంటుంది. ఈ పాత్ను మనం సి యూజర్స్ అనేటువంటి దాంట్లో మనకి పాత్ అంతా ఉంది కాబట్టి దీన్ని కాపీ చేసుకుందాం మనము. సో టోటల్గా కాపీ చేసుకొని ఇక్కడ నోట్ ప్యాడ్లో ఆ దాన్ని ప్లేస్ చేసేసి మన TV/sample.html అన్నది ప్లేస్ చేసాము, యాంకర్ ట్యాగ్ పెట్టాము, టెస్ట్ అని చెప్పేసి ఏదో ఒకటి మాట పెట్టాము, యాంకర్ ట్యాగ్ క్లోజ్ చేసాము, అలాగే బాడీ కూడా క్లోజ్ చేద్దాము, అలాగే HTML కూడా క్లోజ్ చేద్దాము. దీనికి ఒక పేరు పెట్టాలి. ఫైల్లోకి వెళ్ళేసి సేవ్ అని చెప్పేసి మనము ఏదో రెండవ ప్రోగ్రామ్ కాబట్టి 2.html అని చెప్పేసి HTML ఎక్స్టెన్షన్ ఉండాలి ప్రతి ఫైల్కు. డెస్క్టాప్ మీద దీన్ని మనము సేవ్ చేద్దాము. సో వెంటనే సేవ్ అయిపోతుంది. మనం ఇప్పుడు డెస్క్టాప్ మీదకి వెళ్ళి టెస్ట్ అనేటువంటిది 2 అనేటువంటిది మనము HTML ప్రోగ్రామ్ తయారు చేసాము. ఇప్పుడు దీన్ని డబల్ క్లిక్ చేద్దాము. వెంటనే మనకు యాంకర్ ట్యాగ్ కనబడుతుంది. సో టెస్ట్ పేజ్ ఇక్కడ ఏదో చిన్న పొరపాటు చేస్తుంటాం, ఒకసారి మళ్ళీ ఓపెన్ చేసి ఓపెన్ విత్ నోట్ ప్యాడ్. సో హెడ్ రాసాము, టైటిల్ రాసాము, టైటిల్ క్లోజ్ చేయలేదు, ఇక్కడ టైటిల్ స్లాష్ మిస్ అయ్యాము, హెడ్ క్లోజ్ చేసాము, బాడీ H1 క్లోజ్ చేసాము, అంతా రాసి బాడీ క్లోజ్ చేసాము, HTML కూడా క్లోజ్ చేయలేదు, /HTML సేవ్ చేసాము. మళ్ళీ ఒకసారి ఓపెన్ చేద్దాము. సో టెస్టింగ్ అనే స్పెల్లింగ్ తప్పు రాసాము, ఇక్కడికి వెళ్ళేసి మళ్ళీ టెస్టింగ్ ఆఫ్ అనేటువంటిది మాట రాసాము, మళ్ళీ సేవ్ చేసాము, ఇక్కడికి వచ్చి రిఫ్రెష్ చేసాము. టెస్టింగ్ ఆఫ్ యాంకర్ ట్యాగ్ అన్నది హెడ్ 1లో ఉంది కాబట్టి H1 అనేటువంటి ట్యాగ్ ద్వారా ఇది వచ్చింది. మరి టెస్ట్ అనేటువంటి పదం మీరు గమనిస్తే మీకు ఇక్కడ చివరిలో ఉంది TEST అని ఉంది. ఈ TESTని కావాలంటే ఫాంట్ ట్యాగ్తో పెద్దగా కూడా చేసుకోవచ్చు. ఇప్పుడు మీరు ఇలా చూస్తున్నప్పుడు మౌస్ పాయింటర్ మామూలుగా ఉంది, టెస్ట్ అనేటువంటి టెక్స్ట్ మీదకి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు మాత్రం హ్యాండ్ సింబల్ వస్తుంది. మీకు ఈ హ్యాండ్ సింబల్ కనపడుతుందంటే చాలా బాగా అర్థమైనట్టు మీకు. సో ఒకసారి చిన్నగా చేసి చూద్దాం, మీకు కనపడదు, లేకపోతే మానిటర్ మీద చూడండి. ఈ టెస్ట్ అన్నది ఇలా ఉన్నప్పుడు మౌస్ పాయింటర్ మామూలుగా ఉంది, టెస్ట్ అన్న దాని మీకు వెళ్ళినప్పుడు ఒక హ్యాండ్ సింబల్ 4 ఫింగర్ ముందుకు చాపినట్టుగా ఉంది. అలా మీరు గమనిస్తే టెస్ట్ ఈజ్ ఎ హైపర్ లింక్. మీరు టెస్ట్ మీదకి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు ఇక్కడ కింద ఉన్న స్టేటస్ బార్ను కూడా ఇక్కడ స్టేటస్ బార్ వస్తుంది, మీరు గమనించండి. టెస్ట్ మీదకి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు C:users అడ్మినిస్ట్రేటర్ డెస్క్టాప్ అని చెప్పేసి మొత్తం ఫైల్ పాత్ వస్తుంది. క్లిక్ చేస్తే ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ క్లిక్కబుల్ టెక్స్ట్. క్లిక్ చేస్తే మనం ఏదాన్ని అటాచ్ చేసాము, లింక్ చేసాము, ఇందాక రాసినటువంటి శాంపుల్ పేజీని లింక్ చేసాం కాబట్టి హలో వరల్డ్, హలో ఎవ్రీబడి అన్నటువంటి పదము ఆ వెబ్ పేజ్ మనకు లోడ్ అయింది. మళ్ళీ బ్యాక్ వెళ్ళాం, బ్యాక్ వెళ్తే మన పాత పేజ్ వస్తుంది. ఇది 2.html అనేటువంటి డాక్యుమెంట్ వెబ్ పేజీ. బ్రౌజర్ రెండర్ చేసిన తర్వాత దాన్ని వెబ్ పేజ్ అంటాము. బ్రౌజర్ రెండర్ చేయకముందు దానిని ఒక HTML డాక్యుమెంట్ అంటాము. క్లిక్ చేస్తే మనకు sample.html అనేటువంటి వెబ్ పేజీని మనము ఇక్కడ చూడగలుగుతున్నాం. దిస్ ఈజ్ యాంకర్ ట్యాగ్ క్రియేటింగ్ ద క్లిక్కబుల్ హైపర్ టెక్స్ట్. సో దిస్ ఈజ్ క్రియేటింగ్ ద క్లిక్కబుల్ హైపర్ టెక్స్ట్. అలా క్లిక్కబుల్ ఇమేజ్ కూడా మనం పెట్టుకోవచ్చు. సో క్లిక్కబుల్ ఇమేజ్ పెట్టుకోవాలన్నప్పుడు ఇన్స్టెడ్ ఆఫ్ రైటింగ్ లైక్ దిస్ యూ కెన్ గో ఫర్ రైటింగ్ (a)(img) SRC = ఆ పాత్ ఎక్కడుందో ఆ పాత్ రాసుకొని మొత్తము web1.jpg ఉంది కాబట్టి నేను జస్ట్ మీకు చూపించడానికి క్లోజ్ చేస్తున్నాను. జస్ట్ (a) క్లోజ్, సేవ్ చేశాను. అదే 2 అనేటువంటి ఫైల్ని ఇప్పుడు రెండర్ చేస్తే ఎలా ఉంటుందో చూద్దాం. సో ఇమేజ్ అంతా వచ్చింది, మీకు చాలా పెద్దగా ఉంది, ఎందుకంటే నేను హైట్ విడ్త్ ఇవ్వలేదు, జస్ట్ ఊరికే SRC అని రాశాను. ఒకవేళ హైట్ విడ్త్ మనము మార్చాలనుకుంటే యూ కెన్ గో ఫర్ రైటింగ్ height = 100 అని రాద్దాము, విడ్త్ = 100 అని రాద్దాము. ఒకసారి మనం చెక్ చేస్తే హైట్ విడ్త్ రాసాము, సేవ్ చేసాము. ఒకసారి మళ్ళీ రెండర్ చేద్దాము, బొమ్మ చిన్నగా అయిపోయింది. సో నవ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ ఏ క్లిక్కబుల్ టెక్స్ట్. సో దీనికి క్లిక్కబుల్ టెక్స్ట్గా మారడానికి మనం ఏం రాసాము, ఇక్కడ ఇమేజ్ రాసాం కానీ దీనికి పాత్ రాయలేదు. ఈ పాత్ అంతా దీన్ని తీసుకొచ్చి ఇక్కడ ఉన్నదాన్నే ఓపెన్ చేసి చూద్దాము. మనము యాంకర్ ట్యాగ్ మొదల్లో ఇది రాసాము. సో మీరు బాగా గమనించాలి, యాంకర్ ట్యాగ్లో href అని = ఇదే రాశాను, సేవ్ చేశాను. ఇప్పుడు దాకా మనకు అది మామూలు ఇమేజ్, మీకు మౌస్ పాయింటర్ మారట్లేదు. ఒక్కసారి ఇప్పుడు రెండర్ చేస్తాను, రిఫ్రెష్ చేస్తాను, మీరు గమనించండి హ్యాండ్ సింబల్ వచ్చింది, మౌస్ పాయింటర్ బదులు హ్యాండ్ సింబల్ వచ్చింది. క్లిక్ చేస్తే మీకు మళ్ళీ ఆ sample.html పేజ్ రెండర్ అయిపోతుంది. ఈ రకంగా క్లిక్కబుల్ టెక్స్ట్, క్లిక్కబుల్ ఇమేజ్, క్లిక్కబుల్ టెక్స్ట్నే హైపర్ టెక్స్ట్ అంటాము. అలాగే మెయిల్ టు హైపర్ లింక్ రాసుకోవచ్చు, ఇంట్రా డాక్యుమెంట్ లింకింగ్ కూడా మీరు తయారు చేసుకోవచ్చు. దిస్ ఇస్ అబౌట్ ద యాంకర్ ట్యాగ్. మరి ఈరోజు మనం ఇంట్రడక్షన్ టు వెబ్ టెక్నాలజీస్, బేసిక్స్ ఆఫ్ HTML అండ్ ఇట్స్ ట్యాగ్స్, వేరియస్ ట్యాగ్స్ అవైలబుల్ అండ్ ద యాంకర్ ట్యాగ్ సో వీ హ్యావ్ సీన్. అండ్ మీరు ఇంకా బాగా ప్రిపేర్ కావడానికి డైరెక్ట్గా లైవ్గా ఈ రెఫరెన్స్ పుస్తకాలే కాకుండా మీకు ఒక వెబ్ లింక్ కూడా ఉంది, వెబ్సైట్ టు లర్న్ www.w3schools.comలో చాలా చక్కగా మీకు లైవ్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్తో పాటు మీకు అన్నీ కూడా నేర్చుకోవడానికి సిద్ధంగా వెబ్ ట్యాగ్స్, HTML ట్యాగ్స్ అన్నీ కూడా ఉంటాయి. మీరందరూ ఇవన్నీ నేర్చుకొని మంచి మార్కులతో పాస్ అవ్వాలని కోరుకుంటూ సో ఈ టాపిక్ను క్లోజ్ చేస్తున్నాము.
Welcome to today's session. So we are covering the communication skill sessions for ESC program, the employability skill centers across Andhra Pradesh, and this is organized and brought to you by AP State Skill Development Corporation. Till last week you went through the aptitude and cognitive skills, where another trainer by name Satish, he took you through a very comprehensive session on all the aspects of aptitude. And I'm going to take care of communication aspects, where the idea is to give you a holistic skilling. So in the last session we spoke about what communication is, and I spoke about the communication tree, how it's very different from what you have learned in school. Then I spoke about the essentials of effective communication, and these are the essentials of effective communication, 6 of them: assertiveness, authenticity, open-mindedness, empathy, clarity and listening skills. I spoke in detail what each of these points mean, gave you certain examples. Now I'm going to take it forward today. Now, communication type, we often hear different types of communication. So when 2 or more than 1 person or 2 people are speaking face to face, that is called a verbal communication. Now, the common myth that we have is only a face-to-face communication is verbal, or it's actually called an oral communication. Anything that is written is actually deemed differently. The mistakes that people do is, if some communication is done orally, they call it a verbal communication. For example, they say that, for example, if I'm talking about some kind of memos or some kind of information, say for example you're studying in a college and somebody came and announced it in the classroom that tomorrow there is a holiday, and there is no written memo, there is nothing on the notice board. So people usually say we were informed verbally, there is no written communication. Now that is wrong. A written communication is also a verbal communication. Verb means action, so anything that's in terms of oral communication where 2 people are speaking, or when there is a communication in terms of a speech, that is oral communication. When there is a communication in terms of written item or anything that is written, it could be a memo, a text message, an email or handwritten note or a PowerPoint presentation, anything that is written and printed is also a verbal communication. So that's again a myth. So I want to break that. Even a written communication is called verbal communication. Then another type of communication is non-verbal. Now what do we mean by non-verbal communication? Now these are gestures, expressions, body language. Now body language is a separate area which needs a lot of expertise, which needs a lot of improvement, both in terms of the person who is displaying these gestures, expressions and body language, or the other person who is the audience. Now your body language is also an extension of your character in terms of your nature. The way we use our hands, the way we use our expressions speaks a lot about what you are thinking and what you're trying to say. I may be saying something, but I may not mean it, but what I mean can be understood with my body language. When we go for interviews, when we go for any kind of presentation, any kind of conference, seminars, when we are speaking to one person or many people, we still judge that person not just by the way the person is speaking, but a lot is derived in terms of body language. Now, the body language is a completely different ball game. You need to understand, you need to learn, and you need to be an expert in terms of displaying the right information, in terms of using the right body language. So there will be a separate session on body language only. So we'll talk in detail about that later. So please remember, communication type is of two types. The first one is verbal communication, where we talk about oral communication as well as written communication. So written and oral both are verbal communication. Non-verbal communication is gestures, expressions, body language. So to put it in a simple way, when you're not speaking a word, when you're not writing a word, you are just using gestures. There is no sound, there is no letters written or read. That is non-verbal. And verbal is when you hear or when you see or when you are reading something, that is verbal communication. Okay. Now, I'm going to talk specifically on oral communication, because a lot of us, when we talk about communication aspect as such, there are two things which you need to remember or to understand clearly in terms of what is considered as what we call this person is good, that person is not good, when we judge someone in terms of communication. So on an average, every person, especially the student fraternity, since you are from a vernacular background in terms of your education or academics, you're considered as a person who needs a lot of improvement in terms of communication. And we always say that improve your communication, otherwise you will not get a job. Now, that's not completely right. I want to tell you that when we talk about communication expertise or your level of communication, there are two things which you need to take into consideration. Let me quickly display what do I mean by that. Okay. The first aspect is articulation. The second aspect is comprehension. Okay, let me align it correctly so that it's clearly visible. Okay, so there are two aspects, articulation and comprehension. Now, what do I mean by articulation? Ability to express ideas, in a language. All right, that is what articulation is all about. Let me change the color so that you can make a note of it. That is what it means. Ability to express ideas in a language. Comprehension, what do we mean by comprehension? Comprehension means ability to understand in a language. Now, the issue that most of us face today, now that I'm speaking to you, you are able to completely understand what I'm saying, right? So comprehension is something, this is not an issue. So let me mark it as green. So comprehension is something which is not an issue because you are able to understand what I'm saying. It may not be completely, but to an extent you are able to understand. But when I ask you to speak, you find it difficult to express yourself in a language. Now, when I say in a language, that means a language which is different from your vernacular language. Now, almost everybody who is watching this program in Andhra Pradesh, your vernacular language is Telugu, right? Now, I am not good at Telugu. I cannot understand very clearly, but to an extent I can understand, but I can't speak very well. I cannot use the right words, I can't use the right grammar, and of course the pronunciation, which means my articulation is not as good as my comprehension. The same thing applies to all of you. When it comes to English language, your comprehension is better than your articulation, which means you are not able to express yourself only in English. But if I say that you can speak in Telugu, you are very quick to respond any kind of question. You are confident, you are not nervous, you have a lot of information which you can express yourself through. But when it comes to comprehension, understanding, you find it easier. But when it comes to speaking, you find it difficult. So two aspects, articulation and comprehension. Now, in order to resolve this issue, you need to go through a little bit about oral communication itself. Now, when we talk about oral communication, there are four fundamental cornerstones or pillars that you need to understand and you need to master yourself in. So, like any other language, in English language, when we speak specifically about oral communication, it's not written communication. I'm here talking about oral communication only. There are four fundamental pillars. What are these pillars? The first one is pronunciation. Make a note of these. The second one is grammar. The third one is vocabulary. And the fourth one is fluency. So it's PGVF. Pronunciation, grammar, vocabulary and fluency. These are the four fundamental pillars of oral communication. And we're going to talk about each one of them in detail because my intention is to make you better in terms of your oral communication. Alright, let's begin. So what do we mean by pronunciation? In order to do that, we need to understand the fundamentals of it. In order to understand the fundamentals, you need to understand the entire structure of a language. So if I look at a language as a tree, which is called a communication tree. Now this tree, if I have to segregate or if I have to break it down, first and foremost, in order to communicate, I need something called a language. Okay, let me align it correctly so that you can see it clearly. Okay, so you have communication tree for oral communication. First thing that you need is a language, any language for that matter, but here we are talking specific to English language. Now this language or any language can be broken into sentences. So in a language you basically speak sentences. The sentence is broken into words. Now words will be broken into letters. That is what everybody talks about. We break the language into sentence, the sentence into words and the words into letters. But this is where you go wrong. We are talking about oral communication. When I say oral communication, I'm speaking and you are hearing or listening, which means the words are not broken into letters, they are broken into sounds. Now when we speak about pronunciation, we should speak about the sounds, not the letters. So what do we mean by pronunciation with that example? Pronunciation refers to the way in which we make the sound of words. It also means creating correct sounds using the muscles of our mouth, tongue and lips, etc. There are other important aspects of pronunciation, which is word stress, sentence stress, linking, intonation. Now what do we mean by these? Word stress, for example, emphasis on certain syllables in a word. Let me show you an example. I'm going over to the next slide so that I can give you an example of word stress. Now, what did word stress mean? It says emphasis on certain syllables in a word. Say, for example, I have the word which is also my hobby, photography. Okay, if I have to break this into syllables, how many syllables do I have? Photography, which means I have 4 syllables. Okay, now I'm going to use another word which is related to the first word. Which is photograph. And how many syllables do I have here? Photograph. Now pay attention. When I pronounce this particular word, photograph, the correct pronunciation is photograph, which means I am stressing on this particular syllable, which is the first syllable. Please give me the photograph. Now, when you speak to someone, stop using the word pic. Please send me a pic. Now, pic means P-I-C-K. It's a short form of picture, but please don't use that word. It sounds pretty bad and it's very casual and informal. So use the word photograph or picture. So in this case, this particular word has 3 syllables and I pronounce this as photograph, which means I'm stressing on the first syllable. But when I look at this particular word, I pronounce this as photography. How do I pronounce? Photography. And how many syllables do I have here? Photography. 4 syllables. But in this case, I stress on the second syllable. That is what word stress is all about. So when we talk about pronunciation, not only the pronunciation of each syllable or the entire word, but also the word stress come into the picture. So here I pronounce this as photograph. Here I pronounce this as photography. Clear? What's the next one? Sentence stress. Now in word stress, I was emphasizing on a particular syllable in a word. In sentence stress, I emphasize on a certain word in a sentence, which means the entire word itself is stressed upon. So let me show you an example. So sentence stress, I'm going to write a sentence. Okay, so let me change the color so that you know that this is an example for you. The sentence is, you cannot get an admission in the university unless you score a minimum of 90% in your entrance test. Now, which word do you think should get the stress? Because here I'm notifying someone orally. You cannot get an admission in the university unless you score a minimum of 90% in your entrance test. So unless is the word which should take the stress. So that's a sentence stress. Let me give an example where the stress will change to denote what exactly I am trying to communicate. You have to pay a penalty of 5,000 to get the certificate. Now here I'm going to stress on have. You have to pay a penalty of 5,000 rupees to get the certificate. Now I want to write the same sentence, but I'll show you if I add another word how the meaning will change, or what I'm trying to say will change. All right, here we go. The first sentence, you have to pay a penalty of 5,000 rupees to get the certificate. Second sentence, you have to pay a penalty of 5,000 rupees only through a demand draft to get the certificate. Now, the word only is taking the stress, because I'm emphasizing there is no other way you can pay the penalty to get the certificate. It's accepted only through a demand draft. But the first one, all I'm saying is you have to pay a penalty. So that's exactly what a sentence stress is. When you're speaking to someone, please remember I'm speaking or I'm talking about specifically about oral communication. So when you're communicating with someone, it could be over the phone, it could be face to face. This sentence stress takes more importance when you cannot see the person. If you're speaking to the person over the phone, you're giving an information. When you emphasize on a particular word in a sentence, they get the message more clearly. Now, if I'm speaking to face, I can use a gesture. I can say you have to pay a penalty. So I use this word, you have to. So the have and the hand coming down, it's coordinated subconsciously. So it's really underlined for you in your mind. You have to pay a penalty to get the certificate. And if I'm talking about the second sentence, I say you have to pay a penalty of 5,000 rupees only through a demand draft. So now this gesture has shifted from have to only. So when I'm speaking face to face, it's easier to understand because other person can see me. But when I'm speaking to the person on the phone, they can't see this gesture, right? Now this gesture is coming very naturally to me. Even when you're speaking on the phone, we use our hands. We don't sit like a robot and speak. But the other person cannot see. So that's where your intonation comes into the picture. The fourth point which you see on the particular slide is intonation. Now what do we mean by intonation? Intonation is the rise and fall of our voice as we speak. Now this rise and fall is very important, but before that the point is there as linking, joining certain words together. So let me explain what do we mean by linking, and then I will explain in detail what do we mean by intonation. Alright, so let me take the same slide. I want to quickly show you the example of linking here. Please give me 2 eggs. Now when I pronounce this, I can combine. Now in order to understand what do I mean by this, you need to get a little knowledge on let me quickly explain what do I mean by this. You need to get a quick knowledge on vowel sounds. So when I say to, I am using the sound oo. When I am saying eggs, I am using the sound a. So to, egg. So this is this word is ending with a vowel sound. This word is starting with a vowel sound. So when you have two words next to each other, one ending with vowel sound, another one starting with a vowel sound, you can combine or link these two sounds together. Okay? For example, if I have the word two eggs, I can just use this particular sound. What do I mean by this? For example, two eggs. So I'm using way sound in between these two eggs. So when I talk about linking in detail, you will understand what do I mean by this. I know it's a little confusing. Let me move over to intonation. Now, intonation, as it reads here, it says the rise and fall of a voice as we speak. Now, there is correct intonation, there is incorrect intonation. Let me quickly explain what do I mean by that. If I am asking a question, for example, are you going to the market? Are you going to the market? So when I say, are you going to the market, there is a rising tone. Now, what do I mean by rising tone? Let me quickly display. This particular word I'm just trying to make it easier for you. Let me change the color so that you can see it clearly. So this particular word, the last word in the question, are you going to the market? Are you going to the market? Now, are you going to the is flat. Are you going to the market? This is going up because the last word denotes like it's a question. Now, when you're speaking, a lot of people ask a question, but it sounds like a statement. So, when you are speaking, your statement has to be flat, and when it's a question, the last word has to be a rising tone. For example, if I say, I am going to the market. So here, let me add the line for you so that you can understand what do I mean by this. I am going to the market. Now, this is a statement and it's a flat intonation. But when I say, are you going to the market? Then it's a rising tone. Now, mistakes that a lot of people do in terms of intonation is specific to making a mistake in terms of rising and dropping tones, where you can get confused, is it a question or a statement? For example, if I ask a question, now when the answer comes like a question. For example, if it's a quiz program and I ask who was the first say Vice President of India, how many of you know who was the first Vice President of India? You have to know this answer, very, very important. If you are a student, you definitely need to know who was the first Vice President of India. And it's his birthday tomorrow and we celebrate that as the Teacher's Day, right? Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, he was the first Vice President of India. So when I ask a question, who was the first Vice President of India? The answer is S. Radhakrishnan. Some people say S. Radhakrishnan. Now it goes on a rising tone. Now it doesn't come as an answer, it comes as a guess, or it comes as a question. Am I right? Is this S. Radhakrishnan? So when you are ending or when you are responding with a rising tone, it doesn't sound like a statement, it sounds more like a statement. Okay, that's why this intonation in terms of oral communication is very important. Now there is no intonation when it comes to written communication because you're not speaking, you're just reading, right? So their punctuation makes a difference. But when you're speaking, your intonation is of the primary importance. Another example which I want to give you, which is pretty important. When you are giving an information in terms of numbers, for example, can you please give me your phone number? And the answer is, my number is 98854-74156. This is my phone number. Now this is an example, it's actually not my phone number, don't call this number. Okay. Now some people just give this information as 98854-74156. Now you need to allow the other person to make a note of it. Now in India, this number can be given in parts of 5 plus 5. For example, my number is 98854-74156. So my number is 98854-74156. Now this is also difficult to make a note of. You won't remember. So the best way to do is to break it into 3 and 3. How do I do that? My number is 988-547-4156. Okay. This is a better way to give the number because it's easier to understand and keep a track of. So instead of breaking 5 plus 5, I've broken into 3 plus 3 plus 4. My number is 988-547-4156. Now this is also a part of intonation. For example, if I am giving a bank account number, okay, I am just typing random numbers. When you have such a long string of information, the better way to give that number is in terms of pairs, in terms of twos. My bank account number is 45745828624523146332. Now don't again break it into 63 and 2. You can just combine the last 3 if you have an odd number there. So this is also an important element in terms of intonation. When you're giving the information, you break it down so that your listeners can understand it clearly. Now one point to be noted here. When I'm giving this series, now let me reduce this, let's keep it this way. When I'm giving this series, the first method or the first intonation I'm using is, let me reduce this so that I can have a smaller example. And so I'm giving this information. The number is 624523146332. Now pay attention. How did I say 632? Let's repeat again. 624523146332. For every 2 digit, the second digit, my tone is going up. Pay attention. 624523146332. The moment I drop my tone, that means it's the end of the series. This is a very important aspect of intonation. Now imagine if I am not dropping this tone, it will sound like as if it's going to continue. 624523146332. Now 2, the moment I say 2 on a rising tone, it means I'm expecting, or my audience is expecting one more number. But the way I say 1, 4, 6, 3, 2, the moment I say 2, it's dropping, that means it's end of the series. Another mistake that people do is they drop it way too low and you can't hear. And they say 6, 2, 4, 5, 2, 3, 1, 4, 6, 3, 2. Now the 2 is so low, they always ask, I'm sorry, what is the last number again? That's why it's important the last unit of your string should be louder, but a drop tone. So it will be 6, 2, 4, 5, 2, 3, 1, 4, 6, 3, 2. My volume went up, but my tone, my intonation is flat. Now these are the finer aspects of a very good oral communication. No matter if you're speaking to the person face to face or over the phone, they can understand you very clearly. And in order to be heard or in order to be comprehended very clearly, your pronunciation has to be absolutely perfect. So as a part of the first pillar of communication, I'm going to speak in detail about the pronunciation aspects for English language. Okay? Thank you for tuning in today. Please post your questions, whatever doubts you have in terms of pronunciation. If you're watching this on YouTube, please post your questions on the comment section. If you're watching it on Mana TV, please go back to Mana TV, the channel on YouTube, Amravati channel. So please post your questions. I will take a look at it and I will provide you with the answer. So we'll continue with the same session tomorrow where I'll focus on pronunciation. Thanks for tuning in. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Everybody, welcome to today's session. So we're going to begin with the communication skills training for today as a part of the ESE program. So what we covered in the last session was the basics of communication, where I spoke about the fundamentals. In today's session, I'm going to recap certain aspects of communication tree. So we looked at certain myths and realities in terms of communication cycle. I explained to you what does that mean. So let's take a quick look at the communication tree. So when we talk about the tree, the first thing that we need is a language. Now the language is broken into sentences. Now these sentences exist in every language. Whichever language we speak about, there is a language that is broken into sentences. And here we are speaking specifically about oral communication. Now the sentences are broken into words, and we usually think the words are broken into letters. This is again a myth that we need to get rid of. Since we are speaking about oral communication, the words are not broken into letters, they are broken into sound. When we speak about oral communication, this is a face-to-face communication when one person is talking to another person or one person is talking to more than one person. So it could be one-to-one or one-to-many. The medium can be anything. It doesn't really matter. Should it be face-to-face? It can be over the telephone. It can be a speech. For example, the Prime Minister's message that comes like Man Ki Baat, he records the speech and that is beamed on television or on radio. When there is a news that you're watching, certain segment of the news is live, but certain segment or majority of it is not live. It's recorded and it's played after that. So when we talk about any of these communication which is oral in nature, we are hearing it. And when we hear, we don't hear the letters, we hear the sentences which can be broken into words, but words are not broken into letters, they are broken into sounds. Now this fundamental aspect of words being broken into sounds is what pronunciation is all about. So let me repeat what pronunciation is. So pronunciation refers to the way in which we make the sound of words. It also means creating correct sounds using the muscles of our mouth, tongue and lips, etc. There are other important aspects of pronunciation. We looked at certain examples of word stress, where we emphasize on certain syllables in a word, where the emphasis is on certain syllables. We looked at sentence stress, where the emphasis is on certain words in a sentence. Linking, we looked at certain examples, joining certain words together. Intonation, the rise and fall of our voice as we speak. I gave you certain examples for intonation as well. Now, why should we focus on the pronunciation as a first fundamental pillar of communication? Let me show you certain example. I'm going to type certain words and I'm going to break it down to sounds. This is to demonstrate why pronunciation is very important. Okay. Now, I have a word which is sir, right? Now, this particular word is pronounced as sir. Now this is a vowel sound. You will understand what a vowel sound is very soon. It's sir, or r, sir. This is how we are supposed to pronounce. Now if you go in India, if you go down south in southern part of the country, the pronunciation changes of this word. Majority of the people pronounce the word sir as sar. Sar, can you please answer my question? So instead of saying sir, they say sar. So this is a pronunciation mistake. Now how do we identify it's a pronunciation mistake? Instead of a vowel sound they end up using a vowel sound a. Another example. The word is class and the pronunciation is k, l, a, s, class. This is how the pronunciation is. But people make a mistake. They say k, l, o, s. Instead of saying class, they end up pronouncing this as class. Okay. Now, why does this happen? It happens because of one fundamental issue that we call as regional influence. So let me quickly show you what do we mean by that. So we have two fundamental problems in English language when we speak. One is mother tongue influence. The second one is regional influence. People usually mistake the mother tongue influence as a pronunciation issue, but it's not a pronunciation issue. It's actually a regional influence issue. So whatever problem that we face in terms of incorrect pronunciation, it's because of regional influence. The reason it's a regional influence, because every region has a particular language and a dialect, and the sound pattern of that particular language and dialect impacts a third language or second language, which is English. Now, what do we mean by mother tongue influence? Mother tongue influence is something that impacts grammar. For example, there is a sentence, lot of people, for example, I'm supposed to reach a particular meeting at 4 o'clock, but I was 20 minutes late, and they ask me, why are you late? And my response is, I came late. Why? Because I did not get a cab, or I did not get an auto rickshaw, or my bus was late. So what do I say? I reached late. Why? Because I could not get a cab on time. This why because is a wrong usage in English language. There is a Telugu word which is yendukante. So we do a direct translation from that word to English and we say why because. Now why and because cannot be together because one of the word, which is why, is a redundancy. The same thing applies to this particular example. I can able to come at 4 p.m. Can you able to come at 4 p.m.? Now this is wrong. Can and able cannot be together because they mean the same. So the correct form is I can come at 4 p.m. and the question is, can you come at 4 p.m.? So the word able is not necessary, it's redundancy. Now when you have a word which is redundancy, what happens is it leads to grammatical issues. That is what mother tongue influence is all about. We do a transliteration. Transliteration basically means literal translation. We do a literal translation from our vernacular language to English language, and that leads to a grammar problem. For example, a lot of us ask this question when we meet for the first time. We ask, what's your good name? Now, what do we mean by good name? That doesn't mean the person also has a bad name. In India, culturally speaking, a person's name could be Srinivas, but at home, his friends or family calls him Srinu. So when they say, what's your good name? They basically mean what is the name which is mentioned in your resume or in your certificate. That is what good name is. But in English language, it can be either good or bad, which doesn't mean the person has a bad name as such. So that is what mother tongue influence is all about, where we think in a particular language, a vernacular language, and we do a direct translation to English, and that leads to grammar issue. But here we are speaking about sounds, we are speaking about pronunciation. When we speak about pronunciation, we are supposed to talk about regional influence. In every part of India, like I said, there is a language, there is dialect. So the pronunciation pattern of that particular language or dialect influences English language sounds when we speak. And that is why if you go to certain part of the country, they pronounce the same words differently. For example, if I have a word which is America, if you go to North India, especially Punjab, Chandigarh, Delhi and all that, now the correct pronunciation is, if I have to break it down to syllables, America. So there are 4 syllables, America. Now in northern part of the country, they pronounce this as Rica. So they drop a syllable. Instead of saying America, they say I'm going to America. For example, the word which is school, there are 2 syllables, school. But in places like UP, Bihar, Jharkhand, they add another syllable. They pronounce this as school. Wherever there is a word that starts with the s sound, they add a e in front. So instead of saying school, they say school. Something like this happens here as well. For example, the word student, instead of saying student, lot of people pronounce this as student. So they add sh, they start it with sh instead of s. So how do we correct these problems? Now some of it comes because of the influences around us. This is how our teachers taught us in school. Unfortunately, even they did not know what is the correct pronunciation. When they keep talking with a wrong pronunciation, we all think that is the right pronunciation because they're the teachers. Obviously they know the best and they're accurate and perfect. So we end up thinking that this is how the word is actually pronounced, but that is not the fact. Now, why this entire pronunciation aspect is important? It's because it can lead to confusion when you are speaking to someone. There is a shift of sound that can happen, and that is what we need to eliminate. Let me show you certain examples of sound shift, why it can lead to a problem. I have a word which is leave and another word which is live. Okay. Now, in case if you're watching something live on television, the same spelling is used, L-I-V-E, but the pronunciation changes to live instead of live. So, I have leave, then I have live. If I have to break this down, the first one is L, E, V. The second one is L, I, V. So, this E is something where the difference is. So, here I say E, here I say E. Lot of people make this mistake, they interchange, they swap it, and that's where it leads to a problem. So, if I have to speak a sentence, I want leave for 2 days as I am, let me correct the alignment. I want leave for 3 days as I am traveling to Mumbai. I used to live there. So, please pay attention to how I am pronouncing. I want to leave for, I want a leave for 3 days as I am traveling to Mumbai. I used to live there. So, this is live, this is leave. Now, if I interchange the sound, now here I am talking about oral communication, and I interchange the sound and I end up saying, I want to live for 3 days as I am traveling to Mumbai. I used to leave there. It's not I used to leave there, I used to live there. So, that's a sound shift when you end up doing, it's a problem. Some people have the problem of a j and z. For example, page. So, instead of saying page, they pronounce this as pays. Instead of pronouncing zone, they pronounce this as zone. Now, zone is different, zone doesn't work, there is no such word, there is no such word as pays as well. Okay. So, when you make these mistakes, it's difficult to understand what exactly the person is talking about. Another example, there is a word which is must, must means you should. They replace the second sound a. So, this is must, a. They say mast. Now, mast means the top portion of a ship or a boat. Both are two different words. So, when you make a mistake like this, it leads to understanding issue, comprehension issue. The best example that I can talk about in terms of influences is this particular word. Please pay attention to what I am saying. Now, what is the pronunciation of this word? There are two pronunciations which people usually say. One is schedule. Schedule, we can pronounce this as schedule. Let me change the color so that you can understand. You can either pronounce this as schedule, or some people pronounce this as schedule. So, either you say schedule or you say schedule. Now, let me tell you what is the correct pronunciation. In order to understand what is the correct pronunciation, you need to understand the influences and you need to understand the origin. Now, English language primarily, we learned it from the British. So, there is Victorian English and there is other English which is American English. Today, the influences that you see, the way we speak, is primarily the impact of American English. But since we were ruled by British, we learned English from them, we are not very sure which one to use where. Now, both their pronunciations are different for a lot of words. Let me show you the same word as an example for this. So when I have a word which is schedule, if I have to look at British pronunciation, now let me change the color so that you can identify what do I mean by this. The British pronunciation is schedule and American pronunciation is schedule. And this is a fact a lot of people don't understand. So the British pronunciation is schedule, the American pronunciation is schedule. Now in India, what we are doing is we are taking half of American pronunciation and we are taking half of British pronunciation, and we end up pronouncing this as schedule. This is where we go wrong because of the influences without understanding the root of it, without understanding the origin of it or the structure of it. Now how do we understand, or how do we make sure that we understand the sounds properly and we do not make any kind of pronunciation mistake? So what do I need to do, and what do I need to do to correct this? In order to do that, we need to understand what do we mean by sound. We know what is a pronunciation in terms of definition, but why is it different? Why is it difficult to get the correct sound in English language? We need to look at certain examples so that I can demonstrate that to you. Okay. Now I have a word here. Let's try this quick example. I have a word which is city. Okay. And I have another word which is cat. So we have city and we have cat. Now pay attention very closely. Now what is common between these two words? The first letter, of course. Both the words starts with the letter C. But when I look at the first word city and when I look at the second word cat, there is a fundamental difference in terms of pronunciation. Another example, we have giraffe starting with G. It's not giraffe, it's giraffe. And we have a word which is gadget. Here again, G and G, both the words starts with the same letter. But the fundamental difference is when we have the word city, we can replace the word the letter C with a S. Even if I have S, I can pronounce this as city. There will be a spelling mistake, but the sound will be accurate. The same thing applies to cat. I can replace the letter C with a K and I can pronounce this as cat, which means the first letter, even though the letter is C, it carries the function of S. And when I have the letter C again, it carries the function of a K, cat. But if I use K and S, there will be spelling mistakes, but as far as the pronunciation is concerned, both are accurate. Likewise, in giraffe, it starts with a J sound and gadget starts with a G sound. Alright? So even though the first letter is identical and same, but the sound is different. So what do we understand from this? When we talk about sound, the same letter can carry two different sounds. That's why you got to be very, very careful when you speak in English language, when you understand the sound. Why does this happen? That the same letter carries different sound. For example, PUT is put, but BUT is but. So it's different, right? It happens in English language. It's because the language itself is a non-phonetic language. Please remember, English is a non-phonetic language. To understand what is phonetic, let's quickly read. Some languages are phonetic. That means you can look at a written word and know how to pronounce it. Or you can hear a word and know how to spell it. So there is a direct relationship between spelling and sound. However, English is not a phonetic language. It's a non-phonetic language. That's why what you say is not what you spell. So I can have two words starting with the same letters, but the pronunciation is different, since English is a non-phonetic language. Now compare English language with any other language, say for example Telugu, Kannada, Punjabi, Marathi, Hindi, any language for that matter. Whatever you write, you say the same thing. The pronunciation is same as the spelling. But in English, it is different because it's a non-phonetic language. Now, in order to understand how do we determine what is the correct pronunciation, you need to understand the sounds. Now, what do we mean by sounds? How do we master it? Now, quick information I am giving you as a last part of this program, and tomorrow I will give it to you in detail. In order to understand the sounds perfectly, you need to understand the sound structure. And there are two kinds of sounds. One is consonant sound and the second one is vowel sounds. Now, what do we mean by consonant and vowel? So, if you look at this particular example, let me go back to my slide. You see this particular part, or let me make it simple for you. Okay. Now, what do we have here? We have A, B, C, D and so on and so forth. So, we have all the alphabet system here. So, all the letters. So, what happens is when you have these letters in front of you, we are looking at it as the alphabet system. It's not alphabets, it's alphabet. Alright. So, how many do we have? We have 26. Now, something that you need to understand, this is something which we read in or studied in our school. Let me change this a little bit. Yes. So, we have 26 letters in English alphabet system, out of which we have 21 consonants and the remaining 5 are vowels. So, 21 plus 5 is 26. But these are letters, these are not sounds. Okay. So, in English language, we have 21 consonants and 5 vowels, but you need to understand in terms of sound. Let me change this color so that you can differentiate. We have 24 consonant sounds and we fundamentally have 15 vowel sounds. Now, this 15 vowel sounds are divided into 3. There could be more, but for quick understanding and for practical purposes, we talk about only 3 kind of vowel sounds. So, we have 24 consonant sounds and 15 vowel sounds. Your entire pronunciation is within the circle of 24 plus 15. If you pronounce a word which is beyond or which is out of this 24 and 15, that means you are making a pronunciation mistake. There are a lot of sounds which does not exist in English language. Say for example bh, say for example jh. These sounds you will not find any word where these sounds exists. Now, what are the sound that we have in English language? To understand that, we need to get started with the consonant sound principles. There are 24 consonant sounds, and tomorrow I'll talk about these sounds in detail. Please remember, once we finish consonant sounds, we need to understand the vowel sounds. We will do a lot of practice with these sounds. Then we need to understand syllable and syllable stress. Once you finish this, you will understand how you had been mispronouncing a lot of words and what is the correct pronunciation. If you're watching this on YouTube, I want you to do me a favor, and most importantly, do yourself a favor. Whatever words you find it difficult to pronounce and you don't know the pronunciation, how to say it, Please post those words in the comment section. Tomorrow's session, I will tell you how the pronunciation is, and I will also announce the name of the person who's saying this. Okay, so your name will be announced in Mana TV, so that's the good news for you. So I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll get started with the consonant sounds. All right, thank you for tuning in. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's session. So we had been talking about communication skills as a part of the ESC program. We are done with aptitude. Now we are talking about communication skills. So as a part of communication skills, I spoke about 4 fundamental pillars of oral communication. I explained to you the communication tree. I explained to you the importance of pronunciation. Yesterday I also spoke about the problems that we face in terms of proper pronunciation. I explained how mother tongue influence is not a factor, but regional influence is a factor. We spoke about the phonetics, how city and cat being words that is starting with the same letter, giraffe and gadget starting with the same letter but carries 2 different pronunciation or 2 different sounds. City starts with a s sound and cat starts with a k sound. Giraffe starts with a j sound and gadget starts with a g sound. And I explained to you why does this happen. It's because of English being a non-phonetic language. I explained how there are different languages which are phonetic, which means the way we spell, the way we pronounce, both are same. But when it comes to English language, the way we pronounce and the way we spell could be different. I gave you certain examples like PUT is put, but BUT is but, it's not but. So the examples that I spoke earlier, city, cat, giraffe, gadget, likewise we can have tons of examples where a particular letter may not have the same kind of pronunciation which may exist in any other word, and that is because it's a non-phonetic language. And I introduced what exactly is the reason because of which this happens. That's because of English language has different consonant sounds and vowel sounds. I explained the letters, how we have 26 letters in English alphabet system, 21 consonant and 5 vowels, but we have 24 consonant sound and 5 vowel sound. So today I am going to explain what a consonant sound is, and I will also explain the 24 consonant sounds with examples. So let's begin. So consonant sounds are the manner of articulation is how air escapes from the vocal tract when the consonant or approximant, that is vowel-like sound, is made. Manners include stops, fricatives and nasals. The place of articulation is wherein the vocal tract, the obstruction of the consonant occurs and which speech organ is involved. And vowel sound are pretty straightforward. It's a speech sound that is made with no obstruction of the vocal tract. Now when you read this particular definition on the left and as well as right, it's pretty complex to understand what does it mean. Now when we look at the various consonant sounds, it's going to become easy for you. Okay, so like I said, there are 26 letters in English alphabet, but there are 24 consonant sounds and 15 vowel sounds. So please make a note of this. Even though there are 21 consonants, but there are 24 consonant sounds, you need to understand how consonant is different from consonant sounds and how vowels are different from vowel sounds. You need to master this combination of 24 plus 15 in order to be perfect with the pronunciation aspect. Alright, so these are the sounds in English language as far as consonant sounds are concerned. I am going to tell you how to pronounce these sounds, what I would suggest, if you're watching this on Mana TV Live, or if you're watching this on YouTube, if you're watching it YouTube Live, or a repeat on YouTube, if you get the link and if you want to play it again, the way we're going to practice, or the way we're going to understand this is, I'm going to read each and every sound and then I will pronounce how it is done. Okay? Alright, let's start the first line. The first line is, it's not P, it is P. So it's P, then it's B, T, D, K, G. Let me repeat. P, B, T, D, K, G. Second line, CH is pronounced as Ch. So it's Ch, J, Th, The, S, Z, Sh, J. I repeat, Ch, J, Th, The, S, Z, Sh, J. Fourth line, F, V, W. So there is a difference between the V and W. I'll explain to you once we reach there. It's F, V, W, H, R, Y, L, and the last line M or M, N, and Ng. Any word that ends with ing, this sound exists there. Now when you look at these 24, it's pretty confusing. You wouldn't be able to figure how to pronounce these. So I will include examples to help you understand how to pronounce these sounds. Alright, let's start. The first one, I want to start with the first line. I'm going to make a mention of this here. Here we go. So if you look at these examples, every sound I have mentioned 3 examples. In the first example, the sound is in the beginning. The second example, the sound is in the middle. And the third one, the sound is in the end. Okay? So let's start. It's pot, P as in pot, topple, top. Alright, now let me add some more words so that you can understand it. So I'm going to reduce this font size so that I can add more examples with the P sound for you. Alright, let's start. Picture, print, puddle. Puddle means whenever there is a water stagnation on the roads, like in a small hole or pothole, that's called a puddle. It's not poodle, it's puddle. Paint. Now I'm going to use certain words where the sound is in the middle. Topple, which we have already used. Couple. People. Shopping, where P is in the middle. Drop, now this sound is in the end. Stop. Top I have already used. Shop, where the sound is in the end. So wherever you see the letter P, you will have a P sound, but there is an exception. For example, if the word is photograph, so here even though we have the letter P, but it's not a photograph. We don't say photograph, we say photograph, because we have PH. Okay. Now next one is B. For example, bat, bubble, cab. Let me give you examples, some more examples for this particular sound. Brick, biscuit, brim, basket. All right. Now examples where the sound is in the middle: trouble, cobble, double. Now here the sound is in the middle, the B sound. Now examples where the sound is in the end: drib, crib, nib, like the fountain pen nib, crab, we have crab. Okay, so some examples where the sound is in the beginning, sound is in the middle, and the sound is in the end. Now the next one is T sound. So let's look at certain words: table, bitter, pot. Likewise, what you need to do is you need to come up with more such examples. I just showed you how to build more examples. When you do this exercise, you end up working on your vocabulary as well. So table, bitter, pot, desk, advice, loud, kite, disclose, mask. Now when you look at this particular example, disclose, you notice the letter K is not there, but you do have the sound. So you need to be very sure you're looking at the sound and not the letter. Okay, let's have certain example where the letter will not be there but the sound will be there. Let me reduce this. For example, cat, okay, cascade, dislocate, locate, locket. Now here both the letters C and K are here. Here the letter K is not there, but still we have the sound which is K, like locate, dislocate. For example, disc. Even though the letter K is not there, but the sound K is there. So this particular letter, when we look at as an alphabet system, it's just a letter, but when we look at it as a sound, it's a K sound. So don't look at it as a letter K, but look at it as a sound. This is the fundamental aspect which you need to understand when it comes to the pronunciation in English language. You may not have exactly the same letter, but you need to understand what does the letter signify in terms of sound. Okay, say for example the K, we have examples on your screen, which is dislocate, locate, locket, disc. So none of these words, or for example cascade or cat, none of these words have the letter K in it, but still it has the pronunciation which is K. So once you master this, you will be able to understand the importance of the consonant sound. Let me change the font size for you so that it's easier. The last one of the first line, which is a G sound: goat, magnify, big. Goat, magnify, big, sorry. Now the next set of sounds that I'm going to talk about is ch, j, th, the. Only 4 I'm going to take, rest I will pair it together later. Ch, for example, chain, discharge, march. Now there is an important point that you need to remember. Okay, so you will think ch, if it's together, that means it's a ch sound. For example, chain, discharge, charge. All right, so that means this, for example, some more example, perch, search, chin, cheek, cheer, chair. So all these words has ch, that means it's a ch sound. But what if I have a word which is this? What if I have a word which is this? A word which is chemistry. Can I say chemistry? No. The pronunciation is chemistry. Now here, this is chrome. Can I say Chrome, like Google Chrome? No. The pronunciation is Google Chrome. So when you have a word, when you're comparing that, I have ch here. So let me remove this. So when I have ch, I say chin, cheek, cheer, chair. But here I say chemistry, chrome. You are obviously bound to get confused. Now the question is, why does this happen? It happens because that is how the word, the origin of the word is, that is how the pronunciation is designed. So that goes back to the root, that goes back to the origin of that particular word. The best way to understand how to pronounce these words is simple. Either you go to dictionary and look up for example. Now it may not be always possible to have a dictionary. Secondly, even if you have a dictionary, you can't understand how the pronunciation is. Now that everybody has internet or access to a system with internet, the best way to understand or learn pronunciation is Google. So I'll tell you how to do that. So open a Google page, enter the word, for example, chemistry. The moment you enter chemistry, it may not give you the pronunciation, right? So what you do, pronunciation of chemistry. What it does is, it immediately opens a YouTube page. And in the YouTube page, if you click, it will immediately give you what the pronunciation is. Now, if you want to have meaning as well as pronunciation, the best way to learn vocabulary along with pronunciation is just to type meaning of the word. Just say meaning of chemistry. What it will do is, it will immediately show you the results from dictionary. Underneath, there will be this particular icon. Let me zoom in the page so that you can see it clearly. So what I did, I went to Google, I just entered meaning of chemistry. It shows me the meaning of the word. It also gives me example. Now what I do is, I need to activate my speaker. So once I activate my speaker, I need to unmute it and I need to click here. So let me try and show you. So that's a sound shift. So once you click, the speaker of your system will automatically prompt how the word is pronounced.
Chemistry. Chemistry.
I'm not sure if you're able to hear this, but every time I click, it gives me the pronunciation of that particular word. So that's an easy way to learn pronunciation if you have access to a system. So please make the best use of internet. 90% of people, the moment they get a phone with internet connection, now that Jio is giving so much of data for such less price, we use that ocean of information to watch movies, to watch songs, to watch some videos on Facebook and Instagram. Instead of wasting that time, you can do that just half an hour, 1 hour a day. But you have an ocean full of information which is available for free. So you can make the best use of it and learn even pronunciation from internet. All right, let's continue. The next word or the next pronunciation that we need to understand is j. So we have ch and we have j. J, for example, joint, budget, charge. Now pay attention. The letter J is missing here for this particular word and for this particular word. So you need to be very, very sure how to pronounce it, and the best way to learn is either from dictionary or from Google. So J, joint, budget, charge, even though the letter is missing, but the sound is existing here. Then we have th, for example, think, breathless, bath, the, this, rhythm, breathe. So B-R-E-A-T-H-E is breathe, B-R-E-A-T-H is breath. Breathe is a verb, breath is noun. Okay, now let's move forward. I'm going to take the next set of sounds. The first one is sir, seal, mistake, miss, z, zoo, disown, breeze, shallow, location, brush, that is for sure, and je, we don't have any word that starts with a je sound, but we have pleasure, measure, treasure, all these words where the sound is in the middle, and then we have beige where the sound is in the end. Now what happens usually is we make a mistake in terms of these two sounds. So let me quickly explain what do I mean by that. So I'm going to talk about the first one. For example, if I have the word which is student, a lot of people make a mistake and they pronounce this with a sh. Student. It's not student, it is student. All right. Now when I have this particular word which is zoo, disown, breeze, now this is a z sound. For example, zebra, for example, zone, for example, zeal. Okay. Now what people make a mistake is they replace the z with a j. So what they do is they pronounce this as zebra, John, Jeel. So please don't make a mistake. The moment you replace the z with a j, it's a mispronunciation. It's not zebra, it's zebra. It's not John, it is zone. It's not Jeel, it is zeal. It's a z sound. Another mistake that people do is where they add a z sound where it's not needed. For example, listen. Now the listen word pronounced as l, e, s, li. So let me add a dash after that so that it's easier for you to understand. Okay, it's pronounced at li, s, n. Listen. They replace the s with a z and they say listen. It's not listen, it's listen. Even if I add ing, it's listening. You are not listening. I'm listening to music. It's not listening, it's listening. Clear? So don't make that mistake there. Now, as far as the sh and zh is concerned, let me add it up here. So we have shallow, location, brush. Now, if you look at this particular word, the letter S and H is missing. But every word that ends with tion is not sh sound. For example, let me add an example here so that you can understand. So every theory that I'm going to talk about, I'm going to give you an example. For example, station. Now when I have station, I have station. The tion, basically I can say shion. Station, right? So tion means sh. Location, station, now dislocation, all these words, tion. Now imagine if I replace the word, I keep tion, but I replace the first 4 letters. Here what happens is, instead of saying question, I can't say question because tion is sh sound. No. When I have the word question, the tion becomes ch-n. So it becomes question. Alright? So please keep this in mind. Every word is pronounced differently. You can't apply the same rule of law. Now, zh sound, for example, pleasure, measure, treasure, beige, all these are the words where you have the zh sound. Okay? Now, let's move on to the next set. F as in fun, often, tough. Now look at this. I have the pronunciation of f, but the letter f is missing. For example, if I have the word which is photograph, photography, photographer. So anything pho here, it carries the function of a f, but the letter f is not there. So you got to be careful there as well. So you need to understand how it is pronounced. Clear? V, victory, level, brave, window, swift. That is the W. So now pay attention to way I pronounce or the way I make a difference between V and W. So V, the moment you have a letter which has the V, it's a V sound, and the saying is bite your lips, kiss your, bite your V's and kiss your W's, which means if you have a V, you will bite your lower lip. V, for example, victory, level, brave. If you have water, William, swift, window, wherever you have W, you will make an O. For example, window. I can't say it window. It's not window, it's window. So bite your V's and kiss your W's. That is a fundamental difference between the V sound and the W sound. Alright, let's move on to the next. We have H, R, Y, L. H, for example, hollow, adhere. So wherever you have the H sound, you may or may not have the H. R. Now this R is a soft R sound. It's not R. We can't call it as ring, market, charter. No, that's not how it's pronounced. It's a very soft sound. Ring, market, charter, chapter. All right. Y, yard, mayor, toy. L, listen, island, bottle. And the last set of sounds in consonant, M, for example, money, homework, groom. N, number, hunter, listen. NG, every time you have the letter N and G together, that's an ing sound. For example, English, ringing, ring, listening, anything that is with continuation form, ing, singing, dancing, writing, painting, playing, you have the ing sound in the end. All right. So with that, we have all the 24 sounds done. Now what we're going to do in tomorrow's session is we're going to have a list of words where all these sounds are present, and we're going to practice it, and I will also help you to identify where to find these sounds. All right. Whatever words you have which you are not sure how to pronounce, please send that to me. I will help you understand how to pronounce these words. So thanks for tuning in for today. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye. Good afternoon, welcome to today's session. This is brought to you by AP State Skill Development Corporation, and we are conducting this program especially for the employability skill centers. There's already a classroom session which has already started in various districts in AP, and we are also combining the blended training methodology which is online. You're watching this live on Mana TV as well as the YouTube channel of Mana TV. Alright, so let's begin. So in the last session we spoke about the consonant sounds. I explained to you sounds in English language since we are speaking about oral communication. I explained how we have 26 letters in English alphabet system. There are 21 consonants and 5 vowels, but we have 24 consonant sounds and 15 vowel sounds. So 26 letters that you see, those are mere letters, but here we are talking about sounds. So we have 24 consonant sounds compared to 21 consonants, and 15 vowel sounds compared to 5 vowels. So vowel sounds or consonant sounds are different from a consonant or a vowel. Okay, I explained to you the 24 consonant sounds. I showed you the list as well as the example. I just want to take you through a quick recap to explain this again. So we have p, b, t, d, k, g, ch, j, th, th, s, z, sh, zh, f, v, w, h, r, y, l, m, n, and ng. So that's 24. I showed you examples of the 24 consonant sounds. So we have p sound, for example, pot, topple, top. B sound, bat, bubble, cab. T sound, table, bitter, pot. D sound, desk, advise, loud. K, kite, disclose, mask. Goat, that's G sound, goat, magnify, big. Ch, chain, discharge, march. J, joint, budget, charge. Th, think, breathless, bath. The, this, rhythm, breathe. Seal, mistake, miss. Z, zoo, disown, breeze. Sh, shallow, location, brush. J sound, pleasure, beige. F, fun, often, tough. V, victory, level, brave. W sound, window, water or swift. hollow, adhere, r for example ring, market, charter, yard, mare, toy, listen, island, bottle, money, homework, groom, number, hunter, listen, ng or the ing sound, English, ringing, ring. So these are the examples which I showed you. Now the confusion happens between the consonant and the consonant sound. I'm just going to give you certain examples. For example, if you see the letter P, this is actually a P sound. For example, print. Now the letter P signifies P sound, but not always. For example, if I have the word which is photon, now here the letter P needs to be combined with H and it becomes an F, the F sound. For example, if I have the word photograph, again I have F sound. So just because I have the letter P doesn't mean I can pronounce this as P always. Alright. I also gave you example of ch sound. For example, change. But when I have the word chemistry, ch becomes k sound. So I say chemistry, I say chrome, so I do not really, or chromium, I do not say chromium or chrome or chemistry. Okay. Likewise, there are tons of such examples. The sounds that you see here, these are mere sounds, so don't look at it as a letter. For example, sir. Now I can have a sound which is or I can have a word where sir is used as a sir sound, s is used as a sir sound. For example, solution. Alright. But if I have a word which is island, I don't pronounce this as Island. So S is silent here. Okay. For example, if I have a word which is pressure, just because I have two S, I can't say press sir. I can't say press sir. So here double S will become sh sound. So I say pressure. Alright. So you need to be very careful how to differentiate between a consonant and consonant sound. Every word that you pronounce will have a consonant sound, not mandatorily. There are certain words there are no consonant sounds at all. There is just vowel sound. For example, I, first person I. I don't have any consonant sound there, right? So a letter is a consonant, but a sound is a consonant sound, so there is a big difference. So any word that you pronounce, if the consonant sound is not fitting properly, that means you are making a mistake. Now, what are the common mistakes that we end up doing? We do a sound shift. So instead of using a particular consonant sound, we make a mistake and use a different consonant sound. These are the common mistakes or common problems that we face. We do a shift between p and f, v and w, s, z, s, sh, j, z. So we interchange this. So let me copy this and I will tell you what do I mean by this. I'm going to show you some examples. Okay, all right, let's begin. For example, if I have the word which is print, lot of people pronounce this as frint. So that is where the mistake happens. Okay, there are some people who cannot pronounce the per sound, they replace that with a fur sound. For example, if I have a word which is face, they replace that and say pace. Now face is different, pace is different. Pace means speed, velocity. Face means what you see in a person. So when you make this mistake, it leads to change in meaning as well. Okay, next I have the word which is victory. They pronounce this as victory. Now remember what I said, if you have the letter V, you need to bite your lower lip, it's victory. And if it's W, you need to make a O out of your lips, so you say victory. No, it's not victory, it's victory. If I have the word water, then I say water. If I say the word vase, flower vase or flower vase, I say vase. If I use the name William, so I make a O out of my lips, I say William. Winter, so it's winter, it's not winter. Okay, let's move on. Sir problem. So I have a word which is seal and they replace that with zeal, z sound. For example, if I have the word listen, they pronounce this as listen. It's not listen, it's listen. And the mistake also happens the other way around. For example, z and j is a problem. For example, if I have the word zone, they pronounce this as Joan. If I have the word which is page, they pronounce this as pays. It's not pays, it's page. Sir problem. Now this happens because of regional influence again. For example, send, and they pronounce this, so if you make a mistake, you will end up pronouncing this as shend, shend it. It's not shend, it's send. So these are the common issues that we face in terms of pronunciation. So the best way to learn pronunciation is to pick up words and then break them into consonant sounds. I will tell you how to do that. Now let's read these words for understanding the pronunciation. I'm going to pronounce the word, and if you're watching this on YouTube or Mana TV, doesn't really matter. I want you to repeat after me. And let's be honest, I can't see you, but I want you to put the effort and pronounce it. Let's start. Tariff, dislocate. Now before I pronounce, let's do this. I'm going to pause here for a minute so that you can make a note of all these words. If you're watching it on YouTube in your system, you can either take a picture or you can take a screenshot. If you're watching it on television, please make a note of it. If you write this down on your notebook, it will be easier for you to remember. All right, let's start. Tariff, dislocate, possibilities, leverage, discrimination, environment. It's not environment. Please stop saying environment. It's environment. The next is government. It's not government. Don't say government. It is government. Plurality, determination, derivatives, apartment, disagreement, dislodge. COUP is coup. It's not coop or coup, it's coup. Isolation, quarantine, gesture, Lot of people pronounce this as gesture. It's not gesture just because the letter G is there. It is gesture. Against. Don't pronounce this as against. It's against. Abbreviation. Annihilation. I'm going to repeat the words: tariff, dislocate, possibilities, leverage, discrimination, environment, government, plurality, determination, derivatives, apartment, disagreement, dislodge, coup, isolation, quarantine, gesture, against, abbreviation, annihilation. Some more words for you: distance, extra. Lot of people mispronounce this word extra. They say ekestra. It's not ekestra. So let me break down some of the words to make it simple, to make you understand how to pronounce it. All right? So this is the word. If I have to break it for your quick understanding, it's extra. It's extra. Now what mistake people do is they pronounce this as ekestra. So this is wrong. It's not ekestra, it's extra. All right? Environment. Environment. So this is the correct pronunciation. Environment. And the mistake that you end up doing is you end up pronouncing environment. Now this is wrong. It's not environment, it is environment. So please make sure you're pronouncing it correctly. Another word, against. Now how do I pronounce this? Against. Now the mistake that you end up doing is you end up pronouncing this as against. It's not against, it's against. Government. How do I pronounce this? It's government. And you pronounce this when you make a mistake as government. So don't say it's government, it's government. Environment, against, extra. All right, let's go. Training, paper, popular, significance, domain, competency, competition, repetition, loyalty, strange, dominant, vibrancy, chronological, pictorial, confirmation, technology, accrual, gratuity. It's not gratuity, it's gratuity. All right? So when you have all the consonant sounds in front of you, please write these sounds in Telugu right next to it so that you can understand. So I'm going to repeat these sounds so that you can make a note of it. The first one is per. So you can write it in Telugu so that you can understand. P, B, T, D, K, G, Ch, J, Th, The, S, Z, Sh, J, F, V, W, H, R, Y, L, M, N, Ng. Okay, so if you're watching it live, if you felt that I'm too fast, go back to YouTube, replay this video and write it down. And the next slide you will have the examples. So these are the entire list of consonant sounds. Now what we're going to do is we're going to read a particular passage to make sure that we are understanding it right, and we'll pick certain words from the passage and we'll have a quick reading exercise. So let me look up something which is relevant for all of you. Okay, the internet doesn't seem to be working, so let me look up something from my database here. Alright, here we go. Let's start. Laws of nature are not commands but statements of acts. The use of the word law in this context, it's not context. So don't make a mistake there, it's not context, it's context. The use of the word law in this context is rather unfortunate. It would be better to speak of uniformities in nature. This would do away with the elementary fallacy. What do you mean by this fallacy? Now I can give you the meaning immediately, but I want you to look it up in dictionary.com or a dictionary book. So please put the effort of learning these words, vocabulary, so that you can use these words later. And how it's pronounced? Fallacy. Fallacy. This would do away with the elementary fallacy that a law implies a lawgiver. If a piece of matter does not obey a law of nature, it is punished. On the contrary, we say that the law has been incorrectly stated. Alright? When you have a passage to read, read slow and try to pronounce the word properly so that you understand. Passage number 2, this is reading practice. At this stage of civilization, when many nations are brought into close and vital contacts for good and evil, it is essential. Now you see this word, it's not essential, it's essential. So instead of s sound, we have a z sound here. It is essential as never before that their gross ignorance, it's not gross. When you have this word, so let me quickly show you an important aspect which you need to know. I have a word which is gross. Now this word can be pronounced in two ways. First one, gr o s. I can say gross or I can say gr o s. Okay, this is your word and this is the pronunciation. Clear? Now pay attention what I am doing. This is very important for you to understand the importance of it. Okay. Now if I am pronouncing this as gross, it means it's dirty or vulgar. Okay. If I say gross, that means it's a total before net. For example, you are earning, say for example, you are working somewhere and you are earning some money, and that money is 10,000 rupees. Now your gross income is 10,000 rupees. On this 10,000, there will be 10% tax deducted as at source, TDS. So your gross is 10,000 minus 1,000 tax is 9,000. So 9,000 is the net on hand. But before that, it is gross, which is before the net, or it's also a subtotal. Clear? So the word is same, the spelling is also same, GROSS, but the way I pronounce it, the meaning changes. You got to be very careful. So let me give you an example here. The painting looks gross. Okay. So when I have, slide please, when I have GROSS and I'm pronouncing this as gross, that means it's dirty. Let me remove this. This will be easier. Okay. Now when I'm pronouncing this as gross, the gross income was 8,000 rupees. Gross also means big. For example, just a moment. Okay. All right. So let's look at the passage again. So I'm going to read this up again. At this stage of civilization, when many nations are brought into close and vital contact for good and evil, it is essential as never before that their gross ignorance of one another should be diminished, that they begin to understand a little of one another's historical experience and resulting mentality. It is the fault of the English to expect the people of other countries to react as they do to political and international situations. Our genuine goodwill and good intentions are often brought to nothing because we expect other people to be like us. This would be corrected if we knew the history, not necessarily in detail, but in broad outlines of the social and political conditions which have given to each nation its present character. So you see the word character, I have the letter CH and it's pronounced as K. I don't say character, I say it character. One last passage for quick reading. Today perhaps your only association with the word polio is the Sabin oral vaccine that protects children from the disease. 55 years ago, this was not so. The dreaded disease, which mainly affects the brain and spinal cord, causing stiffening and weakening of muscles, crippling and paralysis. It's paralysis, it's not paralysis, it's paralysis. Paralysis, which is why I am in wheelchair today. If somebody had predicted when I was born that this would happen to me, no one would have believed it. I was 7th child in a family of 4 pairs of brothers and sisters with huge 23-year gap between the first and last. I was so fair and brown haired that I looked more like a foreigner than a Dawood Bohri. I was also considered to be the healthiest of the brood. Okay, so when you have a paragraph like this, it will allow you to practice. So that's all about the consonant sound. You can replay the video on YouTube and practice these words. What we're going to do next is understand the vowel sounds. Now, before we go ahead and talk about vowel sounds, I just want to leave you with the information that we are only going to talk about 3 different kind of vowel sounds: long vowel, short vowel and diphthong. Even though we have triphthong and some more categories, it's not really practical for quick understanding, so we will limit our learning only to these 3. Now, as a part of your practice, what I want you to do is take any of these words which is listed. Say for example, let me just take 2 to 3 words. And I'm going to break this one by one to understand the consonant sounds. The best way to do that is pick a word and identify what are the consonant sounds here. So first one is apartment. Apart, par, r, t, m, n, t. Apartment. So these are the consonant sounds in this word. Next, disagreement. D, s, disagreement. So we have g sound here, then r, disagree, m, n, t. Disagreement. Then the last one in this list is dislodge. So it starts with a d sound, d, s, l. Now you see the letter D, but it doesn't mean that the sound exists here. So please don't get confused there. Okay? D, s, l, j. Even though the letter J is absent, but this letter G carries the j sound. Okay? So when you are able to break these, so let me expand it. When you are able to break these into all the consonant sounds which is available in that particular word, you will be able to master, or you will be able to understand how consonant sound works. So apartment, a is a vowel sound, so we left that. Apartment. Disagreement, d, s, g, r, m, n, t. Disagreement. Dislodge. Now this is an amazing example. Dislodge, even though we have the letter d, but we have the sound d only in the beginning. We don't have the letter j, but the g carries the function of j. Likewise, you need to break these words into all the consonant sounds so that you understand it better. So when you have the consonant sound written in front of you, pick any word. While you're talking, it can be a simple word like a pen. For example, phone, computer, table, chair, anything which is around you. So try breaking it down to consonant sound and you will be able to understand and master it. Next session we will talk about vowel sounds. Now when you combine the consonant sound and vowel sound, then you will understand the entire sound structure. Okay? So whatever questions you have, please post on the comment section of the YouTube video that you're watching. You can find it online. And if you have any words where you need my help to pronounce it, please post those words. I would love to take your questions and provide you with the answer. Thanks for tuning in today. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's session. So we are continuing with the second pillar of oral communication, which is grammar. Yesterday I spoke about the various parts of speech. I gave you examples on noun. So today we're going to talk about pronoun and adjective, adverb, and so on and so forth. In the later part of the session, we're going to have the call lines open. So if you're watching this either on YouTube live or Mana TV live, please dial the number. You will see the number little later. So you can call and ask your questions, anything in terms of pronunciation or grammar for English communication. So let's begin. We are talking about pronoun. Like I said, pronoun is a substitute for noun. You can't be using noun again and again. So that's why we have pronouns which substitutes the noun. So it's a part of speech which is used in a place of noun or noun phrase to avoid repetition. Examples of pronouns: I, you, we, they, he, she, it, me, us, them, him, her, this, those. So sentence as an example: Mohan is tired, he wants to sleep, but I want him to finish the assignment. So instead of using the Mohan name again, for example, if I say Mohan is tired, Mohan wants to sleep, but I want Mohan to finish the assignment, instead of using the name again twice, I can use pronouns, which is he wants to sleep, but I want him to finish the assignment. So when we talk about pronouns, like I said, it replaces the noun or noun phrase, but there is also an aspect of singular and plural. For example, if I'm talking about one person, I can just say him or he or she, but or him or her, he or she, or it. Now, in case if the count is plural, more than one, then it multiplies. So I can't be using him, I can't be using he, she, I'm supposed to use they or them. So let's look at some quick tests to understand how to use it. The first question: Hari's mom asked Dash to clean the garage. So Hari's mom asked he to clean the garage or him? So obviously the correct answer is him. Hari's mom asked him to clean the garage. It's not garage, it's garage. A student at an all-boys high school should be on Dash best behavior. Now here there is an element of subject-verb agreement. The student, here it says a student, right? Now a student is singular. So a student in all boys high school. So the all boys high school, the entire school has only boys, but the subject here is one student. So a student at an all boys high school should be on his best behavior. So it's there. THERE is also there. THEIR is also there. Let me quickly clarify this. A lot of people do not understand and they interchange this. Okay. So there, THEIR is a possession noun. There is a preposition. So please do not get confused here. Both are pronounced the same way. For example, let me zoom this. Please keep the book there. Okay. So there is basically a particular place. So that's why it's a preposition. Now when I say there is THEIR, that's a possession noun. The group will arrive at 8 p.m. And they will make their arrangement. Whose arrangement? Their arrangement. So THEIR is a possession noun. T-H-E-R-E is a preposition, so don't get confused there. So a student at an all boys high school should be on his best behavior. Neither Mary nor Dash knew why the store was closed. Now whenever you have neither Mary, it should be nor I. Now here is an important element which you need to understand. In case if I am talking about more than one person, that includes me as well. So I as a first person. So here is an example. So if I am talking about 2-3 people or even 2 people, and that includes me in the list, we always make a mistake. We put ourselves in first, or we use ourselves first person as I. For example, Harsha, Subhash and me went for shopping. Now that sentence is incorrect grammatically. Let me show you why it is incorrect. This is how people usually speak, right? Now there is a fundamental grammatical mistake here. So basically I'm talking about 3 people here: Harsha, Subhash and me. That is the first person. So Harsha, Subhash and me went for shopping. Now imagine if these 2 gentlemen are not in the list. Can I say me went for shopping? No, that's incorrect. Another way of making a mistake where people usually use this, me, Harsha and Subhash went for shopping. Now here again, if I remove these 2 gentlemen, it still becomes me went for shopping, which means this is incorrect. So what am I supposed to do? The correct form is I went for shopping. Now whenever you are talking about one person, that is yourself, first person, I went for shopping is fine. But in case if I am adding another person, even 1 or 2, so it becomes Subhash and I went for shopping, or I can add more number of people, Harsha, Subhash and I went for shopping. So whenever you're talking about yourself in a group and you have to specifically mention the persons as well as yourself, you will always, or the first person will always be in the end. Okay? So here, neither Mary nor I knew why the store was closed. I can't say me knew why the store was closed. No, the correct form is I knew why the store was closed. That's why I is the correct option here. Next, after the training, you and Dash must discuss a few things. Again, same situation. After the training, you and I must discuss a few things. Alright. Now, moving on to adjective. Now, every noun, when it gets qualified, when I'm adding a quality or a type to a noun, that is basically adjective as a part of speech. So, an adjective describes, modifies or gives more information about a noun or pronoun as well, because pronoun is a substitute for noun. Examples: big, happy, green, young, fun, crazy, tree, all these are adjective. For example, the little girl had a pink hat. Now the girl is noun. So let me take this example. Okay. I hope you can see that's blue. Okay, so the blue is nothing but your noun. The little girl had a pink hat. Now if I remove this, the girl had a hat, but what kind of hat? Pink hat. What kind of girl? The little girl. So anything that is adding quality that is describing or modifying the noun or pronoun is adjective. Now there are different types of adjective which you need to know. Something that adds quality, for example, dangerous chemicals, green vegetables, a square box, quantity as well. So not just quality but also quantity. He has eaten 3 apples. I don't have much money. This long, thin centipede has many legs. So long, thin is also an adjective here. Demonstrative, something that is displaying or demonstrating. This red balloon is mine and those 3 yellow ones are yours. This cute baby is his brother. That cute baby is his sister. So anything that is denoting something is also an adjective. Now adjective in terms of singular and plural also you need to know. For example, my will become our, your will remain same, his, her, its. Remember I spoke about the possessions. So that's a possessive noun for adjective. Now here are some more examples to quickly test your knowledge. I dash a new bike yesterday. Please make a note of this question. Think and tell me what is the correct answer. I bought a new bike yesterday. So the correct answer is A. If you don't hurry up now, you dash late for school. Question number 2. If you don't hurry up now, you dash late for school. You have been, you are, you will be. Okay, the correct answer is C, you will be. If you don't hurry up now, you will be late for school. Number 3, I would spend my holidays in London if I dash enough money. I would spend my holiday in London if I had. Now if you already have, then you will be in London. Had because you actually don't have. If I had enough money. Number 4, they dash water sports. They are not, they like not, they do not like water sports. The correct answer is C, they do not like water sports. I dash for shopping tomorrow. I will be going for shopping tomorrow. I will go for shopping tomorrow. I went for shopping tomorrow. Now, this is a matter of tense. Here, went is past tense. So, went is past tense of go. Now, tomorrow is future. So, I can't use C. A is a continuous form. I need not use that. So, B is a definite form. I will go for shopping tomorrow. Ram and his team, that's number 6. Ram and his team dash recently won a tournament. To answer this question correctly, you need to understand something called, now let me quickly explain this to you. I'm not sure how many of you have heard this particular term. Subject verb agreement. Now what do we mean by subject verb agreement? Let me quickly demonstrate that to you. I'm going to switch over to another aspect, which is subject verb agreement. Let me see if I have created some kind of okay, here we go. So we are talking about subject verb agreement. This is because the subject should always be in sync with verb. What I mean by this, if the subject is singular, I need to use a singular verb. If the subject is plural, I need to use a plural verb. Now, as simple as it sounds, we always make a mistake. So the reason I put the Superman symbol, in case if you have he, she, it, or any of singular form of verb, the singular form of subject, you will use a singular form of verb. What do I mean by this? See here, the players and the umpire is or are tired. Okay, the second sentence is the players or the umpire is or are tired. So what do we need to do here? Now when I'm using and, I'm combining two singular forms. That becomes plural. So I will use the plural form of verb. Now how do I identify what is singular form of verb and plural form of word? Let me quickly demonstrate that to you. So if you want to use a singular verb, add s. At the end of the verb. Okay. Example, plays, works, sings. Now in case if I have to use the plural form, now when I have to use a plural form, if I have to use plural form, drop the s at the end of the verb, which means if I have to talk about the same examples, I will remove the s at the end of the verb. So remember it that way. If it's a singular verb, add s. If it's plural verb, drop the s. So in case if your subject is singular, use s at the end of the verb. If the subject is plural, drop the s at the end of the verb. Okay. Let me show you some examples to help you understand this better. I'm going to use all singular verbs here. He plays cricket. She sings very well. It rains every evening. So if you pay attention to the verbs here, action, I am adding an s at the end of it because my subject is singular. Now if I have to use a plural verb, plural subject, they play cricket. They, or for example, she is singing very well. Now that my subject is plural, I just say they are singing very well because are is a plural form of is. It rains every day. Now there cannot be a situation in terms of a climate for plurality, so we'll leave it at that. Okay. So when you have a situation like this where you are bound to get confused, the players and umpire is tired or are tired, it should be are tired. That's because when I'm using and, I'm combining these two. Even if it's player and umpire, I'm combining. But in the second case, this is where you will get confused. The players or the umpire is tired or are tired. Here you will use is tired because this is an or situation. So if it is or, after the or, the subject, the closest subject is umpire, which is singular form. And if I have a singular subject, I will use singular verb. Okay. So when we look at some more questions, you will be able to identify more such situation. Now when you see a question, you will be able to identify what should be the correct answer. Alright. So let's move on. Let's look at this question again. Number 6. Ram and his team dash recently won a tournament. Now this is a trick question because Ram is part of the team and team is a collective form, it just won. Ram and his team have recently won? No. Ram and his team has, because it's a singular form. The subject is singular, so I'll use has. Number 7, please make a note of this question. They dash put in all the hard work for the success of the team. They dash put in all the hard work for the success of the team. Now they is a plural form. Now if I have a plural form, I will use plural verb. What is the rule? Drop the S. So I have this particular verb which doesn't have an S. So I will use they have put in all the hard work for the team. Number 8, I think we dash the training session next quarter. Now next quarter means it's in the future. I think we dash the next session, the training session next quarter. I think we begin. No, we will begin the training session next quarter. We are beginning. No, that's not the right form. We are going to begin. That is again a incorrect form because it's a transliteration. So we will begin the training session next quarter. Tomorrow we dash at 2 p.m. Tomorrow we will meet. We meet. We are going to meet. We are meeting. So number 9, this is very easy. So look at the question and think what is the correct answer. Tomorrow we will meet at 2 p.m. So A. Could you please dash me some money? Could you please borrow me or lend me? Borrow means take from me. Lend means give me. So could you please lend me some money? Number 11. I don't mind dash if you are tired. I don't mind to drive. I don't mind driving. I don't mind to be driving. I don't mind drive. So number 11, look at it, think and answer. I don't mind driving if you are tired. So option B. They arrived dash we were having dinner. They arrived while we were having dinner, when we were having dinner, during we were having dinner, for we were having dinner. So number 12, think what is the correct answer, and meanwhile you will see the number flash on your screen, 040-2354-0326, or the toll-free number 1-800-425-4039. If you have any questions about the portions that's been completed so far, which is pronunciation and a little aspects of grammar, if you have any questions, please call and ask your question. I will provide you the answer. Alright, so let's continue with number 12. They arrived while we were having dinner. So A is the correct answer. Number 13, they have sold dash car which they won in a lottery. They have sold dash car which they won in a lottery. THERE there, THEIR there. This is fairly easy. I just spoke about difference between preposition and possession noun or pronoun. But here it's a trick question. The correct answer is C. In this case, they have won the car in the lottery. So denotively speaking, C is the correct answer. They have sold the car which they won in a lottery. Number 14. I dash worked for this company since 1998. I worked, I am working, I work, I have worked. Now, to answer this question, we need to understand something fundamental. Now, let me explain. This is one mistake where a lot of us get confused or make a mistake. From versus since. Okay. This is a preposition in terms of time. If I am using from, I should be using from when I have specifics on when did it start and when did it end. Okay. I will use since when the stated time continues. What do I mean by this? Let me show you an example. I lived in Bangalore from 2004 till 2006, which means it has ended. So I can use the word from. If I have to continue in the same way, I am living in Hyderabad since 10 years, which means I am still living there, which means the time is still continuing. Okay. So question number 14, when you look at it, I dash for this company since 1998, which means I am still working there. So the correct answer is B. I am working for this company since 98. Number 15, she dashed me to help her develop an IT training program. She has asked, she have asked. Can I use have? I just spoke about subject verb agreement, right? I can't use have because she is a singular form. She has asked me to help her to develop an IT training program. So option A. So verb types, verb is action. It signals an action, an occurrence or a state of being, whether mental, physical or mechanical. Verb always expresses activity, right? Anything in terms of action. Verbs in English have 4 basic parts. Now pay attention. The base form, the ing form, which is a continuous form, the past tense form, the past participle. Now something that you need to remember, we have studied all this in our school, right? We went through basic grammar in our school days, but we don't really remember the rules, but we only remember the usage. Look at it this way. There is something that has already happened, which is past. There is something which is present, a perfect present or continuous form. For example, I am talking, which means it's going on right now. Or I will talk tomorrow, that's a future tense. I spoke yesterday, and that is past tense. Any action that we are talking about, that action has to be relative to a time. Has it happened? Is it happening now? Or will it happen in the future? Okay. So keep that in mind in terms of these aspects. A verb has to be in sync with tense. Let's look at some examples. The lines are still open, so please do call. It starts with an expression, hi, I dash you in a long time. How have you been? I was seen, I saw, I haven't seen, I hadn't seen. So think and answer what is the correct answer for question number 1. Option C is the correct answer. Hi, I haven't seen you in a long time. How have you been? Number 2, yesterday I dashed to see my grandparents. Yesterday is a past tense, so I need to use an option which is past. Yesterday I have gone. Yesterday I gone. No. Yesterday I went to see my grandparents. Number 3, some people say that it is better to dash for today. Better to, this is a proverb, right? It's a saying. Better to is living, better to living, better to lives, better to live. It's better to live for today. Have you ever dashed to Canada? Now, have you ever basically means it's a past tense. Have you ever been to Canada? Being is a state. Been means if there was an action involved there. Albert doesn't like dash on weekends. Albert doesn't like working. Albert doesn't like to work. Albert doesn't like work. Now, doesn't like work doesn't make sense. So, our answer 1 and 2 are correct. So, option D is perfect. He occasionally is a headache in the morning. He occasionally should be a headache in the morning. He occasionally might be, could be. Now, this is in terms of an adjective. So, all of the above are correct. So, we have various such questions. You can look up simple tests online as well. You will find tons of questions. The best way to learn is to test yourself and find what is the correct answer. We cannot learn grammar in terms of rules anymore. We already learned it, but we don't remember because we don't use it. So if you remember it in terms of usage, if you keep practicing, if you keep testing yourself, that will help you remember for a long time. So grammar is something which is extensive, but you need to put yourself in use. I cannot teach you in a classroom environment. Even when the lines are open, nobody is actually calling and asking questions. So I don't know what seems to be wrong there. So in the next session, that is on Monday, I'll move on to verbal ability, where we will look at certain instances, how to solve certain questions and certain situations. If you have questions, please post your questions on the YouTube channel. I'll take a look and provide you the answer. And thanks for tuning in. Make the best use of your day. Thank you so much.
Fine. So today we are going to discuss about lightweight directory access protocol. So you are most welcome to this session. So let us see what is a LDAP or lightweight directory access protocol. So basically in our networking, if you deal with the networking, assume that you are a system admin or a network admin or a cloud admin. Basically you are going to deal with what? So basically if you summarize the whole concept, we have 6 objects. What is that? That is your files and folders, users and groups, IPs and ports. So the file could be any programming file, audio file, or maybe a video file, but ultimately you're going to deal with these 6 objects. Okay. So as a cloud, as a network or cloud admin, or as I said, as a system admin, you are going to deal with users properties, or group properties, a file or a folder properties, or IP or port. You take any topic. Let us say you're going for a DNS or a DHCP. That means you're dealing with the names of the IPs and names of the IP. If you're going for a router and firewall, you're dealing again with the IPs and port numbers. So if you want to centralize all this information, so in the previous session we had discussed regarding a DNS. So DNS is one of the way to centralize the whole, we can say, information regarding your computers and domain name. It is one of the best way of organizing your domain names and computer names. And as you see today, even the whole internet, the biggest network what we say is running on DNS concept. Okay. So if you want to centralize the information regarding IPs and names, so we go for a DNS. Same way, if you want to centralize the information regarding the users, groups in a particular hierarchy way, we go for a directory service. Assume that if you want to create a user and in your organization there are less number of users, then instead of creating a domain user, we can create what? A local user. So local users, like in Windows, we can run a lusr mgr command .msc and you can create the local users. But as the number of users increases, or as the number of organizations and your branches increases, then it becomes a bit complicated to maintain all the users in one central location. So to solve this problem, in early 1980s, as the Unix market was there, so Sun Microsystem brought the concept called as Yellow Pages. So Yellow Pages, what it does, so it used to centralize the information regarding your users and groups. Okay. So normally if you see in Linux, the user information is stored in etc password or etc shadow and etc group and etc g shadow. So users information are stored in password and shadow file, group information is stored in group and g shadow file. Like that in Windows also, in early Windows if you talk about domain concept, so we used to have Windows NT 4.0. So in the last few sessions we had gone through your Windows OS also. So there we have primary domain controller and a backup domain controller. So those things were there in the early versions of Windows, and later with the Windows 2000 we had what? Active Directory. Okay. Same in Linux. So we had a local users. So let me show you where we have a local users. So if you just now I have opened my Linux machine and let's try to log in as a admin of Linux, that means root user. So if you see here, your local users are stored in etc password file. Okay. So there are some users like Jack is there, John is there. Okay. So they are local users. So if you have less number of users, we can maintain that users in etc password or etc group, and it is group. Fine. So if you want to add a user, simply you say user add, let us say the username is Tom, and if you want to fetch the information of this user Tom, so these are the properties of this user. So you can see here hardly we have a username, then we have a username, then we have a mask password, a user ID, a group ID, then we have a comment. Okay. So group ID, then comment, home directory and shell. So there are very less properties. Okay. So when we have more number of users, so if you are going for a text file, if the number of users are more, and if you have several branches and several organizations and all that, then that becomes complicated to go in this way. So as I said, Sun Microsystem brought the concept regarding centralizing all the users in a network. So that concept was called as Yellow Pages, and due to certain conditions, that name was renamed and it was called as NIS, Network Information Service. So generally in our Unix and Linux, we go for NIS server for centralizing the users. Okay. So what the NIS server does is, the same etc password file, it's a text file, it is going to convert into a database format, so that if the network is too big, the user information can be retrieved quite fastly. But as the internet came around 1983, all these things started developing up, and by 84, 85, 86, as the internet came, so as you know that the internet is one of the largest network, and to centralize the information regarding your computers and domains, organizations and all that, okay, so DNS evolved. So DNS is a architecture where any machine can be easily searched or easily located, and based on the same concept we are going to configure the users. That means the DNS architecture, based on that architecture, the users and groups if we design, so it will be easier to find that particular user or provide that user in a particular domain or particular organization unit. So in early 83 around, so some protocols started developing up. So let us see what are those protocols. So at the very early stage of your development, there was a protocol called as X.50, and then we had 500 and 501. So this protocol was designed basically on the Unix platform, but that protocol was very heavy, we can say very complicated to be configured. So it was not so easy, and in those days, as you know, that in Unix environment the graphical things were not there. So first OS was your like Mac OS in the graphical mode. So it was very hard for a network or system or network admin to manage the users with that protocol. So they simplified the version of X501 protocol and they made a simpler version of that, and that is called as lightweight directory access protocol. So when the Windows 2000 came, so earlier it was, as I said, it was primary domain controller and backup domain controller. So the same protocol was used in Windows, and that is called as active directory service. Same thing was used in Solaris, so it was called as Sun Directory Service. Now the Sun is taken by Oracle, so it is called as Oracle Directory Service. Same LDAP concept when we design or configure in Red Hat, it is called as Red Hat Directory Service. Same thing in SUSE, it is called as SUSE Directory Service. In Novell, it is called as Novell Directory Service. In our Fedora, it is called as Fedora Directory Service. And in the open source, it is called as Open LDAP. So this could be configured in a command mode as well as we can configure in a graphical mode. Okay, but we are going to learn in a command mode to understand the concepts in more deeper way. Based on that, there are many other services designed, like IPS services are there, and many other services are designed. But ultimately, it's a directory service to centralize your users and group information. So LDAP is used as centralized authentication server, which provides a centralized login to all users, groups, and computers in a multiple network. LDAP is called as directory server. In more technical, it can be known as DSA, which stands for a directory server agent or a directory system agent. So the main purpose of your DSA is to provide a systematic way of providing the information regarding users, groups, and computers. Okay. So DSA is a network database that stores information represented as tree of entries. So just like your phone, if you talk about telephone directories, like earlier we used to have books, thick books, which contains a telephone directory where we have the username, his surname, his other details, his address and plot number and street number and fax number and all that. So that those type of things we maintain in our telephone directories. Okay. So here it is not like a database, like the information not maintained in the rows and columns. So generally when we talk about directory service, so when you talk about database, generally in database what happens? When you are trying to access the record, there is a locking mechanism. Every time the lock is created and the lock is released. So generally in the database, when you go with the rows and columns, a locking mechanism is used. But when you talk about DNS or let us say domain controller also, so same information will be used by many users at the same time. So there we use some concept called as directory service. Okay, that means that much locking mechanism is not there. Some information is shared by many users at the same time. So there generally we go for a directory service. So before your LDAP, we were using NIS. So the drawbacks with the NIS is it uses a random port number. So we use a command like rpc info command to get that port numbers. No data encryption is there. Okay, we could not give some more access control. Okay, so everything is based on the, we can say, a single key database. So it is better if you are in the private subnet. Okay, but assume that if you are over the internet or the public domains and all that, then that is not preferred to be used. Okay. So what about your lightweight? So LDAP uses a fixed port number 398 as well as 636. Okay. LDAP can be used as a backbone for your Active Directory. That means if you are in Windows, without installing a DNS, we can't go for Active Directory. That means you need to have an integration with the DNS service. Okay. So in Windows, we need what? An access to the DNS service. So just now I told you about that in different flavors like Red Hat, in SUSE Directory Service, in a Novell, Novell Directory Service, Sun, we have Sun Directory Service. Okay. So LDAP also supports some other logging programs like Radius, what we say. So remote authentication dial-up in user, which is used in your dial-up internet access. Okay, mainly by your users. So what is the difference between a normal, we can say in our Linux we have a local users, so they are going to have some properties, and same thing we are going to have in the NIS also. So let us compare what is the difference between our local users or NIS and your LDAP. Okay, so in your NIS or local users, you can see hardly the user is having username, mask password, user ID, group ID, then we have comment, home directory and shell. That means the properties regarding the users are very limited, hardly we have 7 field. But when we go for LDAP, a user will be having some domain, okay, he is some top level domain, and then again some domain, and maybe again some child domain, then he belongs to a certain organization unit, or he belongs to multiple organization unit, okay, then he is going to have some ID as well as the groups. Okay, along with all these things, we can also add users other details. So when this X501 protocol was designed, they added all that properties which a user required. Let us say is we can say like a first name, the last name, the middle name, the description, the telephone number, the street number 1, street number 2, the fax number. So all this type of properties which are created with your users, so those informations were collected. But as I said, the earlier version was very complicated to be configured, so they made it simplified version, and that is why we say it as what? Lightweight directory access protocol. So these users or groups or computers, so maximum possible or we can say properties were added, and that is how this structure was designed. And this structure is linked, we can say is correlated with your DNS structure. So DNS structure is been followed in your Active Directory, or we can say a directory or lightweight directory access services. So what is the function of your LDAP server? So normal condition, you should try to go with the username and password. So the user database which is there in your local machine will be used. So as I said, it is your etc password in your local machine. Okay, but assume that you are going for a LDAP server. So again, when you provide username and password, so the username and the password will be checked by your LDAP, or we can say a centralized server, that is called as LDAP server. So the query will go there, and the authentication will be checked. Once the authentication is checked, okay, so that database will provide that information. So once the credentials are accessed and granted, then you can log in as a centralized user or domain user. So again, the user John is going to log in. So again, the authentication will be checked by your LDAP server. Again, the database will be checked, and again you are going to get the authentication. You can start logging. Okay. Now assume that whenever the users log in, as in Windows, when the users log in from different machines and they want to access the profile, so normally what happens is you have to create one folder, and that folder should be a roaming profile. That folder should have a roaming profile. So if the user logs in from any other machine, he should get that particular folder where his data is stored. So NIS plus NFS was designed by Sun Microsystem to provide this type of features. Now we can do what? We can, instead of using NIS, we can use LDAP, and we can still integrate with your NFS services. Okay, so LDAP plus NFS will centralize the user's profile, user's data, and as well as the users as well as group authentication. So let us see how to configure your LDAP server. So the requirements to configure your LDAP server in the command mode, in the text mode. So LDAP packages, or I can say like open LDAP packages are required. Some migration tools are required. Then some okay. Then we have port 389 and 636. Then the configuration file here is etc open LDAP slab.d. In the earlier version, like in this version we are using CentOS 7. So in the earlier version, the configuration file was etc open LDAP like a slabd.config or open LDAP.config. Okay. So when I configure LDAP server, the database will be stored under var lib LDAP. Okay. So these are the locations where your configuration files as well as your database are stored. The main configuration file for your LDAP, open LDAP in your CentOS 7 is this one. So this file is slightly in a not in a regular way, but this is the file name, right? After the slash, this is your file name. Okay. Then we are going to use some migration tool so that we can convert the user information from your POSIX standards to what? LDAP standard. So in that case, we are going to use some migration tools, or we can say the commands, to transfer that user from your local, as I said, from the etc password the user is going to have. So in that case, we have few properties like this. So these properties. So when you are going to use migration tools, we can convert the user property of POSIX standard. So this is called as POSIX standard. So we can convert these properties into a LDAP standards. Okay. So this is some sort of, we can say, LDAP format. So whenever you want to convert the users from one, we can say the traditional format or POSIX format to our LDAP format, we have to use certain migration tools. Okay. So there are password migration tools. So that will convert your password file into LDAP user properties. Same way for group also. So fine. So today first we will learn how to configure your LDAP in the command mode, and maybe in this session I will show you a graphical interface also. But generally we write the scripts and all that, so we prefer to go with the command mode. But we have many tools nowadays, like we have open PHP LDAP admin is there, then we have LDAP account manager is there, which are some graphical interfaces designed over this open LDAP applications, okay, open LDAP servers. So your configuration file is, the main configuration file is here, this one, slightly as I said, the path is different. Then the service is slapd. So let us see how to configure. So first of all, the step one is, so first step is always in our Linux and Unix, your first step is check your IPs and host entries. Step number 2 will be always check your packages or remove your packages or remove your database, all those things. Step number 3 will be to edit your configuration file. Step number 4 will be your to generate the database or the files and folders, those things. And then the next step 5 will be your starting the services and all that. Okay, so that is a common pattern in all Unix and Linux. So this pattern is followed in all Unix and Linux. So first you set your system name, that in my case I am using ldap.mstech.com. Then you just update that by running a bash shell. Check your IPs, so your IPs and name should be correct. Then start your network service and check your IPs. Then you install all the required softwares for your LDAP server. Then give a password for a LDAP manager. So in LDAP we have one user who is responsible for taking care of creating users, groups and computers and all that. Okay, so for that user you are going to assign the password. So the user, that username is manager. Like in Windows we have administrator, in Linux we have root, but to manage that database we go for a user manager. So here we have the main configuration file. In this main configuration file you just replace your domain name and add your that password, that LDAP manager password. Okay, then you test it, the configuration is fine or not. Then you start the LDAP service and enable it for permanent, and then check it out the port number. So this will allow you to check the port number, whether LDAP is running or not, or running at which port. Then you need one sample database file. So that sample database file is located under USR share open LDAP server. Just copy that with the name as dbconfig. So when you copy, you have to make the changes to the configuration file. Okay, so this database file should be copied under varlib LDAP. Then start that LDAP service. After starting the LDAP service, so some schemas are required in order to configure your LDAP server. So these schemas are built in. So you just upload your database with these schemas. Okay, so there will be some core requirements. Then this will support for NIS and NIS type of configurations and all. Then we are going to create a file called as base file, or we can say the main domain file. So there you are going to mention your domain name, organization name, units and groups. So that you have to manually create, or you can go with the documentation of OpenLDAP. You can visit the site openldap.org. So a lot of documentations are given regarding how to create these base files and all. So the base file will somewhat look like this. So there you have a domain name. So this is your top class. Okay, the top object in your LDAP is your top. So it is like we have top, then we have the whole hierarchy structure. Like if you compare with the DNS, we have a dot, then we have .com, .org, .edu. Like that we have here a top, and under that we have everything. So this is going to create a domain, and the next paragraph is going to create the user. Then we are going to have one organization unit people. So generally by default that group is there in this Open LDAP software. Okay, then depending upon your requirement you can create the other groups or other organization units. After that you have to update that file by running this command. So it depends what user you are going to take. So here this small mistake should be like manager. After that you can use this tool to you just use this configuration file. So by default in this configuration file the domain name will be PADL. Replace that name with your domain name. Then create some user and create the password, and then you send that information in some text file like tom.password file. And by using this migration tool, this POSIX standard of the user properties you convert into what? LDAP format. Okay, so this command will be used to convert a POSIX standard properties of user into LDAP format. Then you run the command, so it is going to add the users in your LDAP database, and you can search that information by using LDAP search. Same way you can add same way if you want to delete some user you can use LDAP delete. So the same syntax you have to use. So here X means a simple authentication, D is your distribution name, so that will be your domain name, a manager name, domain name. -W means it is going to prompt you for a password. -F means your file name. So let us see how to configure your LDAP server. So practically we will see now how to configure LDAP server. So I'll just open the documentation so that it will be easier for us to go with the configuration. So I stored this documentation in one folder. So I need this file. So where we have, okay, so all the steps are given here. So your first step is to check your system name. Okay, then check your IPs, then you start installing your configuration files. Okay, but before that make your system clean. So stop your LDAP service, then go to this folder etc open LDAP, which is your main folder. Remove all the files inside that folder and go to where live LDAP and remove all the files. Then install the packages. If the packages are already installed, then reinstall the packages. So let us perform this step. So in this case my IP is 0.100 and in my etc host file you can see 100 I had mapped with this name ldap.mstech.com and a host name I had given. So you can see that my machine can ping with this name. Fine. Then you can check the current host name. So you can see all your host names are correct. Then you check your stop that service. So the first step is before installing the softwares, you stop the service. So step number 2. So first you stop this. If earlier already had configured, then stop that service. After stopping the service, go to your cd/etc/open LDAP. So here already your previous configurations are there. You can remove it. Fine. After that, go to your database location. So go to your this where live LDAP database location. So already earlier it was configured, so I'll remove all this. So the previous configuration is gone. Now you freshly install it. So here you can see already the softwares are installed, so I'll run the command reinstall. So it's going to forcefully reinstall the softwares. So let me mount my CD-ROM. So I mounted my CD-ROM under MNT packages, and now we are going to install all your required softwares. Just say yes to reinstall it. Okay, it's getting installed. So all the missing files will be replaced again. Okay, if you run this command, all the missing files will be replaced again. After installing a configuration file, we need to have a password. Okay, so just run this command, slap password. Just give some password. So this password you have to store carefully. Okay, so I'm just trying to save here. Fine, let's save it. After getting that password, you go to the main configuration file. So in the previous version, it was like a /etc open LDAP and /d or open LDAP.config file. But in this CentOS 7 version, we have this following file. Okay, so open this file. So you can see a vi /etc open LDAP /d, and there we have this file. So again go there. So inside that we have few more files. So select your, so this file is your main file at present. Okay, so provide that file name. So this is your main configuration file. So go to this main configuration file and you just replace, this is like just like your sample script. So replace your my domain with your domain. Okay, so who is the admin here? So manager is the admin. So run your vi commands. So %s padl, so not padl, that is your my domain, replace with your name, your domain name, ms tech global. So this command will replace wherever the my domain name is there, it's going to replace that name with ms tech. Do it. After that you have to give that password, manager password. Just copy this line. So I'm just copying this line and paste it, and just give some keywords. So it is your pw, and then remove this. Okay, and just now we have just generated the password and stored in this file. So copy that password. Okay, so where is that password? So here we have that password. Copy it carefully. Fine. So once it has been done, check it out, any blank spaces or those things are not there. Only one space you have to add here. Fine. Save it. So this configuration file we had provided the domain name and the password. Next, after providing your domain name password, you just check it out, your configuration is successfully done or not. Any errors are there? So this is checksum error has been checked on this. So your configuration file testing is what? Succeeded. Next is now you have to copy the database file under var libd. So go to your var lib LDAP, and you can see there are no files at this moment. So copy that sample configuration file, paste it, and once you have done it, you can see the file permissions are slightly different. So change that. So you can run a command change owner LDAP, or you can say LDAP star or whatever you like. So all the files inside this current folder will be having the LDAP permission. Okay, so change that permissions. Okay, then once again, first test it, then create copy this file once again. Before copying, you can also remove it. So see here, there are no files here. So you start the service first. Okay, just start the service, and the moment you start the service, you can see the database got created, and then enable the service to make it permanent. So your services are permanent, and now you just copy the database. You can copy it earlier also, that doesn't make any difference. But let us try to go with a systematic way. So you can see your database file is not having proper permissions, so you can give that adapt permissions. Okay, so now you can run this command to give the, so owner and group both should be adapt under this folder. So this command will change the permissions of all files and folders inside this folder. So you can see, so currently we are in this location, and this file also having, so earlier it was having root permission, now it is having what, adapt user and group permissions. So permission should be proper. Then this schema files you have to update. So there is a 4 files here, core, cosine, NIS, and so just upload this, run this command to update your schema, okay, which is required for your LDAP. So this will get added to your LDAP database. So run this command. So your schemas got added now. Once your schemas got added, you need to create this file, a base file, which will add your domains, okay, organization unit, those things. So this file already I had just created. So let me show you. CD. So in this case, you can see VI, a base file is there. So in this file, already this base file is there. Okay. So only the thing is, I have to make the changes to this password. Okay. So let me make the changes to this password. And let us copy that password from this file. Once again, so that password is stored in which file? So let me open one more terminal. So /d configuration /olc. So you can see here, so in this we have that password. Copy it and paste it here. Fine. So once you have pasted, save it. So this is your base file. So let us close this. So IYZ. So what we have here. So IYZ. Okay. So that is our file. So now let us proceed. So this base file you update to a database. So this base file you have to update to the database. So run this command, it will get updated to the database. Give that password, manage the password. So you can see it got updated. After updating, you can create some, okay, open this file. So this file is used for migration purpose. So you have just replace your domain name. By default it has a PADL domain name. So go with this file. Go with this, go with this file. So this file has a PADL, so you should see search for that. Okay, so you have to replace this. So I am using a command here to replace this. So I will use percentage substitute PADL with our domain name MS Tech. So once you have done it, save it. And again what I will do is I will try to grab -n means line number, MS Tech. So you can see at the 4 locations it got changed. So I can show that it got properly changed. Now what you do is you just create some user. So let us say I'm going to add some user. So let me add some user. So let us say user add, let us say Sai. Then give a password Sai. Give some password to this user. So once you had given, so grab that information. So grab Sai from which file? etc password. So store this information in a file Sai.password. So you can see here this file has these lines. So convert into a LDAP format. Okay. So for conversion to the LDAP format, you have to run this command. Okay. So I'm just going to run this command. Just to save the time, I'm just copying it. So run this Sai and use a Sai.ld format. Okay, LDAP format. If you see the LD format now, so that is got converted in your LDAP format. So it belongs to this domain com, under that MS Tech, then people organization, then user Sai. Now add this to the database. So to add this to the database, you need to run a command LDAP add this command. So run this command. It will update that information to the LDAP database. So username is Sai. So your LDAP database got updated. Now if you want to search the information from your LDAP database, you can run the commands like LDAP search. So you can see here the database, in the LDAP database your user Sai got created. Now if you log into the client machine, so I am taking the other machine, this is my CentOS B. Okay. So in this machine you log in first of all as a root user, and okay. So in this machine, let us share the home directory also at the same time. So what I did is, in our server machine, when the user logs in, so in your, you have to configure NFS server to install NFS and RPC bind software. So if you can check the notes here, so install your NFS and RPC bind package, and then you share the folder. Okay. So to share the folder, you just add the entry in etc exports. So I had shared the home directory, say service RPC bind restart, or you can use systemctl service NFS restart. Okay. So the service got started. Now go to your client machine. So this machine is my client whose IP is 150. Let us confirm whether it pings to our server. So it pings to the server. So what you do is, just if you want to become a member or a client for LDAP, you run a command auth-config -text user interface. Select here LDAP and also select the authentication also LDAP. Say next and provide your LDAP IP. So already I had provided that LDAP IP and domain name. So provide your LDAP, either you can provide LDAP name also, or you can give the IP also. After providing this, you just try to switch to the user just now which you had created, Sai. So you can see the user Sai got logged in, but he haven't got the home folder. So what you do is, you just mount 192.168. So once you mount it, so your home directory of your server got mounted, and again you log in as the user. Fine. So there's a one second. So again you log in as a user. So there is a group ID we have not created, that's why it's not going. So better what I will do is, yeah. So it has logged in, but because of group IDs we are not migrated. Okay. If you migrate group ID also, you will not get that problem. Okay. So we are in the home directory. Create some files. Touch Sai. So I'm just going to create few files, 1 to let us say 10. So you can see here in the home directory the 10 files got created. So this is the client machine. You had created where? In the home directory, in the client machine. You go to your server, and again you can check it out, ls. So I'm on the server side. The IP of the server is 100. Okay, IP of the server is 100. So you check your home directory of Psi. So you can see here in the in the server all the users profile as well as all the users data got stored. So what we had done is, so we had configured an LDAP server to centralize all the users. Okay, so this was the way to configure the LDAP in the text mode, but you can integrate certain tools like Open LDAP or, as I said, PHP LDAP. I will just show you the site if you wish. Okay, so let me check with the internet. Okay, so if the internet comes up, I'll just try to show. So you can use the tools like PHP LDAP. Okay, so once you go for PHP LDAP, so the interface will be somewhat like this. Okay, so the PHP LDAP interfaces will be somewhat like this. So where you are going to have domain, manager, users and all. So I will show you this part in the next session. Okay, fine. So if you let us try to summarize now what we have done. So see here. So your first step is check your host names and IPs. Now this is very careful if you are doing again and again. Okay, production not required. So just stop the service and remove all your previous files and configuration files and database. Install the package. If the packages are already installed, then these files will be missing. So just run the command reinstall. All your softwares will be reinstalled. All your missing files will be placed back. Then generate the password for your manager of your LDAP. Once you have generated that password, provide that information regarding your domain name and the password in this configuration file. So in the earlier version, as I said, this configuration file was etc open LDAP plus slapd.config, but now that file is deprecated. Okay, now currently we are using this file. Just provide your domain name and then provide your password. After that you start the service. So once you start the service, it will generate the database, and then you need to have some sample configuration. Configure that, just copy that in the proper location, make the changes to the configuration file, then add the files to the schema. So these schemas are required to have the pre-designed or pre-configured we can say structure. Once you update these schemas to the LDAP database, okay, you need to create one base file which contains your domain name, your other credentials, users, the organization unit and the other organization units and groups. So run this command to update your base database. Once you are updated, by using the migration tool, we can transfer the users as well as groups as well as computers from your POSIX standard to what? LDAP standard. Once you have done it, then you update by using these commands. Okay, otherwise you can write a script which will not require to generate this file. Automatically it will generate and it will convert into what? LDAP format. Then we are going to share the home directory, so why we are sharing the home directory? So you want to centralize all the users information in one location. So in Linux we have /home. So share the /home folder. After sharing, you can check it out whether the folder has been shared or not. Then go to your client machine. In the client machine, okay, you can search all your database by using LDAP search command. If you want to use delete the user, you can use the command LDAP delete -x. Then destination name will be, you can provide this username, domain name, and that is the information you can collect from this command. So whenever you want to delete the user, first run this command. Okay, see, for example, let us say I'm going to run this command first. So this is the destination name regarding that particular user. Okay, So that information you have to collect. Just copy it. After copying, you can run this command and just provide that entity here. Okay. Then go to the client side, install Open LDAP client and NSPAM LDAP. Then you run the auth config command, provide your LDAP server name and select LDAP, authentication also LDAP, then mount it and log in as a user. So that is how we configure LDAP server. Okay. So hopefully I will show in the next session the graphical mode also. So in the next session we are going to discuss regarding the backup and some monitoring tools. So hope that you got some idea that how the LDAP services are working. We do have some licensed versions of LDAP which are actually commercial, like in Red Hat and other versions. So that will provide you totally graphical interface. Okay, so that is very easy to configure. Okay, but in Open LDAP, by default the graphical tools are not available. So as I said, you can go for PHP LDAP admin or LDAP account manager. Okay, so hope that you had enjoyed the session. So see you in the next session. So welcome to the today's session, files and in the network. So basically why the backup is required. Now as a system admin or a network admin, your main job will be whether you are working on a cloud infrastructure or a normal, we can say a normal infrastructure on Windows or Linux platform. So definitely a lot of data is going to get stored on your network, on your systems and servers. So assume that in your network you have many clients and many servers, many routers, many firewalls. So all these things are running, and if those are corrupted, let us say somebody has some natural calamities occurred and these machines got burned up. So in that case, we can get the new machine, we can reconfigure it, we can install the OS, but your data we cannot get it back. So the most important thing in our data center is our data should be always available. So in general, what we do is when we have whenever we have data in our network, so those data our storage team is going to take the backup, and this backup could be on your local machine or maybe over the network. So at least you should maintain minimum 3 copies. So one copy should be in your own premises, in your own, we can say in your own building or campus. One more copy better to keep in your own country, and one more copy better to keep in some other country, so that if any problem occurs, you can get your data back. Okay. So backup is one of the regular tasks. It's an intense hard work. Okay, so people have to keep on changing the medias and all that. So when we go for a backup, these things has to be scheduled properly. Otherwise, to get the data or to retrieve the data at proper time or the proper data becomes what a bit harder. Okay, so let us see today the commands what we are going to discuss in our Linux session. So these are the common commands which were designed long back in the early stages of Unix development. And today we have many other we can say third-party softwares also available for taking the backup. So if you talk about like in Veritas, we have like Veritas Volume Manager is there, Veritas backup tools are there. From IBM we have Tilobi backup tools are available. In Linux we have again Bacula backup tools are there, Amanda backup tools are there. Okay, but today we are going to discuss the common commands which are used in our Linux or Unix operating system. So let us see. So as I said, so backup is the process of copying the data to other location or we can say to the other media in the other location. It is used to prevent the data loss. Users can take backup only of their own data. The users will not have the access to all the locations. Okay, so in Linux by default the users have the access in the home folder. So basically a root user or the root user is going to create a user like a sudo user. Now that user will be having the access to certain locations where he can take the backup. So to complete the backup, so the complete backup generally is taken by the root user or a sudo user to whom the privileges are given. A normal user can only take the backup regarding his own files. He could not take the backup of all the files and all your file system. So whenever you have your backup, so when you take the backup on tape drive or some other medias, okay, so if your data gets corrupted, you can restore it back from your the storage where you had taken the backup. So in Linux and Unix, these are some traditional commands we are using from the long time. Okay, so we'll see how to use your tar command, gzip and gunzip, bzip2, bunzip, cpio, dump, and we'll try to go with the scheduling the task. Okay, so tar command. So let us see first of all the basic commands which is in general we use. So tar command, cpio and dump. Okay, so these are the three commands which we generally use for taking the backup. So what is the difference between tar and cpio and dump? So in tar command, you are going to take the backup regarding a particular file or folder. You are going to target a particular file or folder. So when you go for tar command, you have to know that for which files or which folder you are going to take the backup. But assume that I want to take the backup of those files which were created by certain users. Or let us say I want to take the backup of those files which were created after so and so date, or whose size is more than 100 GB or 10 GB or 100 MB or 10 MB like that. Okay, so you want to define certain conditions. So when you define the condition, generally we use commands like find command. Okay, so find command will find the files based upon your criteria, whatever you have defined. Now it is going to generate the output. Based on the output, you want to take the backup. So in that case, we use what? CPIO. So CPIO stands for copy from input to output. But assume that you have a partition, you have a hard disk or your drive. So you have partition in the hard disk. So in that case, we generally go for a dump command. So dump command is based on your file system. File system means when you have a hard disk, when you create the partition, you are going to format. And when you format that is called as that's going to create tracks and sectors. So it is called as like block level device. Okay, so block level devices are nothing but your storage devices. So in the storage devices, you have to create the partitions. So your dump command is designed to take the backup regarding your partitions. So what are the changes are there in your file system? Those files we can to take the backup by using the dump command. So what is the difference between tar, CPIO and dump? So tar command we use in general. CPIO command we use when some output we generate or when we filter certain output, and from that output you want to take the backup, we go for CPIO, and the entire file system if you want to take the backup, we go for what? Dump command. Along with that, we have some other tools like gzip or bzip2. Okay, it is for compression. So assume that the best practice, if you are going to send your data over the network or over the internet, or you want to mail your friend certain data, so instead of sending the data in the raw format, or I can say in the same state, better you collect all the files and compress it. So that will reduce the size and your data transfer will be faster. Okay, so for that compression we use a gzip as well as bzip. Okay, now assume that you want to take the backup at night, let us say at night 11:50 or let us say at night 12 o'clock. So you want to schedule it that every Monday I want to take the backup, or let us say every first month I want to take the full backup, or let us say every week or every alternate days I want to go for the incremental backup. Okay, so in that case we can schedule that task, we can write the script and we can run that script in a cron tab where you are going to mention the time. So on this date, on this particular time you want to run that script, so which can be done by using the cron tab commands. Okay, then we have some other tools like SCP, WinSCP, rsync to manage to copy your data from your one machine to other machines. Okay, so we will start first with the tar command. Let us start. Yeah, before that one more thing. So let us see how many types of backups we have. So we can go for a full backup, then we can go for an incremental backup, then we have a differential backup. So let us see what is the difference between a full backup, incremental backup and differential backup. Okay, so I'll just try to show with the diagram. So assume that you have some data today. Okay, and so this is your data. Let us say this is your. So assume that today you added here some data. Let us say A, So let us say you had added here some data, let us say A, B, C, D. Okay. So some files you had created like A, B, C, D, E, F. Now first day, let us say this whole data is around 4 GB, or let us say it takes around 4 hours. Okay. How much time it takes? 4 hours. So this data is taking around 4 hours. So now what you have done is you took the backup on some other media. So how much time it took? So it took around how much? 4 hours. Okay. So next day you came again and you created some more, or some more files got created in your network or in your system. So let us say we got some other data, let us say 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So next day again when you take the backup, so let us say this is taking around, so let us say this is taking around 2 hours. So next day when you take the backup, assume that you are going for the full backup. Assume that you are going for the full backup from here to here. So in that case it will take 4 hours plus 2 hours, that means 6 hours. But assume that you are going for what? Incremental backup, the next backup. Okay. So those files which were already taken on over your media will be not backed up. Only the new data which you want to go for, let us say this data. Okay. So this data will be backed up. Okay. So again you are going for the next day again some more data, so that will be called as incremental backup. Okay. Let us say on the next day you added some other content, let us say X, Y, Z. Okay. So on the next day again you are going to have incremental backup. Fine. And let us say you are going for this data. Okay. So like this if you take, it is called as incremental backup. But assume that on a particular date, let us say on a particular date you took the full backup and you want to take the backup of only this part, okay. That means you want to take the backup of only this part, okay, from here to reverse. So then in that case that will be called as differential backup. Okay. So we have basically 3 types of backups. So we have full backup, that means the entire file system will be copied. Incremental means those files which were already copied or already backed up, they will not again stored on your storage. Differential means between the last backup and the previous backup, when you restore that data, then that is called as differential backup. So let us see how your tar command is going to work. So tar stands for tape archive. It is a very old command. So syntax is you just give all these options, tar options, then the destination. Whereas in copy command we have first source and then destination. Whereas in the tar command, the first argument will be your destination and then the source. Okay. So here we have options like C to create the backup, if V to check the background process, -F for mentioning the file, T means to see the content of your backup, X means to extract, Z means compression, to compress your data, U means to update your files, and W means to extract a particular file. Okay. And if you want to go for incremental backup, you can mention -G option. Okay. So we will see with the help of examples how these options and commands are going to work. After that we will see the compression method. So we are going to run a command like gzip to compress your data and gunzip. Then we will go for bzip2 also to compress your data. Okay. So let us first discuss tar. So in tar command also we can compress the data by using -Z option. So let us do the practical part. So fine. So I will take one folder. So I will take one folder, let us say OPD tar test. In that let us create few folders like India, Japan and China. I'm just a very simple scenario I'm taking. Okay, you can go with some names, proper names also. So I'm just taking some country names. Okay, then I will put some files inside data folder, India folder. I will try to take the backup in this tar test folder. Okay, so our tar test folder is the main folder here. Then we'll see how to see the table of content. Then we'll say we will remove it. We will remove it and we'll try to extract that. Then again we will try to extract in some other location. Then we can take the backup and we can try to compress that file. Okay, after compression we can still we can see the content in that compressed backed up file. So we use the option hyphen. Okay, so let us see one by one how to do it. Okay, so hyphen C means to create the file, hyphen V means verbose, hyphen F means file. So the scenario is that we have folder tar test, inside that we are going to create. Okay, so let me create a folder tar test. So let us go for, okay, so folder got created. So let us go inside that folder. And let us create folder mkdir. Let us say India. Japan and China. Okay, and let us create few files inside India folder. So as per our notes, if you see, I am just creating some files with the name as file 125. So this command will create 5 files at one single shot. Okay, so let us create the files. So we can run a command touch file and we can give some. Okay, so this file where we want to create, so we want to create inside India folder. So you run the command like tree command. So you can see in China there are no folders, in India we have file 1 2 3 4 5, and in Japan we have no folders. So I want to take the, so let us see the, okay, so these are the files. So this is my current folder where we are going to take the backup. Okay, so assume that I want to take the backup of India folder. So just write tar, C means create, V means verbose, and the file name. So let us say India dot tar. Okay, India dot tar. What is the source? India is one folder. Okay, so once you take the backup, so that is what it will show by using hyphen V option. Okay, so your files are backed up. Now assume that my original folder is gone. Assume that my original folder is gone. So the original India folder is gone. So I want to restore it back. So we can use a command like tar. So view the contents, we can use the option T. T stands for table of content. V means verbose, F means file. So your file is india.tar here. So you can see that those are contents. Okay, so I want to restore our original data. The command will be tar hyphen xvf and give the file name, the backed up file name. So once you extract, you can see the files got backed up, and you can see you got your India folder back. Okay, so if you refer here again, so what we have done is first we created the folder, then for taking the backup we used the command option C for creating the backup with the name india.tar. Then we have removed that file, then we check the table of content of that india.tar file, and then we had extracted. Okay, but assume that I don't want to extract. Let us say I will remove India folder. So there is no India folder. So I want to extract in some other location. I don't want to. So by default, when you run this command, it's going to extract in the current folder. But assume that I want to extract in some other location. Let us say China. So what will happen? So in your current folder that is not been extracted, it has been extracted in your China folder. Okay, so this is the option for extracting your contents in some other location. Okay, fine. So next we will see, okay, so how to extract in the other location. Now assume that you want to take the backup, along with that you want to do the compression also. So let us see how to do that. So I will take the backup of etc folder. So generally all your configuration files are stored in the etc folder. So just write the command here, tar cvf etc, I am saying etc normal dot tar, okay, of which folder? etc folder. So the entire etc contents are getting backed up in this file, okay. And to see the size, you can check out ls-lh. So you can see the size is almost 24 MB. But the next command which I am going to try now is a compressed backup, okay. So let's say compressed backup. So I'm just giving names just for understanding purpose. So you have to add the option Z. So when you add the option here Z, the backup will be taken, and you can see the size now. So the normal backup took around 7.4 MB, sorry, 24 MB, whereas the compressed backup took around 7.4 MB. So that is the advantage of using the option -Z. So so while taking the backup, you want to compress it, then we can use the option -Z. Okay. So next we'll see how to update in the existing file. Okay. So already you have backup file. How to update any file in your existing backed up file. Okay. So let us see that. So what I'll do is I'll just let us see the structure again. So you can see in Japan there is no file, and in India.tar what we have, tar tvf India.tar. So we are having 5 files. So what I'll do is I will create some files inside Japan folder. So in the Japan folder, so we have J1, J2, J3. So this file, let us say J1, I want to update in existing backup file. So the command will be tar uvf, use the path here, let us say J1 in India.tar, sorry, in Japan J1. Okay. So you want to update your India.tar file. So if you see now, so you can see without doing any additional task, okay, we are able to update J1 file in your India.tar. Okay. So what we have done up till here, we learned how to take the backup, how to see the contents of the backed up file, how to extract the file, how to extract that file in the other location, and how to update the existing backup file. Okay. Assume that you want to extract a particular file with confirmation. So we can try XWF. Okay, let us try that. So assume that I will remove, okay, India is not there. Okay, so I'll say tar XVWF or XWVF. Just write here India.tar. So what the advantage of this? It's going to ask for the confirmation that you want to take the backup, say no, or say no, say yes. So like that, you can give the confirmation that particular file you want to take the backup. So you can see now in ls India only file 1 and file 3 got, so file 1 and file 3 got backed up. Okay. So this is the command for extracting a particular file. Okay. Now assume that, okay, now assume that you want to go for a incremental backup by using a tar command. So let us see how to do it. So to go for the incremental backup, you need one file which will maintain the timestamp so that it can take the record that this file was backed up at particular time. So you need one file. I'm just giving some file name, let us say india.snr. Okay. So let us proceed. So again I will remove India folder. And I will extract that again. Okay, let me create again, because India folder we had removed the files. Let me check it out. So let us check it out. Tar tvf. Okay, we have files. So let us extract tar xvf. So again in India you can see we got 5 files. Okay. So I want to go for a incremental backup. Let us see how to go for incremental backup. So in that case, first create you have to mention some file name. Okay, so the command will be, let us say, tar hyphen, so you can see here tar hyphen cvf, and just give some name. Okay, let us say the backup file is first file, just give hyphen g and some file name. Okay, so let us try this. So cvf, let us say India 1.tar, then give hyphen g and some file name, and this file name will be same. Okay, let us say let us say it's acting as a snapshot. Hyphen g is the option for incremental backup. One second. You had not given the source. Okay. So the tar command. So tar create, this is the backed up file, and which file you are going to take the backup. So this file we are going to take the backup. Okay. So in your India 1.tar we have India 1.tar we are having 5 files. Now assume that next day you are creating some more files. Okay, so let's create some more files. Touch India, and inside that let us say file 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so 10 files just let us say got created. So currently in India folder, how many files are there? So we have 10 files. Okay, so previously we had done a backup of 1 to 5. So the newly files got created is 6 to 10. So again, when you run this command, let us say this is the second incremental backup. So again, when you run this command, it will only take the latest one. Correct? So this is your second incremental backup. But assume that I am going to add some content to, let us say, file 2. So this file 2 I am trying to modify. Okay, and in the same way, let us say I am trying to modify file 7. So let us say 7. So these two files got modified. So when you go for the third incremental backup, so in that case only those files which got modified or newly created. So if you see here, third file, so in that case only those files got backed up which were modified or newly created. So this is how your tar command works. Okay, so we learned here how to create the file, how to take the backup of the file, then we learned how to extract the file, then we learned how to compress the file, then we learned what is the difference between normal file and a compressed file, then we had learned how to go for the incremental backup. Already you have a backup, and from that you want to extract a file, then in that case also we can use a -xw to extract a particular file. Now I will show you the command like gzip and bzip2 for compression. So these are some other tools for better compression. So let us see how they work. So I just try to, I'll go for a folder, let us say test backup. Fine. So what I will do is, so I will take this and I will remove the remaining data. Okay, so let us, I'll just keep file 1, 2, 3 and file A and file B. Okay, fine. Or let me create a file. Let us just, I will create one dummy file. So in this folder I will delete all the folders. Okay, fine. So what I did is I had deleted everything. So I will just try to create a file. Let us say it is c httpd config slash. You can also try this, and let us say this is your file A. Okay, and same way. So this, what is size here? So file A size is around 13 kilobytes. So what I will do is I will just run few times. So file A size is how much now? Still I will run few more times. Okay. So file A size is around 100 kilobytes at this moment. Okay. Yeah. So let us remove that file. File. I will create one more file. Let us say cat file. Let us say file B this time. Okay. So file B size. So file B size is around 1.6 MB. Okay. And let us create one more file, file C. File C, I will just take by file B, so that, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So you can see here. So file B is around 100 kilobytes, file B is around 1.6, and file C is around 14 MB. Okay. So I want to compress these files. Okay. So in that case, we can try gzip. Let us say file A. So what happens here? So you can see the file. So earlier your file size was around 145 kilobytes. Now your file size is how much? 5.9 kilobytes. Okay. So see here. So gzip and bzip2 are used for compressing the files. Okay. So just give the command gzip file name. If you want to uncompress, say gunzip. Again, we can use the other tool like bzip2. So here we can use -k option as well as -d. So -k, what it will do, I will explain. -d is all can be used for decompressing, or we can use the command bunzip for decompressing. Okay. So let us see what is the -k. That also I will discuss. So whenever I am taking the backup, you can see here by gzip. So your file A is gone and it become what? A compressed file. That means the original file is not there. It's converted to what? A compressed file. If you want to uncompress, you can use the command gunzip and just give the compressed file name. So what will happen again? So you can see it again, the original file got restored. If you want to compress all the files together, you can also try this command. Sorry. You have to use first a zip command, gzip. So you can see here, so all the three files got compressed. Okay. At the same time, we can do it, or if you want to uncompress, we can use gunzip. Okay. So all the files got uncompressed. Okay. Okay. So at the same time, we can use what? bzip2. So bzip2 file A, if I say, again it's going to compress, and you can see the original file is gone. And again, if you want to uncompress that, you can use the command bunzip. So bunzip and that file. Okay. So again, when you see your original file, you are restored. So when I am trying to compress that file simply by using the command bzip2, the original file is gone. But assume that I don't want to lose my original file. So in that case, your original file will stay as it is, and you will get what? Another copy of your backed up file. So that is the purpose of your -k option. That means your original file is still there, whereas in the previous command, what happened? The original file itself got compressed. So that is the advantage of using -k. If you want, you can okay. Now let me delete the original one. So if you want to decompress, you can use the option bzip to -d also. It got decompressed. Otherwise, you can use the command bunzip. Let us try. So bzip to, I will use file star. So all the files. So it has a slightly, this command takes time, but compression ratio is more here. So if you see here, it has compressed all the files. Okay. But if I want to uncompress, we can use the same bunzip. So gzip as well as bunzip commands are used for compression of your files. Okay. So when you take the backup, the best idea is to compress that file, so that when you store it, it will consume less space, or when you want to send over the internet or over the LAN or the WAN, it takes what? A less time. So whenever you want to send your data from one location to other location, always compress your data and then send your data over the network. Fine. So let us see the next one. So next we will see what is CPIO. So CPIO command is used for taking the backup. So what is the output the commands are going to generate? Based on that output, the CPIO command will work. So you just run some command like find or ls, then that is going to generate the output. That output you send to certain file. And again, if you want to restore, so if here we have to use this redirect sign. Okay, so greater sign for sending the output to this file. If you want to restore, then we can use the option -iv to restore. Okay, if you want to see the table of content, then we can use -it or see the table of content. The difference between your tar and CPIO is it works after the filter sign. Okay, so let us find out how your CPIO command works. So fine. So what I will do is I will try to run a command first, update db, which will create the index so that your find command works properly. Okay, and let me check in the home folder what we have. So in the home folder we are having certain files and home folders of the users, and in this folder you can see, okay, so in home tom I am having some files. Okay, so assume that if I run a command find from where, from slash, what I want to find. So I want to find a user. The username is Tom. I want to find a file of that user. INAME means case sensitive. So the file name is, let us say it starts with Tom. So once you run this command, yeah, so you got this following output. Okay, now these output files I want to take the backup. So in that case you can use a command you run this command, then go for filter sign, pipe sign, then on here CPIO -out verbose if you want to see the output. So send this output to which file? So let us say I am going for tom.cpio. So you can see only those three files got, okay, only those three files got backed up. Okay, so CPIO means copy from input to output. Okay, copy from input to output. So let us see what is the content in your CPIO tom.cpio. So for that we have a command CPIO -input, T means, okay, table of content, and use the less than sign. From which file? From this file. Got it? So we can see the table of content from this file. Now assume that I will remove the files from the tom home directory. So rm rf home tom. So I am going to delete all the files from the home directory of tom. So currently there are no files under tom folder. So let us try to restore it. So how to restore it? So the option is it, don't use t option here, just use I. You can simply use I, but if you want to see the background process, you can go for v option, and again, yeah, again you can check your home folder. So you can see here the files got restored. So the difference between tar and CPIO is tar command will be going for a specific files and folders, whereas your CPIO command works on the filter. That means what is the output is going to get generated by commands like file command or locate command or slocate or ls command. On that output it's going to work. Okay, so this is one of the very useful command. So you can use some commands like find a file whose size is more than 10 MB, or find the file whose which got created at certain date, or find the file which is less than got created before so and so date or between so and so date. So all these criterias we can define in find command, and only those files we can take the backup. So that is one of the very advantage of using what, a CPI command. That means based on your condition and criteria we can use what, that particular file. So next we will go for a dump command. Okay, so next we will go for dump command. Let us see. Just a moment. So what is the use of dump command? So dump command is designed, see, whenever you go for a backup, you are defining a particular file or folder, but assume that there is a partition. In the partition, what are the files are getting created or not getting created, you are not aware of that. Okay, so in that partition, what are the files are getting modified or created, that means on your file system. So based on the entire partition of file system, you want to take the backup. In that case, we use what, a dump or a dump and restore command. In case of tar command, generally we won't prefer when we go for a file system. Let us say you have a tape drive, you want to take the backup of the one tape drive to the other. So in those scenarios, we go for what, a dump command. Okay, so let us see how it works. So whenever you want to take the backup of a partition, so let us say I have one partition here, fdisk device SDB1. So what I will do is I will create one folder / Oracle data. Okay, let us say Oracle data, and mount device SDB1 / Oracle data. Okay, so let us see what is there inside the Oracle data. Anything is there? Okay, already I have few files, so I am going to remove that. Fine. And I had also created one folder / dump backup. So let me remove all this. So currently you can see there are no files in Oracle data. Okay, and what is there inside your dump backup? Nothing is there. Okay, it's there. So what I will do is I will go to that folder ls and remove all these files. Okay, fine. So currently there are no files in dump backup. So our scenario is I want to take the backup of particular partition. So that partition is mounted on / Oracle folder. So let us say mkdir / Oracle, and I want to create a directory, and let us say A125. So in this partition we have 5 folders. Okay, I want to take the backup of the partition. So partition, let us say if I run the command like dump, so this command works internally. It uses one file called as etc dumps, where the timestamp will be maintained. So already previous we had taken, so let me remove that entries. Okay, so by using a dump command we can go for incremental backup, we can go for a differential backup, we can go for, so here the option like 0 is for full backup, and the next values we can go for incremental backup. Okay, and if you want to restore it, we use what, a restore command to restore your files from your backup dump command. Okay, so let us see here. So a dump command by default, as I said, it maintains a file for timestamp, just like we have seen in our tar command. Okay, so currently there are nothing. So fine, let us take the backup. So run a dump -0 means full backup, u means update this dump file, then give the source name. So where is our source? So inside our dump backup, and let us say it's a full backup. So I am just writing a command full. Let us say it's a full backup of which content, of this folder. Okay, if try with the subfolders, it will not work. Okay, it should be a mount point. Sorry, it should be a 0, not O. So this is a full backup. Fine. Same way, assume that I had just again, let us say I will create some more files here, and let us say I will create a B125. Okay. So now again we'll go for what? The second backup. So let us say I'm going for the second incremental backup. Let us say this is your first. First incremental backup. Okay. So this is your first incremental backup. Again, let us say you are going to create some more files, and again you are going for the third incremental backup. Let us say. So let's say in the second, you will write here second incremental backup, and let me take one more last one.